Morning, everybody, and welcome. It's the Steel Toe Morning Show. It is the Friday edition. I'm Aaron, and the mental stress of what's been happening the last few days have taken a terrible toll on my wife. She looks like a gimp. She looks like a cripple. She looks like a man whose legs don't work right. She looks like it's given her lesions in the brain. It's a horrible thing.
Beard and bigger tits.
She's now even a more disgusting Christina Applegate. Ladies and gentlemen, filling in for April today, Johnny K is here.
Hey, how you doing?
He was handpicked. I handpicked him to fill in for April today. Everything's fine. April's just taking a day. She's just taking a day off. A lot's happened in the last couple of days, and yesterday she decided she would take a little day off, and so I got on the phone with Johnny. I bribed him to come in, and he said yes. And here we are, doing a show on Friday. Easy Money says, I just found out what is happening. Hope the best for you too. Look, I've been saying this since Wednesday night when this whole thing started, and then we went over to Chrissy's show, and then it happened to her. I've been doing this long enough where Johnny's been tuned into gaming and all that. And I think he would be the same way. We both know what this is. Like, this is not, oh my God, what are we going to... I've been seasoned and conditioned in this. This is not the most directly threatening thing that's ever happened to me. And I took those things in stride. Like, I mean, doing radio and pissing people off locally, they're going to kill you. They're going to kick the shit out of you.
And you might run into them.
Yeah, right. Exactly. That's my whole thing is I've had more than I can count. I'm going to kick the shit out of you at your next comedy show. You better watch your back. I know. I mean, MN Vikings, for God's sake, threatened me. I know where you live. I'm local. You wait to see what's coming to you. And it's just, whatever. Yep, anything. Whatever makes you feel better. So, like, when a guy from, the other end of the world or the other end of the country or whatever, with no life decides he's going to fuck with you, like, to me, I don't see it as an, oh my God, my safety's at stake kind of a thing.
It's more of a like, oh, really?
It's more of a, you fucking douche. It's like, you piece of shit. Like, the kind of scumbag who thinks this kind. I mean, you got to think about it from the mindset of the person doing it. There is nothing in their head that's like, I'm going to physically do something to them. This is a broken individual who thinks this kind of thing is funny. Like, this is not a person doing this because they're angry with us or anything.
Right.
They think it's funny, and they're doing it. So, you know, and yeah, he did create some phone numbers and send some threats to my phone regarding April, and that shook her up. I understood why she's shook up. She's not used to this. That's fair. But for me, big old body-sized callus.
Yeah.
Stuff, as far as I'm concerned. Like, it does
when it
upset,
affects someone you care about,
right.
Then it takes a different turn.
That upsets me. But as far as me personally, like, you saw it yesterday until we had to turn the show off.
You were fine.
I was fine. I mean, I was just doing a show like we normally do, and April was as well. But, you know, I'm glad now that it's over. I'm glad it's done. I'm glad we said, look, here's the solution, guys. Don't respond when you get those calls. Like, when you get those calls, don't respond to it. We're fine. Like, everything's good over here. I told them yesterday, I go, this is a very unexciting place to live. I said, we're good. You just, you know, leave us be. And, you know, without saying too much, the clock's ticking on the guy anyway. I mean, this is about done. So I'm not too worried about that part. I am, like, I'm upset how April's taking it. That's terrible. But also, Chrissy Mayer was messaging us. We were messaging back and forth with her, and she had to inform the local police at the show she was doing last night. Like, she had a headlining spot at was it Governors? No, not Governors on Long Island. Somewhere in New York or New Jersey or whatever. And she had to warn the club, like, hey, look, this has been happening to me, because she got hit yesterday morning as well, again. And she had to tell the venue, like, hey, this is what's going on. She had to tell the police there, this is what's going on. It sounds like it went off without a hitch. I didn't hear anything bad, so that's very good. But I will say this. I got a message yesterday from a guy. Mm-hmm. I don't want any of you, and this goes to Granny and Lemmy and everyone else who's ever interacted with this piece of shit, worthless waste of space, Jake Hudson. I don't want any of you feeling bad. If you feel bad for Jake, you're out. I'm sorry. There's no more feeling bad. Johnny's here on a Friday because April doesn't want to do the show today because of what Jake did. And now Jake did not swat us. I will say that right off the top. Jake did not swat us. But that miserable little fuck who I hope only the worst things in the world for happened to him. All of the worst things you can possibly, I didn't tell Corey this on Wednesday because I didn't know it. Well, this hadn't happened to us when Corey was on. Mm-hmm. But I'll tell Corey right now. I will cut that fucking Zoom feed off if a Jake Hudson sound drop is played. Ooh. I will cut the and I know he doesn't know yet. So, like, I didn't.
So it's not like he knows.
Yeah, it's not like I'm not yelling at him.
Preemptively.
This is more of a Jake Hudson thing. If that Jake Hudson thing gets played, it'll just be. You know, then I don't have to have a long talk with Corey, like, hey, man, I'm sorry. Here's the thing. He'll know when the feed gets cut off. He'll go, oh yeah.
Oops.
I won't. And then I'll just be like, hey, nothing personal. Not a big deal. Just talk to you next Wednesday. It's like, hey, now we saved ourselves some time. No, I'm kidding. I'll tell Corey. But what happened was Jake got hooked in with a den of psychopaths because Jake's a codependent, mentally retarded person. From Mississippi, and he got grouped in with this den of losers, these den of psychos, and he started talking shit about our show for no reason other than he thinks it's funny and he thinks it's cool to get hooked up with a show and get way too close to it. So then these people decided to take it upon themselves to do what this guy has done now. And now April can't do the show she likes doing on a Friday. So fuck Jake Hudson. Anybody, I'll tell you this. Anybody who is a fan of this show and associates with that prick in any way, shape, or form, dead to this show. I'm done with you. I don't even want you joking around with him. I don't even want you messing with him. Nothing. His name has been given to the police. He is a part of this. I emailed him yesterday. He's, I got rid of my Discord. You were right about Discord. I know I was right about Discord. I don't give a shit about Discord. It's a place for fucking losers and bums. I don't give a shit about Discord. You fix this, Jake. That's what I told him. I said, you fix this, and then maybe I can help you. Otherwise, your name is with the police. They have it now. Let go and let God is what I say.
Or you'll have to turn on your friends. But then does he even know them? Or are they?
I didn't even say turn on them. I said, Jake, you get this to stop. You fix it. And if there's nothing in the chat today that the mods have to take care of,
then we're good.
I'll take that into consideration. I certainly will. But if anything that happens in our chat today, anything like that, I hold Jake Hudson personally responsible. I hold him personally responsible. Jake, if anybody comes and fucks with us today the way they were, I treat it as though your arm did it. And if your arm does it, then you did it. So, yes, I hold you personally responsible for everything that happens. Everything. Because this is the best part. The people who did this thought it was some kind of weird justice for Jake Hudson, which, by the way, we never did anything to other than let him annoy the fuck out of us and then block him from all our shit.
Yeah.
That's all we did.
And we dicked on him the way we dick on everybody, including me. There's been like 3 jokes about me being a cripple since we started.
Ryan the Garbage Man takes a lot of shit, but he knows that it's part of the show. So, excuse me, I am very dry from my ranting.
Parched.
I'm parched. My ranting has left me parched. I'm being unprofessional. So, yes, I hold Jake personally responsible. And I don't even want anybody fucking with that guy on an ironic level. If they do, I can't associate with you anymore. Because something like this is way too far. Now, for the positives, the numbers have been fantastic. We have certainly gotten a lot of attention. Now, a lot of that is due to the fact that we were on Chrissy's show. Chrissy has like 75,000 subs on YouTube. That was wonderful. It led to hundreds. Yeah, led to hundreds of new subscribers.
Thank you.
And that was really cool. But also, this hasn't hurt.
No, that's one of the sad things where I'm like, hey, well, that could get us some traction.
There's nothing wrong with thinking that. That's the way I think too. Because, like I said, I've been through far worse than this.
I don't know if that's a positive affirmation or not. I'm like, oh, wait a minute.
I'm like the police commissioner in Dark Knight. He's like, you're gonna learn the appropriate ways to deal with things like this.
Yeah, dude, I had that feeling the whole time. I was worried that you were gonna take a sip of your mug and then it was acid.
So yeah, it's the only thing I'm pissed off about is the toll it took on April and the things she had to read and all that stuff. That's really the only thing that concerns me. I have zero safety concerns. I would be naked out in my front yard shouting, "Come and get me!" I feel nothing, but that part.
This message
really
is for the Mandarin.
Yeah, exactly. I do have a Tony Stark kind of attitude about it. My attitude is 4426 Malibu Lane or whatever the fuck it is. You want me? Come and get me. Let's go on to the chat here, and then we will continue with a great show today. Thank you guys very much for all of the... That was my Toe Boys post that I accidentally copy-pasted there. We were well ahead yesterday. You guys are awesome. Thank you. 270 is today's goal. Not bad. Not bad at all. And if you feel like chipping in, there's the PayPal, the Streamlabs, and all of that stuff. Actually, wait, we are $5 further ahead. Dub with $5 says, good morning. You are my favorite morning show, hands down. Well, thank you, Dub. So I'm sorry, it's not 270. It's 265. Thank you, guys. Very, very much. Let's see what... Oops, I deleted my own message. What a stupid asshole I am. There we go. People are saying, is there a mug shot for the idiot? We're not going to do any of that. We're not going to name the guy. We're not going to do anything like that. There is not an ongoing investigation, but there is a process taking place now that is
beyond us.
Shall I say, we're in the end game now, if I could quote Doctor Strange. So no, I won't be giving any names or locations or anything like that. We've been instructed by police not to. Although, even if I did, this person wouldn't change a thing. They're just... I watched them yesterday. Like, I watched their YouTube channel, and I went, oh, this. I even went upstairs and told April, I'm like, this is just your basic incel. The whole world is fake. You know, the whole world is full of shit. You know, I know what's really going on. Like,
I never leave my basement.
Yes, den-dwelling gamer type. Like, it's the guy you would think would do something like this. It's that exact same guy.
I swear it wasn't me.
The kind of guy who calls 13-year-olds the N-word when he plays Call of Duty.
I swear it wasn't me.
Yeah, it's...
I don't play Call of Duty.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
13-year-olds the N-word, though. Negotiable.
Dude, on Overwatch, yeah, man. You're going to be cheap with that ninja action. I'm going to call you a ninja.
Always something exciting around Thanksgiving, Balls and Wieners said. Oh, yeah, except my life. Big ball of excitement. Jesse says, Corey saying he thought it might be a work on Chrissy's show was pretty whack. There's no fucking way he said that. I don't believe you, Jesse. I'm not yelling at you. I'm not upset with you. I'm saying that in two different connotations. One, there's no way he said that because there's no way. Like, that would be the dumbest thing ever. And number two, there's no way he said that, like, if he said that, that would bother me. Like, because of, like, I'm very upset about what's been done to April, but also being that she's a woman and she's become a friend of ours and everything else, and these things are far more frightening for women than they are for men. Yeah. I can understand that big time. It shook Chrissy up quite a bit, too, and that upsets me as well. Because they've been nothing but very, very, very cool and generous with their time to us, and Frank's great and all that other stuff. So I'm sure they were shook up by all this stuff. So if I hope Corey didn't say that he thought it was a work. I think this, Jesse, if you're fucking with us, you're fucking with us. Ha ha, funny joke. I get it, but I'm positive that he did not say what happened on Chrissy's show was a work, because that would be mighty irresponsible of a broadcaster. Don't tell me it was Anthony Cumia. No, it was not Anthony Cumia. That would break my heart. That would be terrible. Mad Max Mardigan says, oh, so the guy's an Amaranth fan. I mean, it wouldn't surprise. No, he's the kind of guy who would think that, like, Amaranth's not trad and she's not, like, look, think of, like, the biggest, like, out of central casting guy to do something like this you could think of. That's who it is. Cervix K says, hey, boss, it was on the phone call. You could go back on the tape. What?
The phone call.
I'm way behind in the chat. I will point that out. I'm way behind. Pip says he thought it was a work at first. Oh, so he didn't say he thinks it's a work.
He was thinking it was a work at first with the, like, proposition of it or something?
Yeah. Oh, no. You mean when Corey called in when he was on Chrissy's show? Yeah, he didn't say he thought it. He said, I thought at first it was a work. Like, when he said it to me? No, what he's saying is when you first started talking about it, I thought you guys were fucking around. That's fine. I mean, I thought you meant he went on his show the other day and said that. Oh, well, no. I mean, a lot of people said, oh, I thought you guys were fucking around at first.
Yeah, I thought, oh, you're screwing around. I was at the Keller and stuff. I didn't catch it on Wednesday, so I was like, Thursday morning was a surprise for me.
Why Dad says, send Johnny down to Mississippi to avenge April. Well, first of all, you know, I'd probably send Oz.
It might be faster.
Yeah, it might be faster. And also, he wouldn't have to drive in any snow, so I'm sure he'd appreciate that.
Yeah.
But no, Jake is only responsible on the level of it couldn't have happened without him. He's not the trigger man. He's, put it this way, he's the guy who, to use a euphemism, hired the hitman. He's not the actual trigger man. Put it that way. People are asking, is it Opie? No, it is not Opie. I promise you.
It's Johnny Rock.
It's not Opie.
He took years of abuse from us. Year
and a half, maybe. Pip says, well, you're positively wrong then. Well, he said it to me. Okay, yeah. I mean, I forgot that phone call, because we had a phone call with Corey off the air. So I thought they were like, play the phone call. Well, I forgot that he called into Chrissy's show. But at any rate. The Mood says he literally said he thought it was a work at first, but he knows it's not now, and tell them how to get free pizza. Yeah, that's different. I thought you guys meant like on his show. Let's continue on here. Is he here? Point him out. No. Corey literally said that. Okay, guys, now you're trying to be troublemakers because he said. Now I know the context with which he said it. Some of you just don't like Corey and really just want to get him in trouble regardless of how it happens, aren't you? Why dat? First of all, no. That guy is cool. That guy has sent me a message. I do want you guys to do this. Stop guessing out loud in the chat. It's fine to guess in your head. That's okay. I'm not giving anything away. But no, it's not that guy. Some people were saying, oh, it's this guy from Kenny Boland's show who's from Australia. It's like, no, I know that guy. He's a big fan of our show. He's absolutely cool. That guy's awesome. No. If anything happens, I will say this to the mods. Mods, be very quick. If there's anybody doing any doxing type stuff in our chat, I want you taking that down immediately. I don't want it breathing for more than 1 second. And if it does happen, I hold Jake personally responsible and we'll connect him with anything we send to authorities. 100%. If none of that stuff happens in our chat today, because the swatting thing is over, which is nice. But if any of that stuff happens in our chat today, if you got, because these people think they're helping Jake, I will assure you that you have put Jake in far more danger than he ever would have been if you wouldn't have said anything. Misdemeanor says, then why even talk about it? Because there are aspects we can talk about, and our audience
is
really
curious.
They're really curious, and they want to hear about it.
And we don't really keep shit behind the scenes too much, really.
I have to get shit off my chest. So there
It's
you
not hair.
So there you go, misdemeanor. You're saying then why even talk about it? I assume you're not being confrontational. You're just asking out of curiosity. There's your answer. I expect your, oh, okay, I understand in the chat, and we move on from it. Rasputin of Raymond says, I know it was Jake related somehow. It would take someone with his mentality. Absolutely. Binary Recoil says, I don't actually care which idiot it was. I don't want to waste a minute of my life on absolute street trash. And that's what it is, ultimately. I mean, it's lower than street trash. Like I said, it is that gamer generic person who you would think would do something like that. It's also like one of those guys who doesn't think he's the generic gamer guy. Like all those people who do shit like that, they all think they're like this different kind of societal avenger. And it's like, it's kind of like goth kids. Like you. That's
why I haven't taken off, man. I'm so outside the box, people can't handle me.
But it's like goth kids who are like, I'm going to be different. And they all look the same. It's like, it's that same level of thing. Mr. St. Caesar says, glad you are all well. Any update on the kid crying that was working at Starbucks? Well, now you got me. Now I have to admit, it was him. That didn't know. No, I have no idea. He's one of those guys you watch and then you cast aside. Like a leper. Dub says, I got nothing to hide, but having a bunch of cops go through my home would certainly irritate the fuck out of me. Understatement. Irritating is the best way I can put it. Rick Link says, what? You want someone to shit on your chest? I don't know if that's what you should be taking from all this, but I'm going to play that one.
You said you like to get shit off your chest, and he said...
Oh, no, shit off my chest. So that would intimate that I don't like shit on my chest. So I was kind of saying the opposite of that. Papa Dan says it's baffling how they waste their time to begin with. Absolutely. Aaron, apologies if you already read this, but I left comments on Jake's steel toe video yesterday. I sincerely didn't know he was causing April harm. I'm done with him. Well, yeah, I sent this edict out today. So I'm not going to enforce it retroactively. Jesus, Citizen M, you're fine.
What were you doing?
Yeah. You're banned. I said this, and I went back in time.
How could you make this comment and not know eventually I would not agree with it?
Sky Chick says, snaps to Johnny K for coming in. Definitely missed the old evening show in Matt's garage. Wow, old school right there.
Mm-hmm.
I'll tell you that much. All right, guys, so that is now off our chest. Johnny is here today. Thank you to Gray Duckling with $30, kicking it off. Well, not kicking it off today. Meant to give you this earlier this week. Why don't you ever shit on me? Because you're remarkably generous and you're one of the people who keep this show on the air, so thank you very much.
And you don't contribute anything.
Yeah, and you're remarkably boring. Nobody really talks about you because, I mean, it's like talking about marshmallow fluff, to be honest. And also, thank you to Matt Melt. He said, hey, positive side, it's a Friday. Oh, no, let me say this. Like, this is me getting this all off my chest. It's all positive over here. Like, this thing is coming to a beautiful end. I cannot wait. Dude, are you kidding?
The prestige will be amazing.
The fucking mugshot we're going to show, the mockery we're going to... Like, if you think that doing this, if you think you're going to look back on this 6 months from now and think that this was a victory for you, oh my God, you've never met this show. Mm-hmm. Like, you want to see us put to test the thing I say, the credo I say about this show, where I say, you know why we never lose any of our little struggles and conflicts? We're far too obnoxious. We annoy the shit out of everybody that tries to cross us. We don't do this thing like Chad Zumock where we get angry and pissy. We just are obnoxious to a remarkable degree.
We just don't have the same victory lines you do, so it's really not a fair fight because we're over here winning and you're like, what's going on?
Our victory line is this. We could just be shitty about it until they lose their mind.
Yeah.
I mean, we could just make it a joke for the entire history of the show going forward. Like, you have now traded 2 shows where you disrupted things. The only 2 shows you will ever disrupt. You traded that for now a lifetime of us never letting it go. And oh my God, the day it all, when it comes crashing down and it hurts inside, bump, ba-da-da-dum, you are, I almost feel bad because I know myself and I know you and I know this show. This is going to be hard on you.
Hi, I can see you're bleeding emotionally from the sphincter. Welcome to my home.
Welcome to my home. Ask anyone who's ever taken on this program, and we've been through a lot worse than you. It doesn't end. I'm not saying it doesn't end well. I'm telling you, it doesn't end. Like, this is bad already for you, and I can't even tell people who you are yet. You don't have a face. You don't have a name.
We haven't started.
We haven't dug in. This is just us going, all right, let's see. Cops know who we are. Cops say, oh, we know exactly what's going on. This is done. Don't worry about it. Okay, we got you. Cool. April's taking a day off to rest and recoup. All right, she's going to be at 100% now. The rest is now me going, like worm and rounders. That's it? That's like your big finish? That was it?
That was it.
That's, well, here. Or like, I got the aces too with my jacks. Motherfucker, slow rolling me. You said just jacks. Yeah, I know, Swatter, but you're a player. You made me for it. It's going to be bad. It's going to be bad. And it's going to be very, very condescending and shitty. Evan with $10 says, just joining this morning. Glad to see your reactions on the SWAT thing. I feel the same way. Mess with me, fine, but leave my wife and kids alone. Oh, God. If you don't think this gentleman and his ilk are going to regret what's happened, oh, boy. I mean, the legal recourses you will recover from. The legal recourses of this, no matter how bad it is, you are going to die, and the last thing you're going to hear is the Steel Toe Morning Show at 50 years old making fun of you. They're going to put up your mugshot.
Dicks.
And then, those pieces of shit. Ironically, his last words, I fucking hate Jake Hudson. And like, Jake, we're never letting go of you either. Like, this is, like, you're done too. It's going to be fun. Let's continue on. You mean this isn't cancel culture? I talked to Jake 20 years ago, so now I get banned. No, again, we will not retroactively enforce this. Thank you to Trucker 18 Wheeler for the $5. He says, it was me, New Boot Goofin. And Balls Deep with 1120. Thank you, buddy.
Thank you.
That puts us 210 away from today's goal. Thank you. As we continue on here, holy shit, the chat just very busy on stuff like this.
Mm-hmm.
Let's just make sure. I'll pick out some of my favorites. A mugshot backdrop would be a nice addition. Ooh, all of these are very, very good ideas. Delusional Toaster says they make fun of everyone. This happens all the time. No, I am not talking about calling out other shows. When you jump in the fire like that to get views, one of them will do this dumb shit.
Okay.
You're saying like about us?
Or
Because that had nothing to do with any of this, delusional toaster. Like this had nothing to do. Like this had nothing to do with us talking shit about anyone. That's not what this. This had to do with a mentally ill person in Mississippi, really wanting to be a part of a community. That's all it was. So bad take, delusional toaster, but that's okay. Everybody gets their opinion. Wow, I'm really drying myself out on all this. Let's go to binary recoil. I don't have children yet. Well, that's mighty presumptuous of you that you will. I don't like, what's this yet shit? Well, my dick is so irresistible, a woman's going to want me to shoot goo into her.
Well, a lot of studies lately are saying that male fertility is dropping. So
yeah, it's like we have
you better get on that before you run out of bullets.
Sperm count has dropped by like 65%. By the way, Aaron, who the fuck is Hans Landa? Oh, the Jew hunter from Inglourious Bastards. One of the greatest heroes, villains in movie history. Technically, he ended the war.
He did technically end up being a good guy.
Yeah.
Because he single-handedly stopped Hitler. Without him, it wouldn't have happened.
Without Hans, that last part is actually true, I might add. Why? Yeah, he planted the explosives that killed Hitler. Even though Eli Roth and the other guys would have
definitely got
killed
the job
him
done.
anyway, yeah.
Oh, wait, no, didn't they? Because they were unloading into his face repeatedly.
No, but they shot him coming in the thing, remember?
Oh, yeah.
For pretending to serve the water and then, the punch shot and all that stuff.
Yeah.
Continuing on. Sounds like a whole conspiracy. Ought to have talked about them, says Kane. But no, the Jews I promise you, the Jews had nothing to do with this.
They were just the money.
Fire Ginger says you haven't met a shitheel until you've met a steel toe fan. Yeah, it's going to be bad.
It's going to be fun.
Yes. Revan says your backdrop should be a picture approximately 12 minutes into an abortion. What? No. That would be
oddly specific, too.
Oddly specific and very horrific. Big Dummy says the movie Blow sucks, by the way. Okay, thank you, because like I said, I've watched it 3 times in my life now. I still can't figure out if it's any good.
Is that the one with...
That's Johnny Depp being George Jung, the coke dealer. That movie's just like a kick in the dick all the way.
I don't even remember it. I know I've seen it.
That's fair. Papa Dan says Brad Pitt saying "Buongiorno" in that movie always gets me laughing. Yeah, that
Gorlami.
And I love how he sets it up with her. He's like, well, I speak the most Italian. Donnie here speaks the second most. And Omar there speaks the third most. I don't speak any Italian. Like I said, third most. Just keep your fucking mouth shut. And then he's the one who ends up with the best accent. He's like, Dominic de Coco. What? Dominic de Coco. Bravo. Brilliant. Like the amount Hans is fucking with them just in that moment is so awesome. Like just he's humiliating the shit out of them, basically letting them know, like, dude, this is it for you. Like, you're done.
I caught you. Yeah.
One more time with your Italian. Arrivederci. Easy Money with $4.99 says would not want to fight Aaron physically, but physiologically, forget it. Good luck to whoever this is. It's look, like I said, could be fun. Could be fun. You look. I'm putting it this way. You shot your shot. Best of luck to you from now on. Like you woke the sleeping giant. You got here. A lot of people have heard this before they've gone insane. You have my attention. You have my attention. There are a lot of people, both online and in this area, who can tell you that is not the good thing they thought it was.
We've got a framed cease and desist to prove it.
I have framed cease and desist orders hanging up in my office.
That's our trophy wall.
This is gonna be bad. I promise you. It's gonna be real bad. Gray Duckling says he'll last less than 52 seconds. There you go. I Skyped Jake Hudson 3 months ago. Please forgive me, Daddy. Yeah. Balls Deep says, all I can see is April practicing on a pig, channeling Daniel Day-Lewis. That's a kill. That's a kill. That's a kill. So there you go.
That's a kill, but he's got to bleed.
Yeah.
Think about it for a while.
Dear Butch with $10 says, go by April, a Dairy Queen. God, you fucking hillbilly, Dear Butch. People who say a Dairy Queen, it's just, they're the worst. They're the absolute worst. All right. Daniel Day-Lewis is daddy. All these backdrop suggestions, and no one is suggesting that it should be level, says Kane B. Glitched one saying, I hated Jake before it was cool. Yeah, like I said, along with the person who did it, Jake will be held, if I have my way, equally responsible. Equally responsible. All right, let's do some shows, shall we?
Yeah.
Is that all right with you?
Yeah. Sometimes you get shocked. Sometimes you read.
Oh, you were reading. Did you read ahead?
I didn't mean to. You put that in front of me. And then my brain has to comprehend that.
All right. Well, 200 even away from today's
You don't leave a cupcake
goal.
in front of a fat kid and expect it to stay there.
It's not really much of a metaphor when you are literally a fat kid. I mean,
yeah.
you can't really. You're like an elephant saying, well, let's address the elephant in the room. I'm like, well, do you mean it as a euphemism or do you mean literally you?
The shirt is gray.
I don't know. All right. So we have our first story of the day. We're $200 away from our goal. We have an interview, kind of a man on the street sort of deal.
Mm-hmm.
Where a woman is asked, this I'm guessing was at an LGBTQ rally, because this is a woman with a rainbow top on. Cute girl, but often when they're very cute and they have an LGBTQ shirt on,
very obvious.
There's
barbells in the...
Yeah, this is like the septum piercing. It's red flags, shall we say. Let's see what...
Six Flags.
Yeah, let's see what this interview is about, shall we?
Do you think it's good for kids to see all of these sexualized things, like people kissing each other, girls kissing each other, guys in thongs, girls with out, yourself?
Yes, because if you don't show them this now, then they harbor who they are as they get older. They feel like they're not included in society.
Wow, that's some interesting child psychology. You see, if you don't show kids men in thongs and you don't show them tucked dicks and asses out, then they'll harbor who they are and they
won't feel like they're part of society.
They won't feel like they're part. So all kids are just gays waiting to come out?
So the entire course of human history, we've been waiting to come out of the closet?
They have to see all of this super sexualized stuff. Otherwise, they won't become super sexualized when they're teenagers. Yeah, that's kind of the point. But also, not the best look if you're trying to convince people that there's not a lot of sexual degeneracy in the LGBTQ community. It's not good. You know, people say that you guys there's a lot, it's a lot more commonplace in the LGBTQ community for teenagers to be sexualized and for those kind of relationships to be normalized. Not very good to walk into the teeth of that trap, young lady.
You did just describe grooming. Continue.
Yes, you literally just described what grooming is. Well, we have to sexualize them early so they know it's okay and they'll be more willing to act on it. We call that grooming. Getting them used to that. Yeah, I look, I got a couple phone calls to make. Can you stay right there? In fact, email phone number if you could. Yeah, it's for a mailing list. Go ahead.
You have my attention.
Yes.
So you think sexualized activity should begin with them at a young age?
Yes, I mean, I was watching like 8 years old.
And you think
I was watching porn at 8 years old. Oh, you turned out fine.
Again, for the lady dressed in the what it looks like rainbow sports underwear.
Yes.
It not exactly the best salesman for this
No,
message.
not yeah. It's
I was exposed to stuff superhero. Look how well I turned out. Like, that's kind of the point.
It's like instead of the I guarantee it guy, the Men's Warehouse used a bum. And he was like, oh, you got the best clothes you're ever going to see. We're going to look like John F. Kennedy. I just shit in my pants. Yeah. I'm wearing clothes that are pretty sure about 76% rat piss by now. And you're going to love the Men's Warehouse. I promise. Like it's not even as good as an I guarantee it. I swear it on the mouse that I had for dinner. So not the best spokesperson.
Right.
But let's see what else she's okay with.
think that's good?
Yeah.
Should the LGBT be inclusive of bestiality?
I don't even know what that is.
Good spokesperson.
But watch how willing she is to give an opinion once he explains it. Because, again, you don't know what it is.
Now, remember, guys, she does not know what bestiality is. But does that ever stop people like her from having an opinion about it?
Nope.
No.
Inclusive of bestiality
I don't even know what that is.
with animals.
I mean, if that's what you want, then that's what you want.
I mean, let's forget about what the donkey wants.
Yeah. Nobody asks the goat.
Consent's a thing until the only noise you can make is bad.
Yeah, right. Oh, yeah. I mean, if it's two consenting adults, it's not. It's not two consenting adults.
Well, if it's love between two beings and it's mutual. No, it's not mutual.
It's not mutual.
That animal's tied down.
You know, one of the reasons that I like goats and one of the reasons that I like the animal community is they're very staunch on the stick to your own rule. What? You brought a mule home. You're never talking to this family again.
You would accept that?
Yeah.
Bravo. Bravo. Although, I will say, going to one of these LGBT rallies and asking them if they're okay with degenerate forms of behavior, kind of a fish meat barrel sort of a thing. Yeah. I mean, sort of a shooting a fish in the barrel kind of deal. Thank you very much to Dirty Major Woody. He says $10 says soon will be made fun of for being heterosexual. What do you mean soon? I mean, you already get called breeder and shit like that in these circles. I mean, white cis male privilege and shit. I got bad news for you. The being made fun of thing, it's going to happen. It's already here. Yeah, I mean, look, and let me be very clear about my thoughts on bestiality. I feel bad for the animals when it's people like this. They're going to get monkeypox and they don't even know it. Matt Melt says she's so stupid you could walk up to her in a bar and tell her you care and get laid. Or you could just tell her that you walk up to a girl like this and you go, your dad's an asshole, and she'll suck your dick at the bar. It's amazing.
Either way, there's going to be some baggage that comes with that you're going to have to deal with.
But look, that's your fault. And I'm going to hold, again, I hold you personally responsible.
Much like the crabs, there are repercussions you will have to pay for.
Dub says my pickup line for her would be, aw, you poor thing. Oh, guess what? Her pussy's wet. Did I ever tell you, you're a victim in this whole thing? Oh, my God.
You're so strong for overcoming all the difficulties of this male-dominated society.
Choke me and tell me I don't need a man. Choke me and tell me I don't need a man. You're an independent woman. It's, fait accompli at that point. Well, luckily, I don't think she'll be running for office for another 15 years, although I'm sure she'll win a Democratic primary somewhere. If you don't elect her, you're a sexist.
She's the next Nancy Pelosi.
Oh, God, yes. No, now that she's out.
She's only half out. She's out of the leadership.
Yeah, well, that's true. She's out of leadership. She's not stepping down from her post. Mm-hmm. She's just stepping down.
Well, she's such a spry young 85-year-old.
Yeah. Hey, mods, let's fucking get on it, huh? I shouldn't have to do that myself. Let's get on it, please. Earn your fucking wrenches today, all right? I want you on it. Daddy Ebola says, include me in society. How about shutting up, you broad, and include me in those cheeks since they're already out? I mean, look, the man raises it's not an unreasonable request. If you say no, you say no, but still.
Allowed to ask.
Dub said she offers free meals if you dine at the Y. Free crabs, soft shell, and cottage cheese.
Oh, now I get it, and it's gross.
Oh boy. All right. 190 away from today's goal. Thank you guys very much for being as generous as you are. Well, this is great news. The videos we've watched over the last year of like these cities that don't call the cops when you're shoplifting and you're not allowed to stop them. It's just kind of the policy.
Minimum theft amounts now?
Yeah, just let them grab their shit and get out of here. And, we're insured, whatever, we'll write it off. Target has come up with the price tag of this policy. $4.
Wow. $400. That's still pretty good.
$400 million.
Okay, that's still a little bit higher than I thought.
At Target, year to date. Now, that's not the last 12 months. That's just
where we're at now.
Till this point. At Target, year to date, incremental shortage has already reduced our gross margin by more than $400 million versus last year. said Target CFO Michael Fidelke. Ooh.
Fidelke?
Said on the earnings call, and we expect it will reduce our gross margin by more than $600 million for the full year. $600 million. How many employees does Target have? Because I'm thinking about this. Let's say they had $600 million in profit that they didn't have because they, had to let people steal stuff. How many employees does Target have? 368,000. Okay, I'm not going to embarrass myself. I'm just going to pull out the calculator for this one. So we have $600 million divided by 368,000 people. That is $1,630 a year for every employee.
1,600?
Over $1,600 a year in a raise.
That's like pretty much what they make a year.
Right. I mean, it's going to double their salary. It's amazing. $600 million. People are saying they wanted it. Go woke, go broke. It's not. No, I mean, a lot of it.
It's the policies of the places where they live. Like, they didn't vote for these people.
Right. It's the cities. It's San Francisco. It's New York. It's Portland. It's Seattle. It's all these places. They have the same rules when it comes to shoplifting. I'm sure if you go to like a small town in Alabama and you pull this shit, they'll clothesline you out of your fucking shoes.
But you go to a Target in like San Francisco, even if there is such a thing, you're gonna have a security guard standing behind you and just follow you while you go shelf to shelf.
Yeah.
So he can write down everything you're taking. All right, so he stole this and he stole that.
Fidelke detailed how there are a handful of things that can drive shrink in our business, like cold water in the pool. And theft is certainly a key driver. We know we're not alone across retail and seeing a trend that I think has gotten increasingly worse over the last 12 to 18 months. So we're taking the right actions in our stores to help curb that trend where we can. But that becomes an increasing headwind on our business, and we know the business of others. A Target spokesperson told Yahoo Finance via email after the call the shrinkage was mostly specifically attributed to organized retail crime. So again, these smash and grabs where, again, people come in, they grab a bunch of stuff, load it into a backpack. They're not even in a hurry when you watch them.
Yeah, because they know nothing's going to happen.
Yeah.
You can't call the cops. You can't even stop them. Like, I mean, can average citizens even get involved? Can you like be, hey, citizens arrest, you're stealing stuff?
There was a guy, I do know we did a story, and I don't know how it is in all the towns, but we did a story where one of the guys stopped the people who did it, and he like sat on them until cops arrived, and they did arrest that guy too. I don't know if he was ever charged or anything like that, but they did arrest him. So you can get in trouble, yeah.
Well, he did try to George Floyd somebody.
Damn near successful. If only the guy would have had some fent in his system to help him out. Here we go. Let me put it this way on George Floyd. The fentanyl may have not have been Karl Malone, but it was John Stockton. A little behind the back pass, courtesy
Still
of
got the fentanyl.
let's go ahead and watch one of these. This is an example of how Target has lost $600 million in theft.
Like I said, there is security guy.
Yeah, and by the way, if you're in Minnesota, this may look weird to you. Yes, in most states, Target's just allowed to sell booze. This is not abnormal. It's I think we're the only ones now where this isn't allowed, the only state.
Yeah, we're so weird about that.
It was us in Utah, but then Utah flipped, and they can do that now. The fucking Mormons got there before we did. God, you Lutherans are obnoxious.
They wear magic underwear.
Right.
And we're still behind.
Look at that. It's almost like he has a Target employee escort, making sure he's okay. By the way, look, he made spillies.
Yep, a couple of them bottles are broken.
Way to break the bottle, dickbag.
Well, he's being super careful.
Oh, no. Just doing some shopping. I mean, it's like an adult trick-or-treating.
Ugh.
It's like grown-up Halloween, and he's just filling a punch.
We're going to have a party. I better go get the... Oh, Jesus.
Right. Ho, ho, ho.
See, again, I just...
Look, and security just follows him out.
Yeah, because he's literally... His job is just to take a detailed report of everything that was stolen so they can have a shorter time filling out the paperwork.
That's it. That's that. If you're wondering, Jesus, how does $600 million worth of product just disappear? That's how $600 million worth of product just disappears. It's like it's like you're watching one of those shopping shows where the people just run around and grab as much as they can in 90 seconds. That guy would be great because while everyone else is running around clearing off the shelves, he's like, all right, let me just go to the big ticket items. Let's grab a few of those. There we go. Everybody else has a cart that's up to here and it's got like biscuit mix in it. This guy's just got a few TVs.
Pancakes for days.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
This guy's just got TVs and booze bottles. He knows how to shop. Ah, boy. Let's talk about our friends at Old Capitol Tavern, 2 North Benton Drive at Sauk Rapids, oldcapitoltavern.com. Sunday is the all-you-can-eat poutine with your choice of pork belly. I recommend it. Chicken, pulled pork, or brisket for $14.99. And on Sunday, it's half-priced whiskey, and they have 240 different bottles of whiskey at Old Capitol Tavern. So take your pick.
And they pay for theirs.
Yes, yeah. And it's half price. Enjoy, watch the game, go hang out, have a great time at Old Capitol Tavern. And Midland Armory for home defense, wink, wink. And for all the other great stuff that you can do, hunting, collecting. Midland Armory is the way to go for your next firearm. And you don't have to be in Minnesota to use our friends at Midland Armory. You can go to the website, midlandarmory.com, and you know what they'll do for you? They'll send it to an FFL dealer near you. Or if you are an FFL dealer, you can just get it that way. That's Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota, midlandarmory.com. Again, midlandarmory.com. There's the website. The link will surely be in the chat. I got to throw a few thank yous out there, but the chat is literally stuck. There we go. Oh, wait, just one of them. Tanker Yanker with $10 says, good morning, guys. Hope today is a better day. Looking forward to a great show. Oh, we have an awesome show ready to go for you. I've got multiple Chad Zumock updates today.
Ooh.
Multiple Chad Zumock.
I thought he was done. Thought the word on the street was he gave up.
He was taking a break, and he was done with the internet for a while, and he made it almost 24 hours with that.
Oh.
He made it almost 24 hours taking a break from the internet. We'll play that for you, and then there was a new development yesterday. So we've been sitting on this Chad Zumock taking a break thing for 48 hours, and in that time, another thing has happened with our buddy Chad that is, and I'll see what your guys' opinion is, but when I saw it, highly suspect. Highly suspect. Not saying what he's saying didn't happen. I'm just saying that I feel like there's going to be more. He got
swatted too.
No, he did not.
Oh.
But maybe he felt that, Chrissy and I getting swatted, two of his mortal hatreds, that maybe he needed to get in on the news.
Oh.
As it were. We'll talk about all of it. 185 away from today's goal. Thank you guys very much. Very dry down here today. Is my humidifier going?
Yeah.
Yep, it's running. Just very dry-throated. We'll get to chat a little bit later on when it's a little more prime time, shall we say. What are we, still in the first hour?
Mm-hmm.
We'll go around prime time. We'll get into our Chad stuff. All right, this is very cool. The Minnesota Vikings being 8-1. I'm very excited. 325 against Dallas. We beat Buffalo last week, which I don't know if you saw, but Buffalo is due for 6 feet of snow this weekend.
Okay.
Not 6 inches is like, shit, I'm going to have to dig out of this. This sucks.
Yeah.
6 feet of snow. Now, I don't trust weather apps. I don't trust weather people. They always lie when it comes to snow. It never hits the number of the big blizzards that they're supposed to. In fact, if you believe like weather forecasts on big blizzards, you're a fucking moron. If you would bet the under every time, you would have made a lot of money by now. That's just a fact. So when they're saying 6 feet of snow for Buffalo, that's like the meteorologists are hoping for that big of a storm. But they've already moved the Bills game.
Right.
They're going to play in Detroit now. And I guess Detroit had a road game against New York, so they weren't using it anyway. But in Minnesota here, we're going to be playing Dallas at 325. It's going to be a fun game. It's at US Bank Stadium. And in the run-up to this game, a funny thing has happened. The Minnesota Vikings radio play-by-play announcer, Paul Allen, has gone totally viral on social media.
Uh-oh, what did he do?
Well, for his calling of the Bills-Vikings game. He's being lauded as a great local broadcaster, a great local play-by-play guy.
Okay, because we have a history of sports announcer made some... Oh, no.
Oh, no, he's on crack. Oh, boy, he got caught with crack. Yeah, we had one sports radio guy here in Minnesota who could not stop getting busted for crack. Which, it happens.
Just stop getting busted for crack. I love it so much.
I think he's okay now, but he was so bad off. Like, he had to leave our top sports station, this Jeff Dubé guy. He had to leave our top sports station in the state because of the drug problem. He got arrested. Then he took a couple years off, and he went back to a small fledgling sports station in Minneapolis. Mm-hmm. It didn't work out there. He had more addiction problems and stuff like that. His career got so bad. I wish I were making this up. I'm not. His career got so bad that when I was at KLFD AM 1410 in Litchfield, he contacted me, said he liked my show, and was wondering if I needed a co-host. I could
on
have
an AM in Litchfield.
I could have had Jeff Dubé as my co-host on my afternoon show in Litchfield, Minnesota. Do you know what I said? Hard pass.
I mean, do you regret it now?
Not at all.
Oh.
Because I don't think he was done by that time.
Yeah, but could have had some amazing moments.
I mean, maybe. Hey, you're a little late, Dubé. It's a 1 p.m. show. Where were you? I wasn't anywhere. It's not a big deal. Don't worry about it. Not a big deal at all. Like, I would listen to him when he came back on that other on the smaller sports station. And I listened to him, and I'm like, how are they hiding the fact that they know he's cranked up? Because he would talk a million miles per hour, and he would not shut up. And he was just full of this crazy energy. And you're like, could you maybe, not do the crack inside of the studio?
Could we, save it till after the show?
Yeah. Balls and Wiener says Jeff Dubé would have dragged down Aaron in the afternoon. It's absolutely true.
Aaron in the afternoon.
I mean, allegedly, that's how some people have said it in the past.
Drive in, drive out, drive through.
No,
stole your bit.
No, he did not.
Stole
no,
your bit.
That is, I don't claim that bit, so he can't steal it. I never said that.
Mm-hmm.
So Paul Allen, the Minnesota Vikings play-by-play guy, has been getting a lot of attention and a lot of appreciation this week. And while we already have some Minnesota people in the chat who are going, Paul Allen's fucking annoying. I don't like him. I'll say this. As a show host, he's obnoxious. I can't stand him. As a play-by-play guy, I used to really hate him because there was a big part of him that tried to make all the calls about himself. You could tell he was a big John Sterling fan from New York, the Yankees guy, and that guy's unbearable. But what I've heard from him in the last few years, and I'll admit it hasn't been much because even when I'm in the car, I'll put Hulu on my phone.
Right.
And I'll just watch the game. I'll put it up there and just, But from what I've heard in the last few years, he's not as bad. And when the rest of the country gets to watch him for a couple of minutes at a time, they go, oh, God, you have a great play-by-play guy. They really like him. So
let's try giving him some crack.
Yeah. See if you think he would be even better if he does some fucking crack, dude? Let's get him some fucking gank. Let's gank him up, get him some speed. What do you say? Well, anyway, he does the play-by-play games, and, the game against Buffalo being a very emotional game, his call and the video of it inside the booth has gone all over the place this week, and a lot of people are saying, you guys in Minnesota have such a great play-by-play guy. So let's check it out. Let's see what the whole country's been watching and see what we
27.
Now, I don't mean to brag. I have called football games in the past before. I called multiple prep bowls, meaning I did the play-by-play for the high school state championships for the Litchfield area schools, which would be like 3A.
Oh, cool.
A lot of 3A. Yeah. A lot of 3A pro football play-by-plays over here, guys. Not trying to brag. So here's
Sports Talk Aaron. Watch out.
Here's Paul Allen doing the Vikings-Bills game.
23 Buffalo. 4th and 18 for the Vikings from their own 27. The Bills safeties are 25 yards from the line of scrimmage. Kirk back to pass. He's going to heave one to JJ to the right. Jefferson leaps to catch it, and he caught it at the Bills 40. What a grab! Are you kidding me with that catch, JJ? 1st and 10.
Now, that is one thing that used to annoy me about Paul Allen. Like, they're not your buddies.
Yeah.
He's not JJ. But then, you know what? As I got older, I was like, he's the hometown announcer. Like, he's supposed to homie it up, you know?
Yeah, and that also kind of like, as someone who doesn't really watch a lot of football, that kind of makes it feel like I'm hanging out with him.
Yeah.
Like, we're hanging. Like, because that's what kind of like what I'd be like, are you kidding me with that? And I might call it the guy's name.
He makes you feel like you could do it.
I mean, yeah, possibly.
Are you kidding me? That made an incredible catch. No, Johnny, you can't call him the N-word on the broadcast.
And Vikings from the 17. Here's Cousins with a pass over the middle. Caught by Jefferson at the 3, and he paid for it. 4th and goal from inside the 1, trailing by 4.
So now he's even, like, people pointed this out, too. He's got the goddamn binoculars out and everything.
Well, he's getting as excited as everyone else did because he just I'm sorry, whether you like football or not, this was a dramatic end.
Yes.
This was a fucking
multiple
nail biter.
times. Yeah.
This was a back and forth, just like, which way is it going to go?
Yeah.
With 50 seconds to go, Cousins under center. Kirk sneaks, pushed by C.J. Ham, and no signal. No signal.
Oh, he didn't make it.
They said he didn't make it.
They said he didn't make it.
You lucky suckers.
Now that's a very Minnesota thing.
You lucky suckers.
Oh, you lucky suckers. Gee willikers. You little...
I'm sure there wasn't an F in your mind in there.
You lucky fag. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I want there to be like a series. I think this could rescue satellite radio. Uncensored football play-by-play. Like where a guy just gets to call the game however the fuck he wants to.
Did you not hear about the guy who accidentally called it raping?
First of all, that was Tim Hardaway, and that was no accident. All right? How dare you?
First down from the goal stripe for the Bills. Josh Allen puts Gabe Davis in motion, and Davis is behind Allen, and he tried to push him. He didn't get out of there!
Now, our announcer at this point thinks it's just a safety. He doesn't know about the touchdown yet.
Oh, no.
So he thinks it's a safety. He's losing his mind. Hold on a minute until when he finds out it's a touchdown. If you've never seen Paul Allen, the Vikings play-by-play guy, as you can maybe figure out by now, he's a bit excitable.
Get out! He did not get out! That's a safety! Give it to us! Give us a safety!
Look at what's taking so long.
Oh, the ball came out!
Down.
Yes, the
Are you
Vikings!
kidding me?
The Vikings are going to win!
Are you kidding?
Easy. First of all, in retrospect, easy there, Paul. You got a lot more screaming to do. Easy on that the Vikes are going to win shit. Because that was, as we now know, not the end of the game.
Which is, again, why this is one of the most exciting endings ever. Like, there were, like, 3, like, oh, it's over now. Oh, God, the stakes just doubled.
As a wrestling fan, this is like when there would be an Undertaker match at WrestleMania.
And he keeps popping back up?
Yeah, somebody would hit their finishing move, and you'd be like, oh, shit, and then 1, 2, oh, we got the shoulder up, and then Tombstone Pile Driver. Oh, looks like the Undertaker's going to win again. 1, 2, oh, he got the shoulder up. That was the Vikings versus the Bills was a WrestleMania spot fest.
Kidding me! Yes, drop that ball, Josh Allen!
That ball came loose!
Holy cow! 29-yard try left hash for Tyler Bass.
No, I want you guys to watch. This is, again, one of my favorite parts about Paul Allen. Now, you heard him go ape shit when the Vikings had a big moment.
Right.
Watch what happens in a Paul Allen play-by-play when the opposing team has a big moment.
Oh, 29-yard try left hash for Tyler Bass. Snap spot. Bass! Game tied. 2 seconds to go.
For the Vikings, holy shit! We finally got the football! These pieces of shit are going down!
We're going to Miami!
Yeah. All right. Buffalo piece of shit kicker. Gay F word kicks it. Lucky gay boy.
Now we're tied.
April, do you want to come down here and grab this phone call? It is from St. Cloud. I don't want to answer a police phone call on the air, so I'm going to unpair the phone. I don't know if she's sleeping or what. Where is she? She might be asleep at the moment.
Could be.
But I don't want to answer this call on the show. I'll unpair my phone there. It's
Do you need to mute your mic for a second?
No, I'm not going to take the call on the air.
Okay.
And I'm done stopping my show for that kind of stuff. So we finish up with Paul Allen. Here we go.
30-30.
Completely lost his wind when they took it.
So now, again, the Vikings are back.
Okay.
Here is Paul Allen calling the Vikings end of things.
3rd and 10 from the Bills 26. Vikings with one timeout left, empty backfield. Cousins shotgun. Bills rush 4 this time. Kirk straight in the pocket. Throws to the right. Caught! Jefferson at the 2-yard line. Snap spot. Joseph. Yes!
Now remember,
All right.
That's us taking the lead. Remember, when it was Buffalo trying to tie it up, it was...
Kicks the ball.
All right.
Tied up 2 seconds ago.
We're tied up. We kick one. Yes! And then we're going to Washington, D.C. to take back the White House. Ah!
Vikes lead 33-30. Allen back to pass in the pocket to the end zone. Yes! And he's stepped up by Patrick Peterson. And he slides down. And the Minnesota Vikings are 8-1 game.
There it is. That's so that's what went viral across the country this week, or around the world, I guess. The Minnesota Vikings play-by-play announcer. And, you know, the better the Vikings are doing, the more I forgive some of his stuff. You know?
So wait, you hold him accountable then in a way? Like when they're not doing as well, it's like, and you suck.
It's like, dude, I mean, can we at least call the game honestly? We're getting the shit kicked out of us. Like, let's at least appreciate how well the other teams do. Like, sometimes, but when it's something like that, yeah, fuck the other guys. This is a close game. Let's not give them shit. Let's continue on here. Let's go into our chat. Yeah, Colts had a good host, but he repeated a joke about an N on the wood pile. He heard, what? The Colts play-by-play guy, like on the air, told a joke about a...
Do you have a link?
I would love a link to that. Flashy Vic says they tried that fan commentary thing over here in the UK with the Premier League about 20 years ago. It was fucking awful. Just two assholes screaming overexcited and incoherent. Yeah, I mean, that's true, but no, I want like a professional broadcaster, but he's allowed to use words you're not allowed to use on radio.
Yeah.
I still want it to be a professional broadcaster. D-Man says, I used to skip school to smoke weed and listen to PA and Dubé. Dude, you were like the least rebellious high school weed smoker ever. Like you're smoking weed and you're doing all this shit, and then you're like, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to listen to sports talk radio. Like, what?
I'm going to simmer down and just let them call a Twins game.
When I was at school, sometimes I'd skip class, get high, and listen to Rush Limbaugh. What? All right, I mean, all of that was very rebellious until the end.
Look, man, I'm a rule breaker. I go against society. I smoke a spliff and listen to NPR.
Oh, man. I got to get my morning weed in so I can listen to Paul Harvey. Well, if you're skipping school in high school and smoking marijuana, good day. What?
I'm Paul Harvey. Puff, puff, pass. Good day.
All right, break out a line of cocaine and smoke your favorite spliff. Let's talk about the farm markets. Good day.
Interesting thing with corn subsidies, and this happens to be some of my favorite sticky icky.
Paul, you're supposed to be doing a laid-back news show.
Oh, he's laid back all right.
This is as laid back as it gets. Now, I told you the one about the farmer. Yes, for Christ's sake, I don't want to hear it again. Oh, God, we're doing radio in a small town. People are like, have you ever heard the Paul Harvey, it takes a God made a farmer bit? I'm like, yeah, I know how much you guys need your dick sucked. Now take your government welfare checks and shut the fuck up. Please, about the farmers.
They love Paul Harvey. He
Look,
was like the only one who would talk to them.
As a taxpayer, I help you just as much as you help me, okay? This is a pretty transactional relationship. You don't need your cock sucked on top of it. Hoshak with $4.99. Thank you very much. He says, my favorite show. Thank you, buddy. 180 away from today's goal. Thank you very, very much. When April wakes up, hopefully they call her phone, because I did tell them, I'm like, if you have any information for me, like I'm busy in the morning, call April. Johnny Chimpo says, I think chat moved too fast. You didn't see my comment. They were talking about steel toe on Perry Caravello last night. Tom wants to set up the interview. Johnny Chimpo, would this be on his YouTube stream? I would die to hear that.
Yeah.
I would love to hear Perry talk about the steel toe show. We have some Perry Caravello today. He was So Perry's now started in, like, we're done with Stuttering John because he's just not making any new stuff. But I am fully willing
to let other people
watch Perry Caravello talk about Stuttering John.
Wait a minute, what?
So Perry's been shitting on John lately because John, I guess, tweeted something about him or said something about him. Well, now Perry's fans are donating money to Perry during his streams, but using Stuttering John's name. And Perry's not hip to the internet, so he thinks
doesn't
it's
get
John.
that it's not.
And he's been fucking hammering Stuttering John to the point where he's now accepted an invitation to go on the Uncle Rico show, Shuli's show, with Bob Levy about Stuttering John. And
does he still think Stuttering John is the one responsible?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, God.
And we have that clip for you today. He's going on the Uncle Rico show. Actually, speaking of the Uncle Rico show, I have to say this. Very cool guy. Shuli sent me a DM yesterday on Twitter with everything that's been going on. Just said, hey, man, just making sure you're okay. And then invited April and I up to, I think they're calling it Dabble Fest in Rochester, New York in February. It's going to be like some podcasting and some stand-up. I didn't have the heart to tell him I love Shuli, and that was very nice of him. I don't think Rochester in February is really something I'm into. Like Rochester, New York, February, that sounds like...
It's going to be a lot of slushy, snowy mess.
I don't even think there's going to be a lot of slush.
It's just cold?
Just cold and snow. It's like Buffalo, you know?
Well, yeah, but don't they still have like the Atlantic current thing helping them out?
I don't know. I mean, Rochester's upstate New York. I would think that it would be freezing that time of year. I could be wrong. Hey, let's watch you and I play meteorologist.
Yeah. That job we think everyone else sucks at.
Who wants to watch us not know what the fuck we're talking about? Does that sound like... Well, you do that every day, so I suppose. Johnny Chimpo, could you do me a big favor, buddy? And you know what? Send your information to April. There'll be a steel toe t-shirt in it for you. Could you go on Perry's YouTube and could you get a timestamp for us? And just tell me what the timestamp is. We'll go listen to it.
Yeah.
If you could go do that now, go watch Perry's show on YouTube.
You know what you're looking for.
Yeah, let us know what video it is and what the timestamp is. I know I would. I think the audience would love to hear Perry Caravello talk about the Steel Toe show. That would make my day. I'm a big Windy City Heat fan. We love Perry on this show. All right, people saying lake effect snow like Buffalo. Okay, so Rochester a lot like Buffalo. There you go. Aaron DeTires has shelter for you up there in Rochester. Oh,
yeah,
that's right.
You can hang out under his porch.
I could hang out with Aaron DeTires. April, we could bring the whole Steel Toe crew. We could sleep under there like a den of a possum. Could be a lot of fun.
Yeah, we can all get drunk with him on, what does he drink? The Skol vodka and bargain basement lemonade or something?
Yeah, it's like the Aldi or dollar store pineapple juice or orange juice.
There we go. Yeah, it was pineapple juice. He keeps doing screwdriver's orange juice. What's the pineapple one called? I don't know.
It's called taking pulls out of the bottle and then chasing it with pineapple juice. It doesn't have a name.
It's technically a mixer when it reaches his stomach.
It's a DeTires. That's what it is. It's a DeTires. All right. So, yes, Johnny Chimpo, if you want to get on that and send us a timestamp, I would absolutely love that, buddy. That would be appreciated. 180 away from today's goal. Still not time for Zumockian stuff today. I want to wait until around 8 o'clock or so when we've got prime Zoom, because we have some really good stuff. We have Chad taking a break from the internet on Wednesday, and we have Chad coming right back to the internet on Thursday. And we have some very suspect shit regarding Chad Zumock today. So it should be a lot of fun when we finally get to that. But first, you guys want to hear about what San Francisco's doing? I'm sure this is going to be a great idea.
Well, so many of their ideas are absolute bangers.
Oh, my God. I mean, like, let people steal. Who can forget that one?
Target's a big fan.
Allow homeless people to pitch tents in public property.
It's only raised market values.
Don't really worry about heroin needles.
Hey, man, who doesn't want to live next to the biggest open-air drug market?
Exactly. Now get ready for San Francisco's biggest, first-of-its-kind pilot program. You know what? Here.
A new pilot program launching in San Francisco will guarantee income for dozens of transgender people.
So wait.
Yeah?
Just because you think you were born a different gender, you can't work?
Well, no, you can work.
What do you mean?
You can still work. In fact, they would encourage you to work.
But then what?
They're just also going to cut you a check every month.
For what?
Being trans.
How big is the check?
Promise not to get mad.
I promise that I might get a search.
For a year and a half. Tonight, ABC 7 News reporter
for a
Tim
year and a
Johns
half. Okay.
explores this first-of-its-kind initiative for
only
a
for a year
community
and a
that
half.
is often...
Basically, they're going to pay for you to cut your dick off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I changed my mind. If it's not long term, then I'll keep the penis.
Interest-free dick removal surgery. Pay 1 year, no interest payments.
This is really like a reverse mortgage on your cock. Look, I wouldn't sell reverse cock mortgages if I thought they were some sort of scam.
And I wouldn't pitch to you transgender guaranteed income if I thought that it harmed one single American trans person. It's just like your regular mortgage. You get a check every single month, and you pay it back when you can. Nobody's going to take your dick unless you want us to.
We're
left
using
behind.
it anyway.
If Tom Selleck does reverse dick mortgages, we know that he's a piece of shit.
Yeah, but I'm kind of in it then if he's leaning
Yeah.
in. Like, all right.
His heavy nose breathing that he does. Look, I wouldn't be here if I thought that one woman was going to get her tits lopped off by mistake. All right? And I wouldn't be telling you about this if I thought that it would misgender one American citizen.
For some of the most forgotten people in our community,
Forgotten? They never let us fucking forget.
Do you not know that there are like veterans in this country who
Yeah.
like went overseas, did shit they didn't want to do, got fucked up psychologically. Now they're living on a street corner because they can't handle life. Yeah, they're not forgotten at all.
By the way, when is Jonah's comedy show this week? I'm just kidding.
it's Saturday and there's less than 20 tickets available.
Oh, so you don't really need to do that much plugging today, do
Nope.
you? Oh, boy. So less than 20 tickets available for...
and that was last week.
Okay.
When that was that. So there's probably under 10 or maybe even sold out by now.
all
I
right,
don't know.
Silly Beaver Comedy at Beaver Island Brewing Company on Saturday. If you're looking for something to do, beg them for a spot to get in.
Yeah.
Basically is how it's going to go.
Lifeline could soon be coming from the city of San Francisco.
Is that is that a trans Colonel Colonel Transders? What the fuck is that thing?
Turns out one of the secret ingredients was his penis.
Yes. One of the 18 herbs and spices was his cunt dust from his vagina removal. By the way, cunt dust will be playing after the comedy show at Beaver Island. I love that though. Like our most forgotten citizens. First of all, if you live in St. Cloud, Minnesota, you cannot forget about trans people for a second. I imagine in San Francisco, it's a million times less forgettable. So
Why would you say that?
Because if you're walking around shopping, trans people comes up to you and goes, "Are you forgetting about us right now? You better not be forgetting."
I mean, just because San Francisco, like if there was like a land for every holiday and everything, like San Francisco would kind of be Pride Land. I mean, like
And not like the Lion King's Pride Land.
no.
This would be a much gayer Pride Land. This would be like if it was only Zazu.
On Wednesday, the mayor's office announced a new
bunch
effort
of cocks. Diddly dee.
There they are, standing in my mouth.
Diddly diddly dum.
Big one, small one, some that won't fit in your arse.
Some that are leaking milk.
That was cum. Just so you know. It's a different kind of Pride Lands once Zazu was in charge. All right, now we're going to listen to house music. Oh, fuck, not again.
It's the circle jerk of life.
Oh, I just can't wait to be a queen. That would have been a different movie. Don't give them ideas.
to combat poverty among transgender residents.
This is the first guaranteed income program for trans people in the country.
The initiative is called GIFT and will give 55 people $1,200 a month for 18 months.
$1,200 a month.
For 18 months.
That's a shitty house here in Minnesota.
How are you?
Used to be a nice house.
How are you a trans person and like I don't get it. You're broke and down on your luck, but you can afford medication and drugs to change your gender?
I was thinking about that, like $1,200 in Minnesota. Like when I was first buying a house, that bought you a nice house. Now it doesn't get you shit. Like $1,200 a month is like $150, $175. Like you're going to need work. Or no, it's more than, it's probably about $170. No, it's actually probably about a $200,000 with the way interest rates are now. That's probably like a $200 some odd $1,000 house, which used to be like a decent amount for a house.
In Minnesota, anyways.
Yeah, now it's a rougher go nowadays.
The program has been years in the making and is a partnership between local government, Lyon Martin Community Health Services, and the Transgender District. But activists hope the gift program...
I just want to know how many different groups of people, trans people, got to cut the line in front of to get this $1,200 a month check. And by the way, to show you how, because we all think that like, oh my God, like 10% of the country is trans. No, it's a very fractional, tiny number. As evidence that in San Francisco, where you'd probably be the most open about your transness, 55 people are getting these checks. 55. Oh, there's not many of them. Like, this is what my whole thing about, like, oh, some of the most forgotten people. I'm like, forgotten? There's 10 of them, and they never shut the fuck up about it.
Well, there's a story that I was reading when I was prepping my show yesterday. I guess there's a report or whatever. There's like 30 trans people that died or whatever, like murdered or whatever. And it's just like, oh, trans people, they're killing all the trans people. Like, you realize 30 is the total number. Like, if we put them all together, and I think it even included like self-harm, is like 30. We could go
even with self-harm, it was 30?
I don't even know if it was with self-harm. It might not include self-harm.
And they also tried to do this thing where they insinuate that it was like hate crimes, and it's not. Even like if just a trans person was killed, they just happen to be trans, they count that.
And then again, like I said, you can look at any other group of people and just how many of them die in the course of a month, and you've got way more than that.
Not only that, I was reading a story about that same thing you're talking about, and they went, turns out trans people were murdered at a much lower rate than the rest of the country.
Yeah, so
cut your dick off, you'll be safer. Cut your dick off if you want to live.
Is only the first step in helping a community in need. Statistics show that trans people suffer disproportionately from things like poverty, discrimination, and abuse.
Yes, because they think everything's discrimination and abuse.
Yes, and it might also be the rampant amount of mental illness in that community. Johnny, what's one of the number one indicators that of homelessness? What's one of the things they tend to be?
Mentally unstable?
Mentally ill. Yeah, that's one of the big ones. Addiction, mental illness. Those are the two biggies for homelessness.
How did I avoid that then? I've got both of those.
You're a trans and... Oh, no. Oh, mentally ill and alcoholism.
I mean, I'm almost trans. I have the dick, but it doesn't work. Is it really there?
You'd be a forced trans, though.
It's like if a penis gets erect in the forest.
And there's no Zazu to suck it. Does it make a sound? We just turned Zazu into a gay icon today.
Yeah, I have no idea why.
Rafiki is casting spells on the Pride Lands because he's very conservative.
The U.S.
Based Rafiki. I will tell you now, their lifestyle is an abomination unto the gods.
Mega!
Fucking based Rafiki.
Survey, which is the only large-scale study of trans people in the United States. In 2015 found that 33% of trans people in California were living in poverty.
Well, that's because everybody in California is living in poverty because every house costs $1 million. You guys are the living embodiment of what not to do.
We're living in poverty. We can't even afford our macchiatos. It's okay. You're living in poverty. Meanwhile, that guy's living on the street.
Yeah.
There's a lot more than 30 of them on your street.
In order to qualify, individuals...
Get it? It's called GIFT, Guaranteed Income for Transgender People.
Can be making no more than $600 a month. Applications for those potentially eligible...
Wait, they can only be making $600 a month or less? Then what's the $1,200 going to do? $1,800 won't get you an apartment in San Francisco. Maybe, you know what? Maybe they're trying to get them to move out. Like, we'll give you $1,200 a month, but at the end of the year, you have to get the fuck out of town.
And they're doing it the only way liberals can. It's like, we're pretending to help you.
Yeah, we're pretending to help, but we'd really appreciate it if you... We got really nice apartments and houses here, and you guys are starting to stink it up with your trans homeless filth.
Look, you're trans X now.
Yes.
Are open through December 15th, with priority given to trans people of color, a focus that's welcomed by...
Of course you did.
Guaranteed income for GIMP.
These are becoming like Mad TV sketches at this point. Oh, of course it would be trans people of color. I mean, you wouldn't want to be racist while you're handing trans people thousands of dollars.
Hey, I'm all for this. How many people are suddenly going to identify as a woman now in San Francisco? Like, hey, I'm here for that money. Like, oh.
Are you sure you're trans? He stretches his soft dick out and goes, you want to find out? I really need this 12 hundo.
Trans activist and San Francisco native, Honey Mahogany.
Honey Mahogany.
Come on. How seriously am I supposed to take you when you get to pick your name and you pick a stripper name?
Yeah, dude. I mean, seriously, I'm pretty sure I may have introduced you in a former career.
Do you know what honey mahogany is? It's what happens when I drop toast on my couch. It's got honey on the mahogany. See, I like a good honey toast. It's a joke.
I think that when we lift those people up, the people who are, at the bottom of the totem pole, then everyone benefits.
You're at the bottom of the totem pole?
I've never even seen that many books.
You can literally leave your apartment and find people who do not have a personal library.
You get to call yourself Honey Mahogany, and people go to jail if they laugh at you and point. I mean, I'd say you got a pretty good life.
No, but they're at the bottom.
Oh. Well, what I've heard about trans people is that they started at the bottom. Now they're here. Started at the bottom. Now the whole team's fucking here. And then,
moving on up.
And then, of course, Drake says the N-word in the coolest way I've ever heard, and I get so jealous when I hear that song.
Because you can't do it.
Because it's just, no. Like, it's just very chill.
Says the city has long been a place of refuge for transgender people. She fears it as a way.
It's like Argentina was for the Nazis, It's just, you're welcome here.
Protect trans youth, because we need more of them. We don't have enough.
We got to recruit. Remember, they're not born like this. We got to recruit them.
Of anti-trans.
Yeah, if you're just born that way, then why do these schools have to try so hard to not tell the parents and, change everything about these kids and direct them in a certain, position, usually bent over? Why do you have to do that if you're just born, right back, baby, you were born this way? I don't know.
Legislation sweeps parts of the country. Programs like these will become even more critical for people who simply have nowhere else to go.
Those aren't trans people.
Those aren't trans people.
Those are actual homeless people.
They're not even people. Oh, sorry. I mean, that's what I've been screaming. Thank you, John.
It's really, really important that we figure out ways to welcome those folks who are coming here who have nowhere else to go and be able to help stabilize them and make sure that they don't end up on the streets.
How about you help all the other homeless people that are there too? Like those people who have nowhere else to go. They just have mental illness, but they chose to keep their genitalia, so fuck them.
Can I do an impression of a regular homeless person in San Francisco?
Okay.
After hearing about this program? I was passed over! I can handle things. I'm smart. Not like everybody says, like dumb, but I'm smart and I want respect. Or at least a check for $1,200 a month. Oh, shit.
Are we square? I cut my fucking dick off. Are we square?
I'm bleeding from the dick. Are we square? Oh. Just a bunch of homeless people going, look, I know we're not the most comfy thing in the world to look at, but trans people first? Are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah, dude, I want hundreds and hundreds of homeless people like to say in unison, bull fucking shit! Like just with the people that are most looked over, just armies of them. Because again, like you said, with San Francisco, they got a whopping 55 people.
You got a bunch of homeless people gathering in a parking lot and going, there are 55 trans homeless people bedding down in this city tonight. And I'm sick of it, all right? Look, Johnny Wilson over there, his dad used to drink and do heroin on this corner, and now a bunch of trans people came in and kicked him off his corner. It's not funny. Don't laugh. This is happening in our community, in our neighborhood. Oh. Hey,
it's scary how good he was at that role.
Curtis, come on, put that out. Come on, weed is for trans people. Gary Crouch with $4.99 says Trannifornia Gold Rush.
I'm going out Trannifornia way.
Yeah. Oh, I figure I'd find a bunch of discarded cocks out there and I could find myself a biggin. Everybody's panning for cocks. They're sitting there, ooh, a 7. Lab Glass with $10 says, did you know that the bottom of the totem pole is the place of power? I mean,
if you're a power bottom.
Tell that to a certain boyfriend. Huh? Oh, my God. Like, oh, we're on the bottom of the totem pole. Really? Because I'm hearing you're getting $1,200 a month. So you're at least ahead of all the homeless people who don't get $1,200 a month.
Again, you could get 55 homeless people to give that money to off of just one block. Like,
right.
We're so overlooked. No, we can't see you because there aren't that many.
Right.
That's what it is. You're not overlooked. You're just hard to find.
Literally 55 of you, and it's San Francisco.
You guys are the Where's Waldo of people. It's like, here's a crowded supermarket.
I'd lose you guys in Watkins. I mean, let's be fair. Thank you very much to Deezen Big Balls with $10. Appreciate that, buddy. Look at that. You guys are only 160 away from today's goal.
Thank you.
Thanks for all the chipping in, everybody. Streamlabs and PayPal links in the chat. Again, 160 away from today's goal. So, best of luck to San Francisco on their pilot program. I'm sure this is going to solve all the problems.
It's going to go as well as all the other ones they do.
Yeah, exactly. So wait, between getting $1,200 a month, if you're a trans person, and all the shit you can steal for free from Target, I mean, you might be able to carve out a pretty decent life for yourself.
Yeah, because, if you only have to spend your money on paying the bill for the apartment because then they can evict you and you just take everything else, you'd be all right.
It's a good point. Yeah.
Stretch that money.
Yes.
It's a recession.
Stretch that money. Like they stretch your dick before they give it the... Well, you get the idea. I am obsessed. I will admit I'm obsessed with new news on the Courtney Clenny case. You know about Courtney Clenny?
No, I don't.
She's the OnlyFans model who killed her boyfriend and then claimed self-defense.
Yeah.
That was found covered in blood and then said, he made me do it.
He made me stab him in the neck.
Yeah. Well, we're finding out some things in court. First of all, that she got really fat and she's not hot anymore.
Oh, wow.
Poor gal.
So I'm sure no one's sympathy stayed.
No. Bearded Trucker with $10 says, happy hunting, Aaron. Oh, don't say that to me. There are the law enforcement folks are the ones, and they're not really hunting. It's more found. So anyway.
It wasn't hard.
Yeah, it was not hard at all. It was, we were dealing with very stupid people, like remarkably stupid people.
The fate of the world's at stake, and we're trusting it with a bunch of men I wouldn't touch with a potato gun.
They're trying. Look. They want to help Jake Hudson, and they're the best at what they do. So am I, and I'm not very optimistic. We have 3 days to save Jake Hudson, and you've got this whole mission in the hands of a bunch of retards that I wouldn't trust with a potato gun. It's actually very accurate. Only there's no Harry Stamper in that crew. It's just a bunch of rockhounds. That's about it.
Just want to feel the power between my legs.
Although I will admit, the group that, Jake sicked on us, not exactly swimming in pussy. I'll say that. And by the way, might be part of the reason they are the way they are. Quite a bit not swimming in pussy. Lemmy says, Aaron, you're banned for mentioning he who must not be named. Oh, damn it. I forgot to tell you guys, this is like a communist dictatorship. Rules for thee, not for me. Just so we're clear on that. 160 away from our goal today. Thank you. So, Courtney Clenny, yeah, she got chubby and gross.
That's why I didn't recognize her.
Exactly, because you didn't have a boner. She's in court now. And they've been playing all this evidence. Her whole thing is it was self-defense, so on and so forth, to which the prosecution has been playing recordings showing her freaking out on him for saying hi to a woman. And then, of course, the one thing that really doesn't help Courtney Clenny's case is the multiple recordings in which she tells him she's going to kill him.
Oh, yeah, no, that doesn't...
No.
That kind of looks... there's a word for it. Premature... No, that's the other one. Premeditation. There we go.
You know where I come from. And where is that exactly? Manorville, Tennessee. When we... up there, what we call making a little... what the government calls illegal trafficking activity, but we call making a little extra money for your family selling moonshine liquor. It behooves one to keep its wits. And when we hear a deal that's too good to be true, it ain't. Oh, so she threatened to kill the guy a lot, and then he ended up dead, and she called it self-defense? Yeah, we got a word for kind of that. Suspicious. Let's go to the latest in the court. Now, Courtney Clenny, the headline of this story is, dad of OnlyFans model Courtney Clenny claims he didn't know about her online career. Now, they found out she made $3 million on OnlyFans. $3 million. And her dad didn't know that she was doing that. To which look, and some people might say, well, that's dishonest. It shows that she's a liar, so on and so forth. If I may come to her aid for just a second, she already broke the news to dad that she was dating a black guy. I mean, how many heart attacks do you want to risk in a year? You know? I mean, I understand. I get it. You know?
What do you mean he didn't know about her career? He met her boyfriend.
Now, wait a minute. I have no idea what you mean by that.
I'm just saying if you make a decision on one vein, you might another.
Big purple vein. All right. Well, anyway, let's see what the latest is in the Courtney Clenny situation.
Man, he would have liked her more if he had waited.
Not having a good day, where I actually literally want to kill you. But you.
Well, that's not going to go well for your murder trial. They play that in court, and the other lawyer is like Jim Carrey. Saddle, 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 saddle.
Objection, Your Honor. Why? It's detrimental to my case.
Devastating to my case. Lawyer comes in with tissues up his nose. What happened? I was attacked by a madman, Your Honor. A pathetic man at the end of his miserable rope. Did you see what he looked like? About 6'2", big teeth, kind of gangly.
You don't take me seriously.
Well, do you now? Oh. This is Courtney Clenny's boyfriend changing. Do you see?
And the bread knife, too. That's extra salty.
Ooh, yeah, that rips on the way out.
That's on the way in, too.
Yeah, way in, way out.
Baby, I'm so sorry.
Wow, she went from I'll fucking kill you to sorry about killing you. Classic woman, can't make up her mind. Come on, is he dead or is he alive? Are you sorry or do you want to kill him?
Is it weird that knowing where she's going from these photos, I'm finding her less attractive in them? Like, I'm like, you're heading down a road.
Who goes to prison and gets fat? You wouldn't think the food would be good enough, but oh well. Somebody's skipping leg day and tummy day and face day and not eating day. So we have some of the stuff showing her homicidal intent. Just 1 month before stabbing her boyfriend to death. Oh no. On the cell phone video recorded by her slain ex, model Courtney Clenny can be heard saying, I actually literally fucking want to kill you. And there you see her punching her boyfriend in the head in an elevator. Kind of a reverse Ray Rice.
This is just one of those things where it's like, oh, it's a pit bull, but I can control it. I can contain, if it gets
Johnny,
a little
he's
unruly.
A black man. I'm
talking
you to stop
about her.
Calling them that.
Talking about her.
Oh.
Because everyone's like, it's so nice. Look, it likes the kids and it just wants to cuddle, and then it eats the baby.
Pit bull?
Yeah.
It's not the animal I would compare her to.
Okay.
Like a certain variety of shark, I believe. Isn't it? What's that wet dirt? What do you call that when it gets real wet and...
Mud.
Oh, okay. Name escapes me right now, but you get the idea. Oh, she's a certain kind of furnace I would compare her to. Not wood burning stove. What are the kind of furnaces? They burn different types of energy. Name some of them. You've got
like methane,
propane. Yeah. What's another? What else can you burn?
Coal.
Oh yeah. See, I don't know what I'd call her though. I just know that that's a kind of stove.
She's a coal digger.
Yeah. The shocking audio will be presented in a courtroom as prosecutors make their case against Courtney Clenny.
Wait, is that her third victim? She's got 3 tears behind her ear.
Oh my God, look at all the teardrops. Many online have found the clip alarming. Yeah, well, I'm sure they have. I'm sure Vanilla Ice Cream on Twitter is very upset about a lot of things. But, yeah, that's pretty bad. Pretty bad. I mean, when you're trying to call self-defense and then you pull the I'm going to fucking kill you card.
I gotta say, this is one where I kind of blame the boyfriend. I'm sorry. She didn't just get to stabbing you in the neck.
I get that, yeah. I mean, she was insane for a long time.
And you had to know that it wasn't going to go well because you're in that relationship with someone who has that career profession. So odds are maybe she's a little, but
how dare you?
Well, I'm just saying,
awfully presumptuous.
Choosing to expose yourself in that way is not a sign of normal behavior.
No.
So, I mean, like I said, risks might be heightened.
Yes. Why do I podcast with $20? He says for April's therapy. Yeah. April was already last night going, you know what? I feel kind of bad for taking the day off. And she was already kind of climbing out of it yesterday. But I think it's still a good idea for her to just take a day. And
then I texted her and said, you sit down and you do what's good for my bank account.
I mean, bribing you to come in and do a day, not the 135 away from today's goal. Thank you to Why Do I Podcast and Peterbilt Piston. I love that you changed your name to that, whoever you were before. 135 away from today's goal. Thank you guys very much for your generosity. Nick Adams says, imagine that cute little pure snow bunny being assaulted by that big...
Oh, whoa.
He says, or was it the other way around? Disregard my last statement. All right, fair enough. Michael B. says, oh, man. Oh, he was black. Not guilty. Oh, no, come on. But she didn't tell the dad about the OnlyFans. Then you imagine your dad. Like, imagine you're her dad, and you've already got to find out that she's been arrested for murder. And then you're like, oh, yeah, by the way, she's just been getting plowed on camera for money. And it's like, oh, fuck. And then the dad's like, it's going to be a weird question. I want you guys to bear with me. Remember, I'm in mourning. Was it at least white guys? Because look, the black boyfriend thing was kind of, God damn it, sir. Would you just take this shit seriously?
Look, I want to answer your question, but the truth is I don't know. Because complexion, yes. But then again, that hair was really curly.
Yes.
Big nose.
Paul Polito says, odd that people get inked up without knowing what the shit actually means. I think that's more funny. I like that better. People were trying to guess what kind of furnace it was. That's I see kerosene wood. Yeah, don't worry, guys. I appreciate the help.
Pellet stove. That's what it was. It was a pellet stove.
Pellet stove.
Those things are awesome.
No, that's if it's an Asian guy. What? Anyway,
those are twigs.
I'm just checking out some of these, trying to pick out my favorites. OnlyFans is the new behind the Quickie Mart blowjob. Rasputin of Raymond says, Johnny, you're forgetting $3 million. That's why he stuck around.
Yeah, that really paid out for him.
Yeah. Citizen M says, Daddy Negan, can we please go to war on Eliza Jordana? I did see something about her that really annoyed the shit out of me. Apparently, she kind of pushed Andy Dick into the RV thing. Like, apparently a guy she runs around with is the guy who ran the RV stuff and the house stuff that Andy did, and he like bought Andy booze and used the donations to buy Andy booze and would live stream Andy in his house. Like that's back when, remember when Andy was, the cops were being called because people were in that house with a gun
and people were worried about him and stuff.
Yeah, exactly. I watched a documentary on YouTube, and I'm getting this all from the documentary. I think it was Turkey Tom who made it, who I like Turkey Tom. He was saying that, like, Eliza Jordana was talking to Andy Dick on her show, and then she put him in touch with this guy that I don't know if she was dating him or what. I don't know the whole IRL streaming world that well. But like she helped set him up, and then they kept plying him booze and drugs and other things. Like, and then they were taking donations and then pocketing the donations. And the guy was saying, oh, well, Andy's booze costs a lot of money and he smokes my weed. So of course I take the donations. So Andy was making all these people money, and they were just keeping it and keeping him drunk. Yeah. So that's pretty fucking gross. Although Cosmic B raises a great point, Andy is a grown-ass man and responsible for his choices. But when you take an addict and you push him in a particular direction, it doesn't take much influence for him to make those decisions.
Those are pliable people.
Yes, and making those decisions under duress. So I don't know. Like, we could watch Eliza Jordana's shit and make fun of her, but is she really? I don't know. Is she that? I don't know much about her. Oh, they're saying, isn't her community the one fucking with April? Oh, is that where? I don't know if that's where. Look, I know who the guy is. I just know that Jake Hudson kind of prompted him into it. If that is it, then I'm going to have, if it's that community, I'm going to have a talk with Eliza Jordan. I mean, if you guys can connect, I would trust Granny on this because everything Granny has given the police has been 1,000% checked out accurate. If you guys can connect the dots there, Granny and Lemmy, and it is her, then I am definitely going to be having a talk with Eliza Jordana, and we will definitely get that straightened out. That fucking fame-chasing piece of shit. Absolutely, if that's her. I mean, you talk about someone who fucked their way to the bottom of the middle. Ugh, talentless dipshit. But if there is a connection there, yeah, let me know. Let me know. Junkies are easier to steer than a BMW, says King Yeti. Yeah, I mean, saying that like Andy's a grown man and he's responsible for his own decisions, that's accurate to a point.
But he's not in a mindset where he's making those. Like,
he's making them under duress.
Yeah.
But I think Andy's going to jail for like 6 months. We actually have a story about that for today. We can find that here somewhere. The Andy Dick thing. Yeah. 90 days.
Oh, there we go.
So he's going to go to jail for 90 days. Yeah, at least he'll be out of those RVs and shit for 90 days. And he'll also have to register as a sex offender after being convicted of sexual battery from a 2018 assault. Wow, that took a while to wind through the courts.
Kevin Spacey's going to call him and be like, welcome to my world.
Well, now he got cleared too.
Yeah, but no, there's 7 more that he just got hit with.
Oh, did he? Yeah.
Yep.
So he's playing Frogger.
He's back at it again.
He's playing Frogger on the hardest level with sexual assault allegations. Dick was convicted of sexual battery, with the judge sentencing him to 90 days in the LA County Jail. He will have to check himself into jail on November 17th. Okay, so yesterday he had to check in. And will also have to register as a sex offender. They also ordered him to complete 52 Alcoholics Anonymous sessions, 52 Sexual Compulsion Anonymous sessions, 12 mental health counseling sessions, and pay restitution to the victim. Upon his release, he will spend 12 months on summary probation, where he will be supervised as he completes his courses. Okay. And I'm guessing if he doesn't do that, then there's some kind of added penalty. Yeah, there's some kind of added penalty for
I will say this, the people that have been plying him with booze and drugs, I feel like that they should also be held accountable for this in a sense.
Yeah.
Like, because I mean, yeah, he's an addict and he has these problems, but he did have a culture of people feeding those problems because stoking that fire helped them.
Yeah, there's multiple ways to look at it. Put it that way. God, 7:45. How long do I want to hold on to this? Do we want to open the 7 o'clock hour stories, or we want to do Chad Zumock?
I think we can do the 7-hour stories.
7 o'clock hour stories.
And then we'll hit the Chad. And
we'll hit Zumock a little bit. Zumock's going to take quite a bit of time because we've not only got the clip we were going to do yesterday,
but then we've got the follow up,
which was him quitting the internet. But also with Mr. Zumock, we have a new development from yesterday that seems mighty sus, as the kids say. Mighty sus. Before we do any of that, Nancy Pelosi is leaving Democratic leadership. Woo! Oh, I don't know what you're celebrating. She's so wonderful. Time for the next generation, she says. I mean, she's only, like 80-something?
82 or 85. 80. I don't remember which one it is.
First elected to the House in 1987, so she's been there
She's been there for 35 years.
35 years. Oh, God. It doesn't say how old she is in this article. There's just really little things you can pick out on certain media outlets where you can, like, their bias isn't like wide open, but their bias is certainly implied.
Oh, yeah.
And like not listing Nancy Pelosi's age, I feel like there might be a reason for that.
If you don't want anyone, making an argument for term limits, why would you do that?
Yeah. Like if she was sworn in January of 1987, then she has been in the House all but 1 week of my life.
Yeah.
I was born December 24th, 1986. And she's been in since the beginning of 1987.
Almost my whole life.
Holy shit. She was elected to the House before I was born.
Yeah, and I'm sure her age and all the time she spent on the earth, I'm sure that hasn't, molded her views in ways that might not be, conducive to modern society.
You think? They're saying 82. All right, she's 82 years old. She will not seek re-election to Democratic leadership in the next Congress. Yeah, but she's also not stepping down from her seat. So now whoever is in charge next is going to have her looking over their shoulder.
Mm-hmm.
I hate that.
And she's still in a position to do all the dealing stuff she was doing before.
Yeah.
So it's just again, I don't know. I just when the insider trading is so obvious.
You know what it is? She doesn't want to be in the minority. Like the Republicans took the House, and she's like, I don't want to be the leader of the.
That's why she waited for her announcement until they saw how this all waited out.
Yeah, they waited to see how it all shook out, and then she went, "Oh yeah, I never wanted to be leader anymore anyway. It's just kind of just a pain in the ass." You know?
Minority AOC, you're up.
So the GOP with 221 seats right now. You know, I'll tell you this: these states where they're still counting, they are so much more willing to call a Democratic race early than they are to call a Republican race. All these Republicans in these races I'm seeing have been up by 5 points the entire count.
But we're not calling it.
Up 6, up. Okay, this guy's up 0.6. And how would we only have 51% of the vote in California from these counties? This is amazing. This guy's up by 5 points with 60% of the vote in. I mean, Lauren Boebert, all the votes are in, and she's leading right now, but they won't call it. There's obviously going to be a recount in that one, but she's gonna win. She's probably gonna win that one. This is where, like with the Republicans, they were so stupid with how they approached this election. Everyone else, if you wouldn't have built this up as like a red wave in this big thing, and it turns out the guys Trump ran and the abortion thing turned out to be the reason they didn't get the Senate, because all of Trump, like most of Trump's guys lost in the Senate.
Yep.
And a lot of it happened to be like. A lot of people didn't come out and vote for the Trump people, and then a lot of people came out to vote for the abortion stuff. So that double whammy kind of dicked him over. But you have like all of these people who were celebrating, like Lauren Boebert, like losing her seat, and then she pulled ahead, and they won't call it now because they all would have to eat so much shit. But like, if the Republicans, if you would have said, "Hey, you guys are going to take back the House, and you're going to, you're going to lose the Senate. You're not going to have the Senate, but you're going to get the House." They go, "Well, that's enough to stop anything Joe Biden wants to do."
We'll take it.
Hey, that sounds like a W. But now it looks like a big time loss for them
because they pumped it up as this big victory. We're taking the House and the Senate. We're taking it all back. And
they cocked off so hard, and now a draw looks like a loss at this point. So she's out of there. I don't know who they're going to pick next. I'm really hoping it's AOC. I'm really hoping that AOC becomes
you think she'd put her foot in her mouth a few times?
It would be awesome if she. I want her to be in charge of that party so fucking bad.
I was hoping they would. When I saw the things of like people at her rallies that couldn't stand her and stuff, I was like, maybe there's a chance.
Yeah,
but no.
Brian says, did you see Anne Heche sitting up on the stretcher unzipping the body bag? Yeah, we saw that when the news story first came out. I don't know if she unzipped the body bag, though. I don't think you can unzip those. But they did have her like
sit up on the stretcher.
She did sit up on the stretcher for sure. 135 away from today's goal. If you'd like to chip in, thank you very much. You guys have been awesome thus far today. There's the Streamlabs, PayPal, and Super Chat link in the chat. Only 130 away from today's goal. Thanks a bunch. This fucking guy. I don't know if any of you heard of this yesterday, but this big chunk, who looks like a guy who would swat people. By the way, this should be the face and the mascot of that kind of person. And also, you have to make sure they've never touched a woman's body before. But he decided he was going to drink 12 energy drinks in 10 minutes. And wouldn't you know it, Johnny, there were health problems.
Why? You telling me that fucking physical performance machine can't handle a little boost?
This article was everywhere yesterday, as if it was a surprise that this would happen.
Yo, bro, you can't go nitro? What's up?
A lonely gamer
God damn it, guys.
swatted the steel toe morning. You guys really are.
You're making me look bad.
We'd probably, with the exception of my co-host here, be better off if we just did away with the whole lot of you. I mean, you really are. No offense. I mean, I know you take yourselves very seriously, but you're fucking worthless.
Dick deep and playing a dragon right now. I can't use this.
Oh, I apologize. A lonely gamer narrowly escaped a brush with death after allegedly downing a dozen cans of energy drinks in 10 minutes in a legendary stunt to wow his coworkers. Oh, I'm going to put 12 cans of poison in my body as fast as humanly possible. Anyone want to fuck?
I mean, isn't this just called, like, suicide, like when you put a lot of stuff in your body and that's going to happen, like at a certain point, it's just a cry for help, my friend.
Now, the patient in question was admitted to the ER with breakthrough abdominal pain. In the video reenactment, a chubby, bespectacled 36-year-old man obsessed with Pokemon, video games, and things he couldn't have as a kid. He has struggled socially throughout his life. Okay, so that's an actor. The guy we showed you is an actor.
Okay, that's not the actual one.
That's not the actual guy. But how long is this video? Oh, got 11 minutes. We're not going to do that.
No.
They described the ordeal in mortifying detail, telling viewers that after chugging the energy drinks, the man develops heart flutters and back pain. He decides to take a shot of liquor and ends up vomiting in a kitchen sink. What a mess.
I'm not feeling so good. Time to add alcohol.
Unless you're getting paid very well by like the energy drink companies or a pharmaceutical company to do this, I don't know why we're doing this experiment. Immediately after chugging all 12 energy drinks, he didn't feel well, the doctor said. No shit. He added, to take his mind off everything, he started playing some games.
Oh, my body's really screaming, and I just pump myself full. Like, he even says on the cans, like, not to, like, drink, like, 2 or 3 of them in close succession. You blatantly blew over that line. Like, oh, I really feel like something's wrong. Better ignore it.
Yeah, better ignore it and play some games. Maybe this is why Chad Zumock shakes so much during his podcasts. He's doing the energy drink thing, and he just can't stop. He's like, where are we going today, Doc? You know? Dub says, you're taking things the wrong way. Some people just assume... Oh, Dub, I didn't know what you're talking about. Ulrich Firelord says, what was the point of mentioning he was a gamer besides trying to make people that play games look bad? How is him playing games relevant?
He literally used it as his distraction technique.
I mean, that's... Look, I mean, I'm sorry, guys. We got to stop...
Stereotypes exist for a reason.
Right.
I have boobs.
We can't sit here and go like, oh, you know, we got to have free speech. We got to be able to say politically incorrect things that are true. But then like start getting, this is my problem with Republicans is they want to be like the anti-PC people. But then when something pisses them off, they want to kvetch and whine and clutch their pearls about it. Same about like gamers and shit. Gamers are some of the like most hardcore, I'll say whatever the fuck I want to anybody people. But the minute you make a stereotype about gamers, like, oh, wait, make a stereotype about us. Because more than often they tend to check out. That's why. They tend to check out more often than not. Ulrich Firelord says, if you started watching movies, would they say avid movie watcher? Well, yeah, I mean, sometimes. Or if we started masturbating, would they call him a chronic masturbator? No, because they've already said gamer. There's no reason to mention the chronic masturbation. It's
called a joystick.
Yeah. Chris Weaver says, back in high school, I had a red line and a Monster, and I felt like my heart was going to explode. Yeah, I mean, energy drinks, like I don't drink them just because I don't like that feeling.
Yeah.
I'm not really into the feeling of feeling like I'm going to fucking, you know, tweak out or anything. But I can't, I mean, just imagining one of them, fuck that. 2?
12?
Holy shit.
12? That's the thing. The 12 part, like, you have to swallow a couple of them and then still be going and think, oh, wow, nothing's happening. I don't feel at all different.
Yeah, I mean, 12, and then in 12 in 10 minutes. Like, fuck just, like, 12 in 2 days is enough to make you go, oh, holy shit. But 12 in 10 minutes, like, you not being dead is like, it's kind of slapping God in the face a little bit. If you don't die from that.
Like I said, at a certain point, when is it no longer just a stunt and it's a cry for help? Like, look, I'm sorry, man. You can say this was just a prank, but...
Scott Staska says, my resting heart rate is 220. I feel great. Balls Deep says, I've had 2 to 3 a day for 20 years. You know what? I feel like if you stop, you'll actually die now.
I couldn't get into energy drinks because of coffee. Coffee saved me. Because I never drank coffee for the longest time, and I finally started doing coffee, and then like energy drinks is like turbo coffee, and I can't do that.
You don't drink coffee. You drink candy in a cup. I don't really know how much. I've seen the thing we all see the thing you have every Monday.
Not every Monday, but most Mondays, yeah.
We hear, you suck all the goodness out of that thing. I mean, you get the very last drop, and that looks like a candy bar in a cup.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong. I'm not arguing
There's a shit
with
ton
you.
of coffee in it.
I'm sure there's coffee inside of there somewhere.
Yeah.
It's just the outside of it looks like
They do that for the show.
It looks like a Reese's peanut butter cup on the outside
Oh, I'm sorry.
with foam on top. Now, don't apologize.
It's all chocolatey and
I'm
and
just
coffee.
saying, you're not a cowboy out on the range making black coffee over a fire.
God, no, that
exactly.
stuff's horrible.
I know. So you don't like coffee?
No, I like
here.
coffee, but I like it the right way.
If I may. I drink soda.
Yeah.
You know, it's got caffeine in it, gives me a boost, and
Shit
it
ton of
tastes
sugar.
really good. So why do you people drink coffee when you got to dress it up and you got to foam it up and you got to sugar it up and all that? Why not just drink those?
Because this doesn't have the same level of caffeine and doesn't have the same flavor.
You need the crank.
You don't even know the flavor part. The coffee and the chocolate actually mix well together.
I'm not saying
There's
they
a
don't.
bittersweet companion thing. Coffee gives me the shits piffy buzz. Oh, that's worrisome.
It's supposed to give a lot of people the shit. Same with apple juice, but I've never had it that way.
Nope.
I love apple juice, and I can shit my face off just fine on my own. Thank you very much.
It's just real loose back there. It's all falling out.
The Mood with $11 says, "You guys rock. Props to Johnny for taking the mic today. Much love to April as well."
Thank you.
Cheetos says, "I used to drink 5 to 6 cans a day. Quit cold turkey over a year ago." You have to. You'll fucking die drinking that energy drink shit. Like, I think it goes energy drink, coffee, soda, like in terms of like the amount of jitter in it.
Yeah.
Get the fuck down.
Yeah, so the coffee's just a step up thing, man.
Hulkamasha Baby says, "Coffee is black coffee. The other shit, the coffee with a cup of creamer. The bother shit with the coffee." I don't know what that means. I think he meant to type something else. Coffee gives me the shits. Why do I podcast? Wow, dude, I'm glad you are alive, man. I have bad feelings from an energy drink before, too. They're not good. They are not good for you. Jimmy Dabbles says, "Energy drinks have a cough syrup taste. It's gross." Right. I never liked like the booze shots where you had energy drinks in them. None of that shit.
Energy drinks in general just don't taste good. Like, I've never thought Red Bull was good. I did that 5-hour energy thing once because I had to. That stuff tastes like liquid ass.
That stuff is terrible. And it's never like a good boost. It's always like a,
I'm awake.
Isn't it weird like that? You get that weird feeling where your blood shakes. You just feel your blood shaking inside of you.
You feel tingly and sleepy, but
Yeah.
you're awake.
Happy Plague Doctor with $5 says, "If people talked about any other substance the way they talk about coffee, they would be thrown in rehab."
Look, I just can't start my day without my crack.
I know. "Oh, I can't start a day without sucking a dick in a back alley." It's like, whoa, we might need to take you to like one of those David Duchovny classes. I think you might be in trouble. Oh, man, look, it's not a big deal, man. I'm only bitchy and on edge because I haven't shot heroin this morning. God, you guys, grow the fuck up.
I know you're sitting there saying, like, why would you do heroin? There's so many other drugs, but it's when you cook it on the spoon, something magic happens.
Look, I'm not going to talk too much shit. Like, I have really bad, like, caffeine, like the caffeine cravings you get just from drinking soda.
Yeah.
Like, if I go today and I don't have one, which I'd like to go a day without having one, and I can, but like I feel a little more tired. I mean,
fatigued at the end
it's
of the day.
very low level shit. Don't get me wrong, but you know, I'll get probably a little more testy. You know, a little tired. It's within the margins, but it's there. I like my coffee like Courtney likes men. What, hidden from your father? I don't understand.
Bleeding from the aorta.
That's a weird way to make your coffee, bro. King Yeti says, "I used to take the filters from all my meth cook friends and put them in Mountain Dew. I called it moose juice." You're a piece of shit. Chris Weaver says, "The best part of the morning cup of coffee and cigarette on the toilet as you shit."
Never had that happen.
Cigarettes are so fucking disgusting. I can't.
Glad I don't anymore.
Never have, never could. I hate the smell. I hate the taste when someone's got it in the area.
I got worked into them, though, so.
I like a cigar. Don't get me wrong. I'm a big cigar guy, but like 5-6 times a year,
Yeah, but that's
maybe.
because it's so big and brown. It just reminds you of happier times with things in your mouth.
I just want a giant brown cock in my mouth so I can puff on it a little bit. They're saying 12 energy drinks in 10 minutes. That's how the Flash got started. Who knew?
Yeah, but he wasn't 300 pounds.
Start at 2 hours, 51 minutes on Perry's last stream. All right, let's catch up with you guys. Then we'll go see Perry talk about Steel Toe. He said it's really quick. What do you say, 2:51?
Yeah.
Okay, 2:51. I'm nothing without my coffee. You were always nothing, says Kane B.
Now you're just nothing with coffee.
Yes. Let's go check out Perry. Fucking cigar people saying they hate the smell of cigarettes is enraging, says Revan. Dude, you got to admit, it's completely different.
Oh, yeah, it's totally different.
To me,
they both suck, though.
Yeah, to me, cigarettes have a very chemically smell to them. Like, with all the additives and shit, it's just got that scent. And plus, you don't suck in and inhale a cigar. That's the whole point of it.
You roll it in your mouth and
roll it in your mouth and you blow it out. And then you take a drink and you cleanse the palate and you
get throat cancer like a goddamn man.
Like a man. You have half your jaw cut off. You look like Roger Ebert by the end of it. Let's go to our buddy Perry Caravello live. 2 hours and 51 minutes into his birthday stream. Oh my God, it was an 8-hour stream.
8.5.
Holy shit, Pear. All right, so apparently we get a steel toe mention in here. I am very excited. That is so
fucking awesome.
Thumb up to Dirk.
How long do I have to wait for this? You're supposed to call me. You're supposed to call me.
Oh, I'm sorry.
If you guys don't know Perry Caravello, by the way, he's a national treasure.
And he's also a very, very technologically savvy man.
Oh, no, yeah, he knows nothing. And if you guys are looking in his apartment going, oh my God, the man's a hoarder. He's not.
He gets sent this shit.
His listeners keep sending him shit, and it just piles up in his apartment, and he's running out of room because people just keep sending him so much shit.
And he doesn't get rid of it.
I mean,
at a certain point, sell it or give it to friends.
Yeah, but I mean, he makes a killing on Twitch, on YouTube, on all these different places. He makes a lot in donations. And
maybe it's just this one room.
He's actually had a pretty sweet life, Perry has.
There you
go. Okay. Hopefully that's better.
He was in a movie directed by Bobcat Goldthwait. Guys,
it should be better.
One of the funniest movies of all time, by the way. Windy City Heat, if you haven't seen it, is great.
Let me move right on. I'm trying to get as many Tom's tips out as possible before this big thing that we're going to do in 11 minutes. Okay, here's a Tom's tip from Bobby Heenan. I was scrolling through YouTube and I watched a video from a show called The Steel Toe Morning Show out of
we made it to Perry's stream.
Minnesota. They showed a PCL clip and the host had nothing but warm and lovable things to say about you. They didn't even mention...
Hey, you're welcome, Perry.
We love you, buddy.
Oh, no, and now the fan's about to shit on Perry. He said you didn't even mention...
Oh, no.
Oh, boy. Hold on. Let me go back and see where this goes.
Steel Toe Morning Show out of Minnesota. They showed a PCL clip, and the host had nothing but warm and lovable things to say about you. They didn't even mention that you are a pretend snowboarder or that you assaulted a casting director.
God, come on.
Those are allegations at best.
These are allegations at best.
Never been proven.
Of our friend Perry Caravello. Also, we have no idea what happened in 1992. We're not aware of any impropriety.
And I know I used to see a snowboard in the backdrop. He could be a snowboarder.
He's not a fake snowboarder. He's not a fake skateboarder. I mean, Perry Caravello. And I've also heard that the only sin Perry Caravello has ever committed is not returning his shopping carts. And that's something that I'm sure he's rectified by now.
I'm sure he's totally gotten better.
Perry's a live and learn kind of a guy. You know, a lot of people are too proud. They don't swallow their pride and they never change. Perry's
some people just can't realize when they've fucked up and change their ways. Perry's not that guy.
The universe sends Perry messages, and Perry receives those messages in stride. That's how Perry Caravello does.
We all should be more like Perry Caravello.
We should all try to be more like Perry. Could you, Johnny? Oh, no. You know what? I have to do this. What a dick to make you get up. Johnny, we're going to do Perry, and then we're going to show, since we're on Perry right now, we'll show his Stuttering John clip.
Okay.
A little bit, and we'll clip this one out. I'm going to go be more like Perry Caravello. Hold on a second, guys.
Okay.
Just give me 1 second. Johnny, tell him where you're going to be this week.
This weekend, I'm going to be at Silly Beaver Comedy, which is at Beaver Island Brewing, downtown St. Cloud, right next to Toppers and all that fun stuff. So if you want to be part of any of that good stuff, go to sillybeavercomedy.com/shows. You can get your tickets.
There you go. That link. Look, now Perry and I are buddies.
There you go.
I am just like Perry Caravello. This is what I've wanted to be since I was a kid, or at least since 1992.
I actually have a hat like his at home.
I've got to do my Perry segment like this now.
Okay.
Because
this is how Perry rolls.
Yeah. Let's see what else they have to say about the lovely Steel Toe Morning Show.
Anyway, I love your shirt. It's very slimming and it distracts the eyes from focusing on that terrible tattoo.
Oh, come on.
Why are you picking on the man's ink?
Why you gotta, like, he likes the Steel Toe show. He likes the clip. You saw him, he thanked us. And now you gotta pick on poor Perry. I'm not okay with this. Anybody who goes in there picking on Perry is no friend of mine.
Tonight is filled with lots of love and deliveries. Happy birthday, humanoid. Sincerely, Bobby Heenan.
Hey, Bobby Heenan, you're nothing more than a wise ass. Get out of here. But thank you.
You're nothing but a wise ass. But
Get out of
thank
here.
you.
But thank you. Seems like he's calming down.
But by the way, that what he said is true. That Steel Toe Morning Show did mention you, and they did reach out to me about you possibly going on there.
What?
So that what he said is true. The Steel Toe Morning Show did mention you. And
Steel Toe Morning Show.
There you go, Perry. We should put that in a promo.
Steel Toe Morning
Show. Morning Show.
It sounds like when you hear Steel Toe, it sounds like these people are contractors or dirt diggers or something.
I mean, I'll take that from Perry Caravello. We're a bunch of dirt diggers. No, actually,
my digger.
Remarkably homosexual, Perry. Just the gayest show you're ever going to see.
You know, they build houses.
I don't think it's a show about dirt digging, Perry. But, they do.
Because I have steel toe boots myself.
They have requested your presence, as did Shuli from the Uncle Rico show to talk about Stuttering John. Okay, let's get to your next.
All right, so there we go. A little mention from Perry Caravello.
Sweet.
Very cool. All right, let me take my Perry hat off here.
Yeah, because you can't really.
There we go. I can't really wear
your Heisbergian hat.
My Heisbergian hat. Who wore it better, Heisenberg or Perry Caravello? Correct answer?
Perry Caravello.
Perry Caravello. All right, well, thank you. That was Johnny Chimpo who brought that to us. Thank you, Johnny. Crossing over with everybody now. Crossing over to our buddy Perry. Crossing over with all the wonderful people at Compound, the whole deal. All right, let me pull up the Perry Caravello latest Stuttering John clip. This is an earth-shattering announcement from the one and only Stone Fury, Perry Caravello. Perry has announced that his feud with Stuttering John, and, you know, normally I would say anyone jumping onto the Stuttering John train is too late. It's over.
Mm-hmm.
John is taking a break. Really, the only people who should still be doing it are, because, you know, we kind of tapped out on the John stuff because there's nothing to cover.
Yeah, it's the same thing.
Also, I think Shuli gets a pass and Bob Levy get a pass. They worked with him. I mean, they know him personally. And Carl from Who Are These Podcasts, I think, gets a pass because John's tried to get his Patreon shut down, his Discord shut down. I mean, to me, the rules of doing a show are if you come at somebody like that, they get to fuck with you until you're dead. Like, until the day you die, they get to fuck with you. And even after that, I would say until the day they die, they get to fuck with you.
Okay.
But I will make an exception for Perry because apparently Stuttering John came at Perry first. We did a video on this. Perry hammered the shit out of Stuttering John, and then the funniest thing happened after that. Perry's fans started sending in donations as Stuttering John. And
which he's going to love.
Which Perry then decided was Stuttering John, and he decided to flip out at John again, which was awesome. But the announcement at the end of this 2-minute clip, this is like a big WrestleMania match being made or a SummerSlam match being made. Huge Perry Caravello announcement coming at the end of this clip.
Piece of dog shit.
So Stuttering John donated $5.
Nice tits, fat boy.
You're calling me fat boy, fat boy?
Oh, shit.
Look at yourself, you fucking cow.
How is he not the man?
You're a bunch of fucking elephants.
You're a herd of fucking elephants. You're not going up there. Those are windy stairs. There's a lot of them. What are you trying to say? What am I trying to say? You're a bunch of fucking elephants. And then I love Brendan Gleeson comes down and he goes, look, those stairs are very narrow. It's no joke. Fuck you, Americans. I still really want to watch the
Banshees.
The Banshees of Inisherin looks so good. What is it? I just don't want to be a friend anymore.
You can't done something to offend you.
Hey, fatty. You can't just stop being friends with a fella.
He's a bit dull. He's always been dull.
Oh, Perry's mad.
Bitch boy, I'm going on the Uncle Rico show, and when I do, I'll be...
Oh, Perry Caravello is going on the Uncle Rico show. And he is going to bury Stuttering John. Fuck Carl. Fuck Shuley. Fuck anybody else who shit on Stuttering John. You know, in World War I, superpowers were colliding with each other. Empires smashing into each other. Bodies clanking against one another. Trench warfare. Ugliness. It wasn't until the Americans came in with fresh meat that tipped the scales back into the balance of for the Allies. Perry Caravello is the United States entering World War I in the Stuttering John Dabbler verse. Perry Caravello is coming in. Perry Caravello might as well show up on Uncle Rico going, over there, there's a war to be won over there. Cause the Perry's coming is tummying everywhere.
Talking about your dumb fucking ass. Fucking trying to fucking turn me into a piece of dog shit.
There's only one person who's allowed to turn Perry Caravello into a piece of dog shit, and that is Don Barris. That's it. Nobody else.
I'm not your friend, and there's no reason for you to be dogging me or talking smack about me when you don't even know me, motherfucker.
Again, I want to point out, there is a very low probability that the actual Stuttering John sent that $5.
Or that he's actually talking any smack.
Stuttering John was in a drunken stupor when this was all going down, Perry.
He wasn't even conscious.
No.
You have a piece of shit show that nobody watches.
It's true.
You were fucking lucky, I repeat, motherfucking lucky, to meet a gentleman by the name of Howard Stern and be on the Howard Stern show for as many years as Howard Stern catered to your ass.
You know, it's pretty awesome when you watch a guy like Perry Caravello, who is usually just a ball of uncontrollable rage, accurately dissect like a surgeon with a scalpel exactly what the situation is. I mean, he did. He nailed it.
Crazy.
Yeah. When Perry Caravello can clearly establish himself as above you in the show business pecking order, that's an L, John. That's an L.
Okay? And pay you as much money as he did for all the years that he catered to your stupid ass.
Shit, get him, Perry. Go off, Queen.
But now you're this no-talent loser that can barely get an audience today.
Now.
Yeah, wait a minute. Now.
He's
always been a no-talent loser, Perry. Yeah, you're right. That is the one place we will break company with Perry Caravello.
I don't think this is a recent development.
He's not a no-talent loser now.
He's just a no-talent loser.
He's always a no-talent loser. Thank you.
So where the fuck do you get off by coming on my stream and talking smack about me?
He's not, but that's okay.
I thought I liked you when I first met you, but now I have no respect for you. Don't ever come onto my stream again.
Yeah. Stuttering John just got banned from the Perry Caravello stream. PCL is not friendly to STJ. You can fuck right off, says Perry.
I repeat, don't ever come onto my stream again.
Get him, Perry. Rip his fucking dick off. Get him, Perry. Fuck him up.
Dad voice time.
Loser.
Yes. Oh, somehow the bullying is better when it's done by Perry.
Yeah.
You know, we can sit here and do shitty impressions and try to think of really elaborate jokes, but Perry just stuttering loser at Stuttering John is, again, I told you, Johnny, this is the Americans getting into the trenches in World War I. This is pushing it all back. Pushing John all the way back to Berlin.
Stuttering loser.
Yeah. Fuck him up, Pear. Get in his
Stuttering
asshole.
John, again, you fuck with me, this will come your way.
Wait,
wow.
Is that a knuckle butt plug?
I think so.
Did he just say, did Perry Caravello, let me get this straight, Johnny. Did Perry Caravello just threaten to punch John Melendez in the asshole with a brass knuckle dildo?
It looks like that is what he's saying will happen if John doesn't back off.
I will say this, like Shuley, Carl, all you guys, I don't think anybody's pulled out that insult or threat yet. You guys may think you're the best comedic marksman when it comes to Stuttering John, but Have you been brass knuckle dildo in the ass over Stuttering John? I don't think so.
Only Perry's thrown that gauntlet.
Only Perry has thrown that down.
Bitch. And I'll be telling the Uncle Rico show all about it. Don't you worry. Piece of fucking shit.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, Perry Caravello all up in that ass. Literally. On Stuttering John Melendez. Look, man. Fucking with Perry, again, it's a lot different than fucking with us or fucking with Carl or fucking with Shuli. I mean, Carl's going to take that shit to street level every time.
Yeah.
Time.
He's gonna go in without lube on that brass knuckle.
God bless you, Perry Caravello. You are a goddamn hero. Brian calling it starfish boxing. That's clever. Again, thank you very much, Johnny Chimpo, for getting us all that information. The steel toe shout out from Perry Caravello makes my fucking day.
That is awesome as fuck.
Although Perry Caravello did call us dirt diggers. I think that's just simply because he's never heard of us before.
Definitely don't watch the segment we did on Diggerland.
Yeah, well, actually, he might like it. Who knows? Perry might actually be into it. Thanks, Per. Always a pleasure. And we do look forward, Tom, to booking that interview and speaking with Perry. 125 away from today's goal. There's the links in the chat for the PayPal, the Streamlabs, the Super Chats, whichever you'd like to do. Johnny Chimpo says, info sent to April via Twitch. I don't have the social medias. Okay, good. We're going to send you a T-shirt for that one, buddy. Thank you for finding that for us. All Care Towing, 320-253-5203. If you have any problems, you go in the ditch. It's wintertime in Minnesota. If you're one of our central Minnesota listeners, holy shit, this is going to be the time of year where you need All Care Towing. Nobody's quicker. I've used them multiple times. You know, when I've had a couple of slip-ups. One time went in the ditch, and then another time, you know, may or may not have been looking at the old phone and sideswiped a parked car in my neighborhood. Whoops. Well, either way, the cops had to come to report for that one. All Care was there before the police were there. All Care Towing is remarkably quick.
And they arrested the perp, too.
Yes.
Him.
They took me in. They're like, we'll get you out of here, boss. All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing. And Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. Live music every weekend at Stoney's. It's the best dive bar in central Minnesota. That's Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. They're also a great place to go watch the Vikings games. TVs all around the bar and all on the walls and everywhere else. You'll find a nice spot to watch the game at Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. Amazing Bloody Marys. Great place to go have a beer, have a few cocktails, have a great pizza. That is Stoney's Bar, downtown Rockville, Minnesota. All right, guys, it's the moment you've all been waiting for. Clear your schedules. Put everything else aside. It's time for Zumock coverage. Now, Chad's putting almost way too much stuff out there. He's almost challenging us. Like, I bet you, because we don't want to do our whole show on Chad Zumock. We want to do our 30, 40 minutes a couple times a week and then be done with it.
Right.
I think Chad actually secretly, as much as he shakes like a tree and tries to change the subject when we're brought up, I think Chad secretly likes the steel toe coverage.
He likes the rub.
I think he like it a juice is what I'm trying to say. So Chad is trying to create so much content that it overwhelms steel toe, and we can't even cover it all. Well, guess what? If there's one thing I can do, it's sink my teeth in when I found out I've annoyed somebody. So if you think you're going to out-content my obnoxiousness, you, sir, are sorely mistaken.
Like a pit bull with a toddler, this one's over. Nobody
Chad,
wants to admit it.
You are a 3-year-old with fresh shampoo, and I am a pit bull who hasn't eaten in a day because my what? I
had to do it
every fucking time. That trips me up. That goddamn world. Because then I see his face too, and I'm just like,
Now just picture him with his mouth around a toddler.
Well, it is Hollywood.
Oh, I didn't mean like that.
How's Home Alone 4 supposed to be?
Oh, Jesus.
How's it get made? Sir Vic says, is it actually the Steel Toe Mafia show, boss? You got police on the retainer? Yes, those police I carry in my pockets like so many nickels and dimes. Chad is trying the 80s radio war. Chad is very good at projecting. One of his best skills. It's not being funny because he's not. Every time Chad has had to try to come back at us, it always just turns into rage. It's never a joke. It's never I mean, we've already made more jokes in the setup to goofing
Leading
on
to
Chad.
Chad. Yeah.
Than Chad has ever made about Steel Toe in his life. He just gets mad. He gets angry. And he projects hard. Michael B. says Chad is trying the 80s radio wars. Yes, but what's ironic is Chad is accusing us of trying to get in a radio war with him. No. That is not it. We don't care if Chad responds to us at all. We find it hilarious when he does.
We're making our goofs either way.
We're goofing on Chad no matter what. This is not a radio war. First of all, if it was a radio war and we looked at the scoreboard, it would be a decimation. We're Britain. He's the Falkland Islands. It ain't close. But it's not.
He's Poland. We're German.
How dare you? How fucking dare you? He's clearly more Luxembourg. If I may. Oh, was that not supposed to be the offensive part? I'm sorry. So anyway, Chad thinks this is a radio war, and that's adorable. Because what it is a play-by-play. The game is going on no matter what. I'm just here to call it.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I'm doing. But Chad made an announcement 2 days ago. And this announcement may have changed with the announcement he made yesterday. So Chad announces that he's taking a break from the internet on Tuesday.
Right.
Chad makes another big announcement on the internet on a Wednesday.
But
he's the Solomon Grundy of podcasting. I just figured as a comic book guy, you would appreciate that one.
Mm-hmm.
Left on a Tuesday, came back on Wednesday, died on a Thursday. Sorry. What? No, the poem I'm talking about from the Solomon Grundy poem, not Zumockian
Chad's career.
Poem. Yeah. Solomon Grundy has entertained far more people than Chad Zumock. And also,
more people know who he is?
Yes. Solomon Grundy has much more of a pulse than Chad Zumock's career. So it wouldn't be nice for me to make an apples to apples.
It's not a good affirmation.
Comparison. Well, no, I'm just trying to make sure that we have separation here.
Okay.
That would be, or as Gino Bisconte calls it, separation of church and state. I love Gino, but he was talking about like the NBA, like a Jewish NBA player who can't play on, he doesn't roll during Sabbath. And he was like, well, it doesn't matter because the NBA, like, it doesn't matter because it's separation of church and state. And his staff is trying to tell him, like, gee, no, that's a government thing. And he's like, no, it's the separation of his church and the state, which he is finding himself in. I'm like, they're just like, Gene, that's not separation of church and state. It was hilarious. It was very funny. It was in Hot Water on Compound Media. Go check it out. But it was so funny. Because I think Gino was at that point that we've all gotten to where you know you're wrong.
But you've dug in too far, so you've got to hold on.
Right, you're trying to tunnel out of it, but a different way so you can come up behind the other party. But it ain't happening. They've got all the exits have been sealed. So Chad announces, again, the Solomon Grundy of podcasting, just with less of a pulse, announces that he's taking a break. And Johnny, who do you think gets a nice little mention in this announcement?
Us?
I believe it was us. Perry Caravello, Chad Zumock. I mean, difference is we really, really like Perry. All right, so here we go, guys. Chad Zumock. And by the way, remember the joke he always makes, I was cool in high school. Or that's not a joke he makes. He said that seriously. I was a cool kid in high school.
Oh, God.
And of course, we've got the high school photo with the, not him in high school. He looks terrible, but the basketball and the whole thing. Talk about leaning in.
Dude, seriously, no one's saying that your glory days are behind you, but everything you're doing is.
Oh, can I be the first then? Glory days are behind him. Jesus, they're not even in the rearview mirror anymore. Look.
Wait, someone said they were close to me?
Yeah, you look at a guy like Chad Zumock. Let me tell you something, and all due respect, Mr. Chad, that doesn't get better with age. That is not a wine situation. That is more of a bread situation. That does not improve.
Moldy as fuck.
I mean, the beer belly, the bloated face, the rage. You're a comedian who doesn't know how to be funny. This is a tragic tale. But anyway, Chad Zumock announcing he's taking a break from the internet. And then after this, we have an even bigger announcement.
Hey, everybody, it's Chad Zumock.
I didn't have to say, hey, everybody. You could have just called him Dan or whatever the guy who's listening to this name is. I mean,
hey, everybody, you haven't filtered in yet. The viewer count still says 0.
I mean, he had a premiere the other day of one of his episodes. 4 at a time.
Oh.
You know what the view count was when it was all over? 80. 80.
So he had, you're 20
gonna have
batches of 4 people.
You're going to have more people at your comedy show this weekend than Chad had watching his latest podcast. And you don't even have to get in your car and drive to Chad's podcast. It's remarkable.
Uh-oh.
Chad, I think you'll understand at the end of this, son. You'll understand when it's over. We were just trying to help.
How are you? This is an update. It's not a podcast. It's not a mini. It's just an update. There will be no...
Wait a minute. So you're saying it's going to be even less entertaining than what you usually do? Not a selling point, man.
It's not a podcast. It's not a mini episode. It's just an update. We weren't asking for an update, so fuck off.
We weren't asking for any one of those things you just listed. Also, Chad, you're going to have to learn how to sell people better on things because you're going to have to be selling used cars pretty soon. I mean, how much longer can you get away with not paying rent?
Sit down, Zumock podcast.
You can't just steal a credit card for everything, Chad. That's not how the world works.
Look, I'm Chad Zumock, and I wouldn't sell reverse mortgages if I thought they were some kind of a scam.
I wouldn't sit here and sell you stolen credit cards if I thought it hurt one American senior. Hi, I'm Chad Zumock for Reverse Mortgages. And I'm here to tell you, it works just like a mortgage. You get paid by the bank, and you pay it back when you can. If you're having any problems making the payments, I know a guy who can print up some credit cards for you.
Uh-oh.
Chad, cut. Mr. Zumock, I know you're doing this at 1/200th the rate that Mr. Selleck did, but it's still not panning out. Oh, God, we need somebody who needs money to do this reverse mortgage. Get me Andy Dick. Oh, no, Chad got passed over for it. That's no good. No. That's not going to be good for his psyche.
That's this week.
Andy Dick wasn't cool in high school, all right? I was cool in high school.
Yeah, dude, it's not high school. That's the problem.
Yes.
My apologies to the Patreon. Thank you for your continued support.
Actually, you know what? I would start every one of his shows with that.
My apologies to the Patreon.
Yes. If I were Chad Zumock, I would start every podcast with, I want to apologize to everyone with ears who hears this. I have a compulsion. I can't
stop myself.
Chrissy Mayer said it great on Hughesy's channel, and Hughesy, very funny guy. Go follow Hughesy. But she said on Hughesy's show, she said, Chad always podcasts these private conversations he should be having. Like, they're not shows. He doesn't do shows. It just sounds like things that are bothering him that he's getting off his chest in a private conversation, but he forgot to take the record button off. That pretty much describes a Chad Zumock podcast.
And I mean, is that funny or what?
Oh, just hilarious. Well, listen how funny he gets when he talks about us. But I can't stop pausing it because he's hilarious every 6 seconds.
We need time to catch our breath.
Yes.
I dropped a couple minis over the weekend, a long, almost 2-hour episode with Bob Levy and Godfrey, so I don't feel too guilty. But I wanted to...
Again, Chad, nobody's going to be upset if you miss a couple of days, weeks, months, years, or millennia. Nobody's going to care, Chad. It's not like if you don't do... I don't want Chad to feel bad. That's my thing. I'm not here to rag on Chad. I'm here to tell Chad, I don't want you to feel guilty. I don't want you to carry the weight of feeling bad. You've stalked people. You've stolen credit cards. You've done all kinds of crazy, creepy shit for which your soul should feel heavily burdened by. So I don't want your soul to feel heavily burdened by not putting out content. Chad, I know you're worried about us. We'll be fine without you.
Okay.
Will we be sad? Yeah. But it's like putting down a sick horse.
It's for the best.
Would we love to get a few more rides in? Absolutely.
I know the blonde would.
But would the shotgun help the horse be out of its misery? 1,000%.
And we get to hear that cool sound of the horse screaming.
And the splatter.
Did you...
Jew.
A cleanse. I need a
Kanye,
break
slow
from
down.
this world, these people.
A Jew cleanse? I
don't know if you know this, Chad. That's the fastest way to end your career.
And not only that, the fastest way to get us to stop making fun of you.
We're fans now.
Can we be your producer?
I'm a fan of Chad.
I'm a fan of Chad. The sick shit that Chad Zumock has done, and I never judged him. I'm a fan of Chad. I mean, Chad, Kevin Brennan puts you on his podcast, and I swear to God, for his own sick amusement, he belittles you. He makes fun of you. He taunts you. He doesn't take you seriously. Not me. I'm a fan of Chad. You've been around all this time, and I never judged you. Never judged you.
Well, I mean,
look at the industry's rules for you, Chad. Look, but don't do time. Do time, but don't draw an audience. Draw an audience, but don't make them laugh.
And while you're hopping from one foot to the other, he's laughing his sick fucking ass off.
While you're hopping from one open mic gig to the other, he's up there laughing his fucking ass off. Oh, Chad. I didn't realize I was his John Milton.
Yeah.
If only he would have stopped resisting me.
That doesn't, don't clip there.
Chad, who can argue that my last 10 videos about you have been completely enjoyed my work?
Is there anyone that can argue the entire beef has been entirely mine?
Hey, Chad, while you're going down, I'm peeking. He's the best. I can't take credit for this.
But the internet says we lose. Well, look at the source.
How can this is what bothers me most about Chad. It's not the douchiness, it's not any of that. It's the disingenuousness when he says we're not funny when we rip on him. Chad,
we're hilarious.
There are literally hundreds of people this very second laughing about this and thousands of people who will be laughing about it eventually this weekend. So, I'm a fan of Chad.
That needs to be a shirt now.
I'm a fan of Chad. I'm a fan of Chad. April, we're starting to get in the black again a little bit here on YouTube. I think in the next couple of months, I'm a fan of Chad t-shirt has to be made. That one actually might sell itself. That might not cost us any money, a fan of Chad t-shirt. We're going to put a poll up after we're done covering Chad. Should we have a fan of Chad t-shirt?
You just have that little picture of his from the Sit Down podcast, and then under it, just, I'm a fan
of Chad. All right, guys, let's go back into Chad's announcement here.
I feel too guilty, but I wanted to do a cleanse. I need a break from this world, these people.
I have a suggestion. You're not going to like it.
It goes click, click, boom.
It's a camera.
Yes. We're going to take pictures. Shutterstock.
Yes, exactly. It's going to be one of the old-timey's 1800s.
Oh,
the
nice.
Click and the click and the...
Just hold really still.
Yes. If you move a little, it's just going to be a blurry swamp mess.
Now, I have to warn you, history has shown a lot of people that have had these photographs died of tetanus.
Yes. Are you caught up on your typhoid vaccines? Just wondering. So Chad decides that he needs a break from this world. Again, I want to point out the Zumockian contradiction in all this, because there's going to be a lot of them in this video. Classic Zumockian contradictions. None of this stuff bothers me. Mm-hmm. I don't care. Do whatever you want. Do your shows. Talk about me. I don't give a shit. I need a break from the internet. I need a break from this world. This is an existential crisis. Very definition. I don't care about any of these guys. They're all bullshit. They mean nothing to me. But I'm having an existential crisis, and I need a break from the internet.
Those two seem contradictory.
It's a Zumockian contradiction.
I'm not defeated. I just don't care. I'm over it. I don't want to hear about Gino. I don't want to hear about Chrissy. I don't want to hear about Frank. I don't want to hear about Steel Toe.
Oh! You don't?
You got that boot up in your ass, boy.
I got bad news. Well, I'm afraid I've got some bad news. By the way, you know what I love about Chad? You know what I love? I love that he tips his hand. I think you said this. He's the worst poker player. He holds his cards like this. And what I love about it is you can tell Steel Toe bothers him the most, because not only did he say it last, but compared to how he listed everyone else, there was that little slightest bit of hesitation. There's something
I don't want to mention it. I can't get it out without a wince.
There's something about Steel Toe that just hits Chad differently. And I think it's because we kind of break him down on more of a psychological level that hits a little bit. Mm-hmm. Like, we're saying things that he's heard from ex-girlfriends. He's heard from family members. He's heard from friends. And he's going, oh, fuck. Like, I was talking about him last night on Ski Mask Collective and Jim Stansel's show, Sad Chad. And I raised a point about Chad. I don't remember what it was. They went, yeah, psychologically, I've never thought of that before. That's totally true. And I'm like, we're breaking down Chad on a intellectual level here.
Because we're smart.
We're smart. Not dumb, not like everybody says about Chad, but smart. And he was passed over. I was 15 years older than you, Aaron. I was passed over. You sure were, Chad.
Just don't care. I'm over it.
Here we go.
I don't want to hear about Gino. I don't want to hear about Chrissy. I don't want to hear about Frank. I don't want to hear about Steel Toe guy.
Oh, there was that little.
And he won't call you by name. I don't want to hear about Steel Toe guy.
Yeah. Harry Caravello has an easier time saying our name than you do, and he's never heard of us before. Oh, Chad. Again, he doesn't care. It doesn't bother him. He just needs to abandon his post on the internet for a while.
And he's going to tell us for the next 5 minutes on why he's totally fine with that.
Yes. Yeah, we've got another 5 minutes here of Chad telling us how totally fine he is. Here, let me see how much time I need to convince you I'm fine after all the swatting and everything else. Go ahead and ask me how I'm doing.
How are you doing, Aaron?
Pretty good.
All right.
Okay.
Now try it with Chad.
Can I try it with Chad? Ask me how I'm doing.
Hey, Aaron, how you doing?
Well, I can tell you this. I'm never fucking talking about Chrissy or Frank or Gino or Steel Toe, and I fucking hate them, and they're pieces of shit, and they're not even funny, and Aaron's ugly, and I hate his hairline. I can't even watch him, but his interview with E-Rock was great. I fucking hate them, but they don't bother me at all right? I'm not worried about them. They don't bother me. I'm just not going on the internet so I see their fucking names, and I see all the content they put out that's way better than mine. I hate it. I don't like it. It bothers the shit out of me, but I'm okay. I'm fine. It doesn't bother me. I'm just abandoning the internet and not going on my phone for a while. Do you have 3 more minutes? All right, 5 more minutes on Chad being okay.
Want to hear about Bert Kreischer. I just...
Okay, I may not like Bert Kreischer's career and stand-up and his general personality very much.
Or the recent stuff he did.
What did he do?
He got stuck in North Dakota and he put out videos on Twitter or whatever about
people helping him get on.
Yeah, but the whole time he's like, let's get fucked up. And he's just drinking. Ugh. And then at the end of it, the part that made me cringe the most is he's completely plowed. You can hear it in his voice. And he's filming out of his hotel window while there's people outside. He's like, I really hate to say this out loud, but I had kind of a Joe Rogan thought. And Joe Rogan thought of the day. You wouldn't see this in California, people just helping each other.
We're playing that on Monday.
And it's just, again, my problem with it was, can you try any harder to be like, I don't have a career, so I need to, I've been putting all these posts out and it's not really getting as much reach as I thought. How about I slap my famous friend's name on it quick for no reason?
Dude, try hard, though. Why are you asking him about being a try hard? That's Bert Kreischer's gimmick.
I know, but it just hasn't changed.
As much as I don't like Bert Kreischer, don't worry, Chad. I don't think your name's coming out of his mouth anytime soon. As much as I don't like Bert Kreischer, he's way too big to bother with a Chad Zumock. Me, however, I'm the perfect size to deal with a Chad Zumock.
We ain't going nowhere.
No, we're peaking. We're a fan of Chad.
I woke up this morning.
My head felt dense. I stole a credit card just to make it make sense.
I get into that. I was over it in October. I was going to take a break from Twitter in October.
Right.
And then my dry bar special dropped. I'm like, I gotta promote it.
And then you saw how poorly the dry bar special did, and you went, I really didn't need to waste my time promoting this piece of shit. Because you promoted it, and the only people who really watched it and publicized it were Carl, us, and Chrissy, and Anthony, and we all shit on it.
Yeah, now you don't want to talk about us anymore. So,
Yeah.
fucking last time we do you a favor.
God, we try to help you, Chad, and you turn into a miserable cunt on us. Bastard.
How old are you, man? Are you 38?
He's about 50.
No,
No, Brendan's way cooler than Chad.
Oh, yeah, I know.
I would, Aaron, there's 2 guys hanging by their fingernails on a cliff, and you can only save one of them. Dude, fucking Brendan's getting a backhoe and a tow rope to grab onto.
See, me, you lay out that scenario, just 2 people hanging, Brendan and Chad hanging by a cliff by their fingernails. So you can
just
only save one of them. And I answer, no.
You do a double whoopsie. Oh,
old MS Butterfingers.
Yeah. Here, hold on to these hammers. Whack. Oh, I hit your hands.
Just grab my really creepy hands.
Take my strong hand. All right, guys, enough joking. Chad is sad.
All right.
Chad does not feel good.
Okay.
Chad has had it with the internet, but he doesn't care.
And I promoted and I got sucked back in fighting with all these fucking internet weirdos. And
hey, it's okay. It's okay. You're welcome. Oh, I have a drop for that. Hey,
it's okay. It's okay.
The N-word.
Whoops. Whoa. Sorry. I gotta.
This is why we can't air your dry bar special, Chad.
Check my. You know what? To apologize, I'm gonna play Chad's theme song.
We gon' hump them. We gon' suck their dicks off. We gon' hump them. We gon' suck their dicks off.
Sorry. I try to be nice and.
We're just trying to help you, buddy.
I got to relabel these things. That's what I got to do. Here, I'll play something nice for Chad, okay? I'll play something. This says nice drop, okay?
Beta!
Shit. Oh, man.
Look, what Jesse Lee Peterson thinks of you is irrelevant.
All right, here. I think this is a nice one.
What a bitch.
Oh, man. Again, he doesn't seem to be a fan, but whatever. He doesn't like most people.
Shame on you!
27 years, neck deep in stolen credit cards. Hey, Chad, this is every comedy club owner you've played for.
Do you do your job? No!
This is Chad when he got found with the credit cards.
You got me. Hand in the cookie jar.
All right, let's continue with young
with our
Chad.
lovely Zumock.
I was just like, God damn it. But this morning I woke up, had a nice rest, nice sleep. I get up, pour some orange juice, getting ready for the gym. And I check.
You're not going to the gym. If you're going to the gym, you're eating more irresponsibly than any man I've ever seen. You look like you're about to give birth. And also, why do you always get out of breath podcasting? You need to cut down on the stress. We've been shouting Al Pacino lines for, I'm pretty sure, 20 minutes now.
And we haven't lost a step.
And he's got MS.
Yeah, and like lung congestion issues for reasons of medical cause.
Chad, you're making me feel like a marathon runner over here.
I'm starting to think I'm not sick anymore.
Johnny tries to get up and walk. Chad is so retarded that Johnny gets up and he's like, just face plants.
I'm sorry, I saw that. I thought I was better.
Just face plants on the table. Oh my God, he's dead.
Yeah, that's gay. We're gay.
So I do have a clip of me laughing.
They just stopped working. I don't know. It's sorry, Chad.
Not funny, haha, funny queer.
Oh man.
Just say you're gay.
Yeah, none of these are good. Hey, Chad. By the way, a 5-minute announcement that you're leaving the internet.
You can act like a man. What's the matter with you?
Oh, okay. Here we go. I have a quote from Chad, so it's coming right from his mouth.
Okay, we got this direct.
So this should be a happy, nice one.
I want to drown in cum.
I don't know why he would say that. Maybe that wasn't.
Hey, to each their own, man. Whatever makes you happy, Chad. I'm a fan of Chad.
I'm a fan of Chad. We should have renamed the episode. We're renaming the episode that after we go live.
All right.
I'm a fan of Chad.
Mentions on the Twitter, and it's just bombarded. I don't even read half of this shit. It's just one thing after another.
But you do read half of it. That's what that means. You may not read half of it. I agree with that. But by your demeanor, I can definitely tell you do read the other half.
Wait a minute.
You don't like it.
You don't read half of it, so you don't have the stamina for 7 comments? Wait a minute. Hold on.
Yeah, really.
Hold on.
Geez, man.
How many are you getting?
It's a good thing you're not funny and famous, because if you were, you would really not be able to handle it.
Anonymous account, you're stuttering John, steel toe Gino, and I'm just like,
Oh, he's so salty.
I think somebody's bothering Chad.
I don't know why, dude. Haven't you heard? We're a fan of Chad.
We're a fan of Chad. 27 segments, neck deep in Chad. Do you do your job? No.
What, you calling? What would I do without you?
I do feel like the Joker when it comes to Chad. I do. All right. Well, you gotta give me one thing, though. I'm a scary judge of hackiness. Bye-bye.
I'm a scary judge of LOLcow.
what the fuck, man? I don't care.
That is now 4 times in a minute and a half you've said you don't care. I'm starting to think you might care.
I mean, could you emphasize it a little harder? I'm not having enough time picking up on the blatant emotion pouring out of you.
Oh, come on, one more time now. Make it sing. I don't care. Very good. Bravo.
Dominic vocal.
Chad, tell me you don't care. I don't care. Chad, one more time. I don't care. Ah, bravo. Good. Hey, Chad, tell me you don't care. I don't care. What was that? I don't care. One more. I don't care. I don't care. Okay.
Contrary to
I don't care.
what you believe.
Yeah.
I don't watch any of these shows.
Oh, so you got their names, and you know we're talking about you. You don't watch any of this shit.
Hold on. I got a bullshit alert. There's another bullshit alert. I don't watch any of these shows. Chad, you were just on Misery Loves Company saying you watched my E-Rock interview. You know our names, even though you get them wrong the first couple times to convince people you don't. You know my marriage history. You know it all, Chad. I don't even know if you've ever touched a girl's tits. That's how little I know about your love life. But you are well familiar with mine, my friend. Now, if someone's never watched our show before, and they just know that April's one of my co-hosts, how would they know that she's my second wife?
Second? Wow.
Hell of a guess.
Would have thought your number would have been higher by now.
Thank you.
Learned that a long time
How do you
ago.
trade up from that then? You overbid yourself, man.
I'm the Paul Pelosi of finding wives. There's a lot of insider trading.
Hammer time.
Out of sight, out of mind.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, I see the captions. I see it.
Mm-hmm.
But I
you're
don't
not
press
looking.
play because if you press play, you give that energy. You give it power.
Chad, I'm sorry, but it sounds like a lot of your energy hath been given. You're leaving the internet because of the energy, Chad.
You need more time to recoup your energy.
Oh, Chad, you need to save up that energy so you can give it back to me once this video comes out.
But if you don't watch it, it doesn't exist. So
I can guarantee by comparing your view counts and mine, it definitely exists,
It definitely
Chad.
exists.
It definitely exists.
In fact, it's the internet. It's always going to exist.
It exists. It exists. It exists big time.
I don't watch any of it.
Say it again.
Any of it.
One more time. Make it sing.
And I get a DM about Gino's talking shit about me.
Sure.
And some that steel toe guy who's
On some. Again, the struggle in Chad's brain.
On some.
Do I say it or do I not? You don't say some podcast if you know what the podcast is. But he goes, some,
Steel toe.
I guarantee in his head. Remember, he doesn't give it energy. In his head, Chad is going, if I say some, Steel Toe will know it. I'm talking about them. So I'll say Steel Toe, and then it'll look like maybe I don't care. But then I tweeted about it, so I'm really bad at this.
And I'll pause for a second so it sounds like they're not really on the top of my mind while I make a 5-minute video bitching about this.
The fact that he thinks that much, but never gets to that last part of, oh, fuck, I'm doing this wrong, is the reason that Chad is so much fun to make fun of. He never gets to the last part of the game.
I don't give it energy. I just give it all my time and attention.
To the point where I have to forcibly remove myself from the internet
to take a break.
God, I love this. This is where we've always belonged. Fuck radio, fuck Twitch, fuck all that. We always belonged here. This has been home. We just didn't find it.
trying so hard to play Radio War with me, and he's just he does all the hack radio tricks.
Oh, do I?
Mm-hmm. I know you're watching.
We do. That's not a hack radio trick, dildo. That's just a fact. We know you're watching.
We do know you're watching. How do you know we do these? By the way, question, just following your logic here. You said you don't watch our shows. How do you know we're doing all the hack radio
How do you know we're doing hack radio tricks?
You're listing a lot of stuff we do.
I'm sorry, Chad, but this sounds like another Zumockian projection.
Just sit down and say you're a fan. Son.
Accusing... Oh, I thought you were going to say the gay F word. I was like, that would have worked too. Chad, you're projecting what you do and saying we do it. You're the one doing the hack radio tricks. I don't care, but then going on about how you care. I don't know who they are, but then saying everything about them. I don't know about them. I've never watched their show, but I'm mentioning them 14 times in 2 minutes. I don't know their names, and then you go ahead and say them. Chad, you're accusing us of doing the thing that you are in fact guilty of. You Zumockian projecting. You know what? I'm not going to insult him. You know why?
Why?
I'm a fan of Chad.
The best part about this for me is like, they're trying to do a radio war thing. Well, we're not trying, but we totally will.
We're not trying to do a radio war with you.
Will.
We're just massacring you. I mean, that's like saying that, again, that's like saying the British were trying to do a war with the Falklands.
Hey, look, Chad, we're just thirsty for all of your 10 viewer.
Yes.
You pretend like you don't know my name. I've heard it all, dude.
You do, though. That is what you, that's not me being a radio war guy. That's me enjoying watching you squirm.
And when have we pretended like we don't know your name? That's
no. He's saying
your bit.
He's saying we say that. about him, that we're doing hacky radio tricks. I'm pausing too much because it's too exciting.
I went to fucking war with Rover and Maxwell. Trust me.
Radio's dead, Chad. Nobody cares. Again, this is more glory days. And also, you probably came out on the bottom of those radio wars because nobody knows who the fuck you were. And you probably didn't even have your own show. You were probably a sidekick somewhere. Because when I was in radio doing 30 shares in St. Cloud, I never heard of Chad Zumock.
Look, man, I just, I've been in this shit. I've seen it before. I promoted Bon Jovi's album, and now I've got John on speed dial.
He is. He's Johnny Rock.
He's Johnny Rock of the internet.
He's a more douchey Johnny Rock.
Which is impressive.
It's very impressive.
I'm a fan of Chad.
Yeah. He's just dull.
But he's always been dull.
Oh, that's true. Hey, fatty.
You're nothing. You're playing radio in your basement. I'm not watching.
Playing it a lot better than you are, son.
Hey, look, if we're playing, we're definitely having a more serious game. What are you doing?
Yeah, Chad, if we're playing, at least we're in the game. Like I said before, you're under the bleachers because you couldn't afford a ticket, champ. Sorry. Good luck with your future GoFundMe, by the way, which you can't do now because Anthony, myself, and Gino and everyone else have called you out beforehand. We'll get to that in a second.
Watching. You're hard to look at. Your receding hairline bothers me.
Oh, no. You guys, Chad doesn't want to fuck me.
Dude, so you don't watch, but you're in on the 5-head jokes. This is weird. That's like some...
He knows the 4-head jokes.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't watch ever. He finds me tough to look at. What am I going to do now that Chad Zumock doesn't want to... Hey, Chad, it's a comedy show. It's not a fuck the host show, you fucking creep. What does that say about you?
This is like a less interesting Alex Jones. Just, I hate them. I'm sorry, I'm a Christian. Like, no.
I'm a Christian. Chad, here's your big problem, bud. You don't know how to go after people. So you flail. You flail like one of those wind things at a car sale. You're just kind of flailing about and you don't know how to do this and you keep tripping over your own balls. Like I've said numerous times, every time I'm like Sean Hayes in Scrubs when he puts the guy's hands on his throat and goes, no, you got to push the windpipe right here. Good job. I have to help Chad insult me to kind of carry this thing to the goal line. Otherwise, it's just bludgeoning a dead horse. I got to revive him every once in a while and go, all right, now say this about me.
You do a podcast with your wife. Yeah. Who cares, dude? I don't.
You do, obviously.
Not only you, but thousands more people than care about you, Chad.
And I'd like to point out we're not officially married. It was just a ceremony.
Right. We fucked once.
Yeah.
But we would have done that no matter what.
And we needed the hair gel.
And not only that, he has MS and I wanted to know what it felt like. And you want to know what the worst ripoff part is? Exactly the same.
Real limp fish.
The same. Yeah. Can't even get his legs into it to buck back. Oh, made it even more gay because I was doing all of the thrusting. So I'm the gayest one in the whole thing.
I don't care if you like me or not.
Yeah, you do.
I don't give a shit. Hate me all. Just do the whole show about me for the rest of your life. I don't care.
I mean, you're not that interesting. I mean, I'll do 45 minutes, an hour on you once in a while when we got lots of like this is going to be a long segment.
Yeah.
But you're not that. Don't flatter yourself, buddy. I mean, you're fun content, but we'd replace you with Ethan Ralph, Ethan Klein, somebody else who's way more famous if you weren't around.
There's a whole herd of LOLcows. We'll get another one.
Dude, I can't talk about Kalila. I can't talk about Ethan, either of the Ethans. I can't talk about any of them because I'm having to
burn up all our time on Chad.
I'm having too much fun with Chad and Tony Michaels and Opie and anyone Joe Rogan fucks with. I'm having too much fun with that stuff, Chad.
You're in Minnesota. Who gives a fuck?
Again, keep listing all these facts about a show you don't watch.
God, I don't know any of you.
I don't know any of you, but I know that there's enough of you to say I don't know any of you.
Chad, I apologize for saying you're not funny. I want to apologize for that because listing everything about our show and then go, I don't know anything about any of them. It's chef's kiss, my friend. If you come out and reveal your Andy Kaufman, this has been brilliant. If you truly are this stupid and bad at this, I'm feeling a little bit sorry that I've beaten you up so bad. Because look at the mental state. And like,
I'm not. I hate handicapped people.
Compare the time that he's spending on us in this announcement versus everyone else he's mentioned.
Yeah.
We've clearly put him in this state.
I really feel like everyone else was mentioned so that way it wouldn't just be I hate steel toke rant.
Now, he does have 2.5 minutes left of telling us he doesn't care. So He could get to Gino and the rest of them.
You don't know my life. I have a life. I legitimately have a life. I'm going to the...
Who are you trying to convince? I legitimately have a life, you guys.
He's doing that. I don't care about what any of you say, but I'm going to prove to you that I have a life and you guys don't know me.
I'm not single all the time I date. I've got a lot of love to give.
Here, take mine too. Aren't you Chad Zumock, credit card thief, the stalker, the failed comedian? Isn't that you? All right, next time you come at us, Chad, you bring a pistol, all right? Be a man, not a credit card thief.
Beach, as soon as I upload this to Patreon, I'm driving out to Clearwater. I made a playlist on my Apple Music.
Ooh, Big Boy made a playlist and he's going to listen to it. Oh, I'm sure it's
listening to all my favorite Taylor Swift hits.
That's right. I'm going to play Fearless because that's me, and I'm not going to cry at the beach when I sing it this time.
I'm a survivor. I will work harder.
It's Beyonce, you son of a bitch. How dare you mix and match?
I don't know.
Chad makes a T-Swizzle playlist, and he doesn't, mix it up with all those African-American singers.
I guess I'm a weird one out, but sometimes I like a little bit of the darker ladies. You know what I mean? Just a little mix.
Well,
my lounge chair. I'm going to the beach. I'm putting my fucking foot in the ocean.
Yeah, don't worry. We didn't think we were going to use it to go for a jog. You fat whale. You can go be with your family. Oh God, you're gonna get confused for a manatee, and you're gonna get sliced up by a boat motor. You're gonna end up on a fucking ASPCA commercial while Sarah McLachlan sings.
Hey man, if you want to calm down, why are you going to the beach? You know, every time that you just lay there and fall asleep, they keep trying to push you in the ocean.
I know, or blow you up with dynamite because you were too heavy to move. You're a bunch of fucking whales. You're a bunch of fucking whales. You're just dull.
I'm just going to enjoy it. I need it.
I need it, but I don't care.
I need it. This stuff isn't stressing me out. I don't care, but I just need to go and unplug because I need it.
And I need to not be on the internet.
Okay.
Care, but don't care.
Need a hard reset from these fucking weirdos.
But you don't care.
Because I don't care.
It's actually something you can't make a joke about.
That's why funny. That's why I created the term Zumockian. It's his own brand.
He's getting high off his own brand.
I need to go to the beach because I need a break from all this shit.
From these stupid people.
But I don't care.
Oh,
he's so great. I don't know how we're going to get the next thing in.
We don't deserve it.
At the end of the day, I really don't care about these people. I don't know them. I don't care. And they live online. They just live online. That's where they live. And there's so much more to life than that fucking Twitter and fucking online.
Mm-hmm.
And as I get older and more detached from the comedy world and more...
this is the first thing he said that's absolutely correct. He's very detached from the comedy world, especially in the ticket sales department.
It wasn't really your choice, though.
Right. That was not a choice. Yeah.
Sick of the business. And I just...
you can't be sick of the business. The business was sick of you first. It's not fair.
I'd rather live a normal life. Like, it's not...
Then...
I know it's hard to believe. I know you guys are living. You want the page clicks, and you got, you want the retweets, the follows, and I get that.
This video is going to do really well. I'm just letting you know.
Does he think that the clicks and the retweets and the follows and stuff are because he has fans?
Yes.
Holy shit!
Yeah. That's what makes a LOLcow great. What separates a good LOLcow from a great one,
top tier,
is the great one he really doesn't know. It's not that he's fooled himself or convinced himself. He has no idea. He's oblivious as to why this is funny.
But there was a point in my life where I just quit caring. And
then I made 5-minute videos.
I went to Hollywood. I was trying to make it. Yeah. Then I saw how the sausage was made, and I didn't like it.
Oh, yeah, that's what it is. That's a cope.
No, you swallowed the sausage and you still didn't get the roll.
He saw how the sausage was made with talent, so he couldn't make it.
I saw how comics turn on you on a dime,
especially when you're not funny.
I don't want that. I'm good.
Okay.
I have a college degree. Maybe maybe.
And you were cool in high school. Let's not forget that. Got a lot of good qualities there, Mr. Zumock.
Maybe I can figure something else out. I had a good run, 20-year comedy career. That was good. That was fun.
You had a good...
I was doing this.
Yeah.
As long as you're doing this, it's okay to say.
Anyone could do comedy for 2 decades and go, yeah, I did comedy for 20 years. I had a good run.
Yeah.
But if you didn't ever really go anywhere or do anything, it's not really a run.
We might have to trim this into 2 different parts because we've got a whole nother
just too much
story
Chad.
But as of right now, my apologies to people that were looking forward to sit down Zumock this month.
Both of you.
Or this week.
Tony Major and Solvchik. I believe those were the 2 people.
I'm not going to do it. We're going to be doing the football podcast tomorrow. In fact, I actually texted Tyler. I go, listen, do you want to...
That's not really a break then, is it?
So even in your break, you're not taking a break. This is just a guy going, hey, I want a day for myself, but I'm going to bitch about it.
Like, no, is it not accurate what Chrissy said to Husey, that this guy just takes his private conversations and airs them?
Mm-hmm.
Just do a swap cast, Jim Florentine, where we just do the football show and you come on, and he's like, I'm pretty busy. So I'm like, no problem, no big deal. I can use the break. I'll do football tomorrow.
Oh, no, he had Jim Florentine scheduled and Florentine canceled on him. So oh no.
So you took a break and you made it all about us because Florentine canceled on you.
Woo.
But let us reiterate once again, Chad, you don't care.
You don't care.
You don't care.
Most of that rant was about us, but at the end we found out what really pushed him over the edge.
It was Florentine.
Florentine canceled on him. I got to hear that part again because that's where this all comes from.
Come on, and he's like, I'm pretty busy. So I'm like, no problem. Where we just podcast tomorrow. In fact, I actually texted Tyler. I go, listen, do you want to just do a swap cast, Jim Florentine, where we just do the football show and you come on? And he's like, I'm pretty busy. So I'm like, no problem, no big deal. I can use the break. I'll do football tomorrow because I like talking football, and I don't have to talk about what the fuck, Carl from Who Are These
You don't have to. You never have to. You never
Nobody
have to
makes you do this.
Nobody makes you do it, Chad. Nobody. We're glad you do.
Nobody makes you go online. You're so sick of this. You need a break from the internet and all this silly stuff. Just stop doing your thing.
Straight up football. Let's do it. But after that, I'm going offline for the weekend. I got to get away. Got to get away. Got to get away.
That was really funny. Opie would have been really proud of that.
Got to fly away. Isn't that the Lenny Kravitz song? I did a great rendition. That was awesome. So that's what it is, guys.
For every time I sing.
Yeah, I don't want to sing every
I need to apologize now just in case it's that bad.
Chad makes me not want to sing. I don't want to be like that.
Program tomorrow, patreon.com/rackme. No sit-down Zumock. Like I said, I did a almost 2-hour podcast with Bob Levy and Godfrey just for Patreon and a couple minis over the weekend. So I don't feel...
Patreon has 80 patrons.
Guilty. I gave you a lot of bang for your buck. Plus, I did MLC with Kevin yesterday, so that's a lot. I'm giving you a lot. That's
750,000 is a lot. All right, that's Chad's announcement that he's taking a break from the internet, you guys. Thank you to Chad Anonymous on Reddit for providing that.
I love the continuing system of, I gave you guys a lot. You know, it's a lot of money,
Right.
like a lot of stuff. Like, don't complain. I gave you guys a lot.
Yes. Oh, you know what? There's the guy. Oh, that's fun. Okay. Oh, he's fucked. Let's continue on here. I don't know if we missed anything super chat wise, guys. I have not been in the chat for I don't know how fucking long.
We've been gone the whole time with Chad.
We've been gone for a while. How do you not love fucking Chad Zumock? I have an update. Maybe we won't spend as much time on this update as we could have.
Mm-hmm.
But Chad Zumock, so this was the day after he announced that he was taking a break and he was done.
Mm-hmm.
Chad Zumock made this post announcing he had been in a car accident.
Uh-oh.
Now, Johnny, if you were in a car accident, the next morning, would you be writing something this long describing the accident in detail?
No, it'd pretty much just be in a car accident and then like a short, like, I'm okay or
This
whatever.
was a few hours after the accident.
I wouldn't even be online a few hours after the accident. When I hit a deer and it effed up my car and I was completely fine, but my car was totaled, I was like mentally effed up and not really pliable or reachable for pretty much a day and a half, 2 days before I was like, oh, I could do some other stuff without thinking about annihilating a deer.
Sure. I just want you to tell me, without me swaying you too much one way or the other, do you see any, as we read this, do you see any red flags in Chad's car accident? Now, let me start this off by saying, if Chad was really in a car accident and was really injured badly, obviously we're doing this for yucks. We're making fun of a LOLcow. I don't want to see him butchered.
Yeah, we don't want him hurt.
I hope the guy's okay. I hope he's perfectly healthy. And I hope he feels like making some podcasts because he's doing a great job.
We want him happy, healthy, and back to work.
Happy, healthy, and back to work. That's how we want Chad Zumock. Well, Chad made this post on Twitter yesterday. It was a screenshot, I think, of a Facebook post because you can't put something this long on Twitter.
Mm-hmm.
For people trying to get a hold of me or message me, again, this is not something you need to announce on social media, but okay. I currently don't have my phone. I was involved in a very, very nasty auto collision last night, coming back from a gig outside Sarasota, and my phone is still in the vehicle. If there is any good news, all parties involved are alive, and my friend who was driving was not at fault. That bad news is the person at fault of the other vehicle didn't have any insurance. Why would you mention that?
That's not relevant to any of us.
It's no fault. Your insurance pays. It doesn't matter if the other person doesn't have insurance.
Yeah, and if your friend was driving, isn't it his car? Why does any of this matter? Again,
right.
Why do we need this?
Would I be odd in assuming that a man who's stolen credit cards in his life and had a history of being relatively dishonest, would I be out of my mind to think that maybe this guy's angling for something?
I mean,
would I be out of line? I'm not saying it's what happened. I'm about 60-40. He's not angling for a GoFundMe or anything like that. But the thought's definitely in my head.
Well, I mean, because it seems like someone like this might do. Like if he had, like, I'll tell you this: if he has that GoFundMe, then it's like, yep, obviously.
And well, now he's kind of screwed either way because Anthony called him out on it, Gino called him out on it. Now we're calling him out on it. He's kind of fucked either way.
So if he does do it,
if he does it, we're gonna go, we called this. If he doesn't do it, we could all say, well, it's because we kind of called him out beforehand.
It's weird you put all these posts and words on Facebook, but you didn't include any photos. Photos track better, my friend.
That bad news is the person at fault of the other vehicle didn't have insurance. Again, that's not bad news. That's not even really news.
It doesn't really matter to you.
My friend is still in the hospital with a clavicle fracture. Both her and I ache from the whiplash and have some minor burns from the airbag deploying. We can both work with still being alive. The other car went through a red light and hit our driver's side front, sending us into a 180 spin. Again, he's describing this like a white girl.
And you're telling us like we're the cops taking a statement.
Yeah, exactly. Like you're telling us this like you're testifying, and we know Chad's powers of projection.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we know how much Chad considers how people are thinking and then tries to adapt it to what that is. If my friend didn't hit the brakes, she could have hit the driver's side door, and my friend could be dead. I've never been in a major car wreck before, but it's very scary as hell. And, of course, I have to give credit to Gino on this one on In Hot Water. I did not get to this joke first. When he said, I've never been in a major car wreck before, Gino said, have you seen your set? I can't take credit for that one. I got home from the hospital around 7 a.m. this morning and have been sleeping since. I'm in pain and will be resting all weekend. I won't be making my show in Port Richey this Saturday, but have already found a replacement. My apologies.
Don't apologize. Your replacement's probably a better choice.
Way better. And by the way, he was saying it was some young up-and-coming comic in Florida. I'm like, well, then the gig probably didn't pay that well to begin with. As soon as I get my phone, I will return all messages. Be safe out there this weekend. Now, Chad then called into Anthony Cumia's show.
Okay.
And go to compoundmedia.com and be a subscriber and, all of that, for Anthony's show. I don't want to play his paywall material. I don't have permission or anything like that. But Chad, he got Chad to call in because Chad was listening to Cumia because I'm sure he knew Anthony was going to make fun of him. And sure enough, Anthony made fun of him. And Chad said, and I quote, can't you give me 48 hours before? Because Anthony was talking about, is he angling for a GoFundMe? Is he going to do some kind of a lawsuit scam? I mean, Chad, it says a lot about you that the minute people hear about this, instead of I hope he's okay, they go,
are you running a scam?
Is he running a scam? Is this Slippin' Jimmy?
Well, the other thing, too, is it's a little weird. Like, I got to make sure I post online in a way that, is somehow verified and immediately that this is what happened. This is the story. Boom.
Yeah. I mean, the car accident thing, again, Way too long of a post for the car accident. And then on Anthony's show yesterday, he says, oh, yeah, I got my phone back. The detective brought it to me.
They don't do that.
Do detectives bring just some guy his phone?
Detectives don't handle car crashes. Look, it would have been a regular cop on, beat cop.
A beat cop, traffic
that would have filmed that, or filled all that out. Like, a detective might follow up stuff, but they're not going to deal with you personally unless they have something.
Right. So that sounds a little fucky. Paul Bearer says it's called getting out in front of it. Yeah. Getting out in front of what?
You were in a car accident. You were a victim. What do you have to get in front of?
Matt Melt says, yes, they do that. All right. If they do, then they do. I'm just saying the long explanation. The bad news is, this was my biggest red flag. The bad news is the other driver
doesn't
have insurance. It's like, well, that doesn't matter.
It's all about whether or not you have insurance.
Yeah, that doesn't matter. So we'll keep an eye on Zumock with this car accident. Number one, first and foremost, I hope he's okay. I hope there's nothing wrong with him. I hope he's not injured in any way, shape, or form. But I'm also going to keep a keen eye to whether or not we see him angle financial. Yeah, any kind of financial angling. We've always called him a worse version of Stuttering John. Are we possibly looking at Chad setting up a GoFundMe, but for the woman who was injured? Like Chad, or like John. Remember when John set up
the one for the cancer patient?
Yeah.
I'm handling and taking all the money, but I'm doing it for this benevolent cause.
Oh, boy.
Uh-oh.
Michael B. says it may give him 4 minutes on stage. Granny says Florida Highway Patrol, when it dealt with it and they don't have detectives, they would have to go to the repo yard or whatever his car got towed to retrieve the phone. Maybe he did say the guy had tested positive for marijuana, but they wouldn't have known that right away. Well, maybe we'll see. I mean, Granny's from Florida, so I kind of trust his judgment.
Right.
Where did he say it was? Sarasota?
Yeah.
Granny, I want you to check on car accidents
in the Sarasota
area in the last 48 hours. That's what I'd like you to check. Might be 48. Let's see. 48. 48 would be Wednesday morning. Yeah, we'll be back to Wednesday morning. Yes. Go with that. So yes, there's now we don't need to split this into two.
There you go.
We got Chad taking a break from the internet. Very next day,
poor Chad.
Chad getting in a car accident.
Just can't have a good day. Life's coming out and hitting you in the dick, man.
I mean, really kicking him right in the taint. Poor Chad Zumock.
Good thing he planned to take that weekend off already anyway. It's not like it effed up his schedule.
Yeah, exactly. Right. It's not like he needed the money or anything. Standalone Cakecorn says this has Stuttering John third-party fund me setup written all over it.
It certainly seems that way.
Yeah.
This is one of those things where it's like, the 2020 election where it's like, look, I'm not saying that anything hinky happened. I'm just saying if you were going to have a situation, that was it.
Yeah. Buddy Travis says, I'm from Sarasota area, and those cops don't do shit extra for you. You can get your phone on your own time. Yeah.
But, for a famous guy like Chad Zumock.
That's true. They probably knew it was Chad Zumock.
And they did it just to meet him,
Jay Falcon says Lizzo has better breath control than Chad. He gets winded really easily.
Yeah, and you'd think she would more with what she's a singer.
Yeah. Nope. Michael B says, internet sleuths assemble. Zero Dark Tony says, tested positive for marijuana. How? Is that part of the police protocol in Sarasota? That's what he said on Kumia's show. And I'll tell you this, Anthony did not seem too convinced. He did say something really funny, though, when Chad goes, couldn't you give me 48 hours? And Anthony goes, nobody's going to care then. And even the people who do care, small little part of the internet where scumbags like us really like it. John says this isn't a non-story. You mean it is a non-story or
it isn't
a non-story? Because that would make it a story. I'm not sure which one. But either way, John, hey, we're just reporting the news.
Yeah, but I mean, why would they
tell you our suspicions?
Why would they tell? Because again, Chad's not the driver. Why would they talk to a passenger in the vehicle about what the driver tested positive for?
Look, when you're a guy who steals credit cards and shit like that, you're going to be anytime you do something like this, your reputation will precede you, as it were. All right, guys, let's go ahead and move on from Chad. That's going to make a wonderful clip for this program. Plus, John Spencer is getting very upset. 125 away from today's goal. That's $125 away from today's goal. We'll do a half hour of overtime if we knock that out. Streamlabs and PayPal, as well as Super Chats, are the available ways to support this program. Keep it on the air. Wow, only 125 away from another successful Steel Toe week. Thank you guys so much. And of course, like button, subscribe to the channel. Our subs have been going crazy since everything that's been happening and going on Chrissy Mayer's show and all of that stuff. So thank you guys very much for the amazing channel growth. That's awesome. We want to hit 7,000 by the end of the year, and it looks like we're on pace to do that. So like the video, subscribe to the channel. Thanks again. All right. I tell you what, my Twitter is blowing up this morning as well. This is you know what? A lot of it's the dabbler stuff.
Okay.
A lot of people with John and Tony Michaels stuff and all that. And, you know, I got to say about Tony Michaels, he doesn't do enough, like on a regular basis, because he just does like cringe political takes.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I got to find clips of Tony Michaels doing his show where he's really bad, but he kind of just sticks to the boring, shitty politics stuff. So I don't really know how much of it is usable on the program, but that's fine. Like I said, I got so many people that I want to talk about, but we don't get to for time constraints. We can always move on to somebody else for our little overtime desserts, as it were. Let's go ahead and move on to some other stuff. I'm suffering a bout of the hiccups. I apologize.
Yeah. What'd you do there?
It's God's punishment for the Zumock coverage. He wants me punished.
I could picture him having a voodoo doll.
Yeah. Scott Staska says they can get a good idea by how much THC it metabolizes. Okay. Dub says some say breathalyzers are for THC too. Might be a different unit if true, but I don't know. Grinch Girl says they don't have to prove how high you were at the time. In the system is all they need. Lawyers can argue it in court after the charges are brought. Zen Rhino says if they do a urine test and it comes up positive for marijuana, they can draw blood and tell how much is in your bloodstream. Not too different than blood alcohol. There you go. All right. Well, off to another story then. God, he was fun today, though. Like, that was, I feel tired after
you almost pulled a me. Welcome to my world.
I actually feel more physically exhausted from that.
It did take some energy
than I did before. John Spencer says your goals are worse than a fake GoFundMe. Really? Because I kind of thought we were being honest. Hey, here's our goal to pay for the show we do.
Yeah.
If you'd like to contribute, you can. And if you do, we'll grant you 30 minutes of extra show. Sorry, John. Sorry. They hid that guy? Oh, no, let's play with him. I want to have fun with John. Come on, John's one of those guys with no sense of humor who doesn't get that we're doing a comedy show. I like to play with John. He's like a new little pet.
Come on, John. We love this place, John. Let us stay here, John.
Come on, John. Oh, he's not hidden. Okay, just the comment was hidden. Guys, leave John alone. John, in my opinion, John has the floor. I could move on to some story that I'm only half into because I'm still glowing
coming
from
down
the Chad
from the high
stuff.
of Chad.
It's great. I mean, that 5-minute clip was
beautiful.
Primo Chad. So I really would love to give John the floor right now and let him exercise his thoughts towards Steel Toe. Because I'll tell you this about this Chad stuff, he has been in no ways impressed.
No,
apparently not. He is not a fan of what we're doing with this Chad stuff. I'll tell you that. So I hope John isn't hidden. If he is, unhide him. If he's not, leave him alone. I want to hear from John. That's what I want to do. I got a thank you to throw out here. Of course, it's fucking David. David, you generous sack of shit, you.
Jesus, man.
$100 from David. Thank you very much, buddy. That puts us $25 away from today's goal.
Jesus,
looks like we will be doing overtime today. That sounds good to me. Again, thank you very much to David. All right, we are all caught up, and it doesn't look like John wants to play with us.
Oh, that's a shame.
I was looking forward to having so much fun. I like it when people don't like this show because we invite them to get all their shit out, all the bad things they think about our show. We address it, we talk about it, and then they become fans most of the time. But unfortunately.
Chad's halfway there.
Yeah. Stevie J says David's e-peen eclipses the sun. I mean, he humbles us with how much he owns this show, Mr. David. We appreciate that, buddy. Okay, I think we can move on now. What's his name? Daryl Brooks?
Yeah.
He got hit with 1,200 years.
See, someone told me 3,000.
Oh, see, what I read yesterday was 1,200 years.
Either way, how do you, like if you could actually live that long, do they have to let you out then?
Yeah, if you make it to 1,200 years, do you get to go? Scoober with $25 says this is for the AIDS meds. All right, thank you, Scoober. Guys, the goal has been hit. Oh, and then John Cowsey with $50 says overtime time. All right, guys, unpin the goal. Get it out of there. No more money, no more super chats, no more PayPal, none of that shit. We are done for the day. Thank you, Scoobs. Thank you, John. We appreciate all of that. Zen Rhinos, they're still talking about the weed thing. Okay. Mm-hmm. Daryl Brooks will spend life in prison 6 times over for the death and injuries he caused in the 2021 Waukesha Christmas parade attack. Waukesha County Circuit Judge Jennifer Darrow on Wednesday formally sentenced Brooks to consecutive life sentences for first-degree intentional homicide with no chance of parole in the deaths of Tamara Durand, Wilhelm Hospel, Jane Coolidge, Leanna Owen, Virginia Sorensen, and Jackson Sparks. She also sentenced Brooks to 17 and a half years for each of the 61 counts of first-degree reckless endangering safety, or a total of 762 years of initial confinement, 305 years of extended supervision, and 25 years each for the 6 hit-and-run counts running concurrent to the reckless endangerment charges. In all, beyond all his life sentence, he was sentenced to more than 1,200 years when you include extended supervision. You know how hard it would be to lose track of him, though, if he makes it through the initial, 900 years? That's going to be the easiest parole officer job ever.
I mean, I'm institutionalized.
I'm institutionalized now. I wouldn't know what to do if I got out of here. In here, I'm the man who knows how to get things. Out there, I wouldn't know how to get a library card.
The world went and got itself in a goddamn hurry.
I mean, you tap him on the shoulder, he turns to dust. He's so old. Rex Dart parody account says, with good behavior, he can be out by the year 2525 if man is still alive. Very good. I get the reference. That was perfect. It's more time than Chris Watts got. Oh, yeah, he could write Brooks was here. Daryl Brooks. Daryl Brooks could get out of prison in 2525, go to a halfway house that they call the Brewer, and he could carve his name and say Brooks was here. It would be perfect.
Oh, God.
She symbolically put his ass under the jail. Yeah, it's, I feel like it would help you get more comfortable in jail, though.
If you know you're not going anywhere?
Yeah, you're not going in. You got nothing but time to make this the best possible life you can.
Plus, I mean, she's not gonna be lenient on you. You did fucking Mad Dog her the whole fucking time. Every time she's sitting there, I gotta stop because this guy's fucking me with his eyes. Yeah. That's not a good thing to do to the judge.
Right, exactly. I mean, him putting her through shit definitely had an impact on the kind of sentence she gave him.
Every time he pulled something, just in the back of her mind, she's like, and sentencing will soon arrive.
We're gonna run those consecutively rather than concurrently. Anything else? Yeah, this is all bullshit, and I hate. All right, we're gonna have those run consecutively. There we go. Feel like shutting the fuck up yet?
You look like a cold bitch. All right, another 10 years.
It's gonna be run that consecutively. Or yeah, she's just kind of keeping notes in a journal during the trial. That's why it's important that even if you lose with grace, lose with dignity. They might. Well, like that chick who shot the guy thinking it was the taser. The cop who thought it was the taser and shot the guy here in Minnesota.
Yeah.
She was really contrite and really apologetic, and she's gonna get out next year, I think.
Yeah, she also really, really didn't want to have what happened happen.
Right, exactly.
She was intently, deeply remorseful the moment it happened. Oh fuck! That was, yeah. He was more move, motherfuckers!
Yeah. They was mean mucking the shit out of me. What was I supposed to do? Not murder those kids? We would have preferred it that way, but. Bearded Trucker with $5 says, here's for your Diet Mountain Dew. Well, all right. All right, well, look, we're done now, though. We hit our goal. We're good. Thank you guys very much. for all of your generosity today and hitting that goal so quickly. We appreciate that a lot. Rusty Grammer says it's so when he dies, he stays trapped in purgatory for 1,200 years. See, I didn't know that we did that. I didn't know that we did that. That like the heavenly laws coincided with the laws of the court. I learn things when I go to you guys with stuff. So he's going to get 1,200 years when you include supervision. And hey, you look, I got no complaints about this judge. Although I will say that if she wants to set herself up for like a political career, if she wants to run for like, a higher judgeship, or she wants like a Supreme Court appointment or something like that, she certainly went about it the right way. She certainly made a name for herself. She handled the case very well. She was equal parts patient and firm, and she handed out a sentence that I think everyone is happy with. So I think she, I'm not saying she did it to raise her profile, but she did raise her profile. Cervix says, as it is on earth, so it is in heaven, boss. Read the book. You know what? You're right. Who are you? I'm Jesus Christ. I wrote the book. Oh, well, this world owes you a debt of gratitude. Now shut the fuck up and let me do my job. Chris says, I'm waiting for the Danny Masterson verdict today. You know, I'll say this. I have not followed the Danny Masterson, I almost said show. The Danny Masterson trial. Is he going away? Like, does it looking like he did the raping? Or does it look like maybe there was some, I don't know, misunderstanding? I don't know what happens when you're not guilty of rape. I feel like you're either guilty of it or like somebody completely made up the story like the Duke lacrosse kids. I feel like there's not much like, hey, I'm on trial for rape and I got acquitted. What? Oh, on a technicality because like I just didn't have the yes for her butthole, but it was a slip, so we're good. I don't think that's how it goes. People are saying in the chat that it does not look good for him. And Scientology was heavily implicated too. Oh, wait. Lemmy or Granny, if you guys know about this trial, I know Chris doesn't have the studio number, or maybe he does. Maybe he's been around long enough. But if one of you guys want to call in and give us the update on the Danny Masterson trial, I do not know much about it. I haven't followed it at all. The trial that I'm really interested in now is the OnlyFans chick that got fat. The Courtney Clenny. That's the one I'm kind of in with right now. So if Lemmy or anyone like that wants to call into the show and give me kind of the quick rundown.
All right, so here's what happened.
Okay, what happened with Danny Masterson? Go ahead, Johnny. Give us your take.
Danny Masterson's got, I think, 3 counts of supposedly 3 different witnesses accusing him of rape, and it comes back very heavily to Scientology because one person who even was part of the Church of Scientology at the time insists that she was pushed by church figures to encourage this person not to come forward.
Okay.
And that it wasn't, just kind of like, oh, maybe you put out the wrong signals, whatever. Just kind of like, hey, don't do it. So the church apparently kind of tried to hold back the flood of...
They did the old school, like, well, you kind of asked for it.
Yeah, and it also doesn't look very, very good. The church is like handling his legal team is from the church.
Oh,
so
okay.
It does, there's 2 cases, this one and another one, where people are trying to use the Church of Scientology as the bad guy. Like another guy's gotten accused of rape and someone's like, oh, no, it's because he's speaking out against the Church of Scientology. And like that one didn't really hold water. But yeah, this one with Danny, he doesn't look good.
Have they been deliberating though for 2 days?
I believe so.
These articles say 2 days ago.
They've been at it for a while. I caught up with it a couple days ago when I was talking about the person who was testifying about making a witness, not come forward.
One article did say that this is the O.J. Simpson trial of Scientology.
I mean, Scientology is front and center on this. There was another one where they tried to make it about Scientology and it got dropped off. But
okay.
But yeah, on this one in particular, especially since, like I said, the church is paying his legal bills. So it doesn't really look like you're not involved when it's like, yeah, but they're ordained.
In 2 of the charged incidents, the women say Masterson supplied them with alcohol and that when they became disoriented, he took them upstairs to his bedroom and violently hurt them.
Mm-hmm.
In the 3rd, the woman who was Masterson's girlfriend at the time said she woke up to him, and when she tried to get him to stop, he hit her, spit on her, and called her white trash. Which, the calling her white trash part, not wrong in and of itself. Certainly fights can happen. Not good when coupled with the other things.
Can we just agree not every white trash comment falls out of the sky?
Yeah. If you were incapacitated in his bed, he would you, said the district attorney Reinhold Mueller during his closing argument. If you were incapacitated elsewhere in the house, he would come and find you. And if you were at his home and you were not yet intoxicated, he would offer you alcohol to get you there and then forcibly do the thing. They want to win this case so badly that they have ignored right up until the closing argument. Masterson's attorney, Philip Cohen. You telling me Cohen is from the Church of Scientology? Or I don't just think the lawyer for?
The lawyer for.
Oh, okay. Because I don't see them turning on
money
their kind.
Spends the same, man.
Yeah, well, yeah, I was going to say, I don't see them turning on their kind to join Scientology.
I don't know. Scientology is a weird grab bag of people.
When asked about it and finding out that a guy named Cohen was his attorney, Ye said to the press, guilty. They said, what do you, about Danny Masterson? He's like, oh, what did Danny Masterson do? They go, no, Ye, different thing. They want to win this case so badly, they have ignored right up until that closing argument. They have ignored the blatant, obvious, overwhelming contradictions and fabrications that each Jane Doe has given you. I mean, I don't blame the lawyer for going that route because what are you supposed to do? You have to defend your client. And your client says they didn't do it and they plead not guilty.
Yeah.
So you kind of have to... you got to muddy the waters a little bit.
I'd love Cohen to be like, look, man, of course we're losing this case. My client's a rapist. just whoa, buddy.
The only thing that's made this case really difficult is that my client is a disgusting rapist with no regard for respect for women.
Look, I'm not saying any of these allegations are true. I'm just saying I wouldn't be caught dead unconscious around my client.
Look, would I pull open my butthole in front of Danny Masterson? Of course not. He'd stick his dick in it. But does that mean that he's guilty of these things? No, not necessarily. I don't think. Possibly.
Look, did people...
Your Honor, I'd like to recuse myself from this case.
Do people accuse Danny Masterson's role in Dracula 2000 as raping the modern day movie culture? Yes. And it turns out he did that to other people too.
Yes. Look, is my client creepy? Yes. Is my client a Hollywood star who could leverage his power to influence people? Yes. Does my client kind of have that weird looking hair that makes you think he could put shit in you that doesn't belong there? Of course. Does my client seem to be very impatient when he's told no? Yes. But I'd like you guys to forget all that and look at that standard issue neuralizer I have right here. All right, there we go. I rest my case. What you guys saw was swamp gas that reflected off of Venus. Thank you. Masterson has pleaded not guilty to the charges and claimed that he only had consensual sex with the women.
Oh, that's a bad fucking defense. Like, look, when you gotta say not guilty, the sex was consensual. Okay,
right, because then you're saying you had sex with him.
Yeah. So
now you're at least meeting him in the middle.
Well, unless you have bad aim.
A 12-person jury will now determine whether he's guilty and faces up to 45 years to life in prison if convicted of all three counts. Over the course of about 4 weeks, jurors heard graphic testimony from the three women, the detectives who investigated their allegations, and individuals who recalled hearing about them. Jurors also heard from a fourth woman who accused the actor of assault and whose testimony echoed that of the other alleged victims. One woman identified her testimony as JB, testified that she thought Masterson was going to kill her, as she described how the actor smothered her with a pillow and strangled her as he was allegedly assaulting her in April 2003. So it sounds like he's into the violence, he's into the choking and shit like that, and you gotta kind of let the other people know you're into that so that they can be into it too or tell you they're not.
So wait, you just want me to rape you on the off chance that's what you're into?
Yeah, the old Louis C.K. bit where he's like, you want me to just, I just like when a guy holds me down and fucks me. What the fuck is wrong with you? Yeah, you don't, like choking, there's a way to do it consensually and there's a way to do it that's a little too surprising and it's, it kind of ruins the mood.
I'm guessing he went with the second one?
It sounds like it. Like everybody knows, if you haven't discussed this with your partner beforehand, you start light. You just put the hand on the throat region.
You start with a safe word.
And if they're very excited, you do a little more. And then when they stop getting excited, you loosen that grip. But you know what it is? Choking during sex is like a blood pressure cuff. All right? They have to stick their arm in the cuff first. You can't go get your fucking arm in the cuff. Here, yeah. You got to stick your arm in the cuff, and then you tighten, and you tighten, and you tighten, just so you can get a reading. And then you release.
As soon as you feel a pulse, you back off.
You back the fuck off. Exactly. I had no idea how well that metaphor was going to work. Thank you.
Yeah. You really need a more you know button that way.
Yeah. Well, here, it'll be this for now.
I want to drown in cum.
There we go.
Get there.
Or we could go.
Oh my God, he's like a black woman in a Wawa.
Well, they do a lot of choking.
Dubs, excuse me, I got to catch up here. Paul says, look, last time I met in the middle with a chick, it cost me like $40 for plan B. I prefer to just take precautions. All right. I'd like to use a condom when we have sex so I don't impregnate you. Well, why don't you just take it off and blow it on my face? All right, I'll meet you in the middle. Didn't make it to your face. Sorry. Sorry about the dribbles.
But the good news is your belly button is like a little reservoir.
If an ant crawls on your stomach, it has a jacuzzi.
Oh.
Cervix says when they stop getting excited, you put both hands on. No, that's not what the blood pressure ring would do. Zero Dark Tony
when
says...
When they start getting cold, lean harder.
Zero Dark Tony says Danny got the shit kicked out of him by a pro hockey player in front of a nightclub because of his reputation for this. Well, that's a piece of evidence. 3K says, who says I want to drown in cum? It sounds like Jordan Peterson. It is Jordan Peterson.
I want to drown in cum.
That's him. He said those words. I can't guarantee they were in that order, but all of those words came out of his mouth. Bill Loney thinks my analogy on the blood pressure cuff is perfect. Thank you. I thought it was. It's actually one of my most proud comparisons I've ever made. Chris says, and I'm waiting for Ron Jeremy's competency hearing to come through. He could very well be found mentally unfit to stand trial.
Yeah, they could have done that a long time ago.
I thought he was in prison already. I thought he got convicted and all that.
No idea. But I'm just saying, if you want to find Ron Jeremy mentally incompetent,
the shit
how much time you got?
The shit he's accused of is the shit that like guys in his line of work do get accused of, but you just hoped it wasn't him. Yeah, he was turns out he was a real, all of us who laughed at him over the years and he was show up on TV shows and in movie and you go, Ron Jeremy, the fat guy with the big dick. All of us who laughed at him, boy, I tell you what, we sure didn't get the last laugh on that deal.
Oh.
Because we're like, oh shit, I found that guy really charming and funny.
I thought he was like, cute and quaint. It was just, he did porn because he had a giant cock. Well,
they call him the hedgehog. And we found out he's a monster.
Turns out it's because he had all those gold cock rings.
Yes, son of a bitch. Zero Dark Tony says there's another Harvey Weinstein trial going too. Yes, there is. And they wanted to try and get the governor of California's wife to fake an orgasm on the stand because she said she faked one with Harvey so he would get it over with.
Sure, she's faked a few with Gavin too.
Well, yeah, of course. Yeah, it's she's
not
like, no,
tasteless at all.
Yeah, she's like, no, this isn't Harry Met Sally. I'm not doing that. Thank you. Decent Big Balls with $10. Thank you very much. But guys, we have crushed our goal today. We're over. We're good. We're keeping track for Monday.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
We're good.
But we're set. Thank you. Just enjoy the show. Twisted Teabags with a $5 super chat says Zumock never forgets. Zumock never surrenders. I mean, unless he has to go to the beach and he doesn't care, but he cares. But he doesn't. That might be the best clip we've ever had of him. That 5-minute clip of him not caring.
Oh my God, it's so good.
Decent Big Ball says, take my fucking money. I mean, yeah, I'm going to, but like I said, not.
Look, don't throw any more money on this ungrateful and flattering pic. Just throw it over to me.
Go to twitch.tv/JustKiddingLLC. Are you on today?
No, I'm taking today off. Kid wasn't feeling well. I've got this show. I got the comedy show tomorrow. So today's normally my DJ stream where we just play music and chill. And I'm feeling like I'm going to take a chill day for me.
Cool.
So that's what I'm doing.
Everybody's taking a them day.
Yeah, because I can't take this anymore. I'm sick of these people in the fucking chat, and I don't even fucking care.
Oh, okay. I was checking to see
I don't care.
Okay.
Just taking some me time because I need it. I don't care.
So you don't care then?
I don't care.
Okay. Then why are you leaving?
Because I need me time.
Oh. Well, because it's getting to you.
It's getting to me really bad, all right?
Okay.
This is just stressing me out.
So you
I don't read these comments when they say, you crippled motherfucker can't even walk. Or like, hey, Johnny, how's gravity doing?
Wait, but if you don't read them, how do you know that that's what they say?
I don't care, man.
Oh, okay.
I don't care.
All right. I was just checking. I want to thank everybody who started following me on Twitter as well. I eclipsed over 1,700 today. Woo! Thanks, guys. Twitter.com/Aaron M. Holt. There we go. Next stop, 2,000. That's what we're looking for. And we're pushing 6,200 subs.
Awesome.
Here on the YouTube end of things. So our move to 7,000 is looking pretty good. Let me take a look here. Oh, my God. We are only about 10 subs away from 6,200. So there you go. If you're liking the show, hit the subscribe button. Like the video. That helps us a lot, too. Thank you guys very much.
Balls deep. You want your links up, Johnny? Like, I mean, that's a dick move.
Well, yeah, throw his...
My PayPal links up?
Yeah,
No.
throw all your links up if you want, because we're done. No giving us money today. JJ says 1,700. Does that mean you're only $8 away from a blue check mark? Yeah, that's pretty much it.
That's right. Yep.
Yeah, you just nowadays you just $8 a month and you're good. Oh, look at that, 1,702 already. Thank you, kids. Appreciate that. We're gonna get to 2,000 in no time. There's the link to my Twitter, if you'd like. That was whorish. Ulrich Firelord says, Review Tech watches your DSP clips sometimes, and that's where I come from. Been watching every day since. I like Rich. Rich is a good guy. We've had him on our show before. There you go. There's all the Venmos and the PayPals for Johnny.
There you go.
Perfect. Did you all know that Chrissy got swatted again yesterday morning? Yes, we did. We got it yesterday morning as well, too. But, I got to say, nothing in the chat today. And, you got a few people trying to be cheeky in the chat today, but nothing really bad. And we've got everything straightened away with our local law enforcement. So nothing really left for them to do other than pay the price. So they got to fire the first few shots, and we went,
okay.
Is that it? That's what you got, huh? You shot your shot? Ooh. This is going to be real bad going forward. And Granny and Lemmy, if you guys want to do a little research for us on whether or not the Eliza Jordana community is the one that kind of caused this, I will have a personal off-the-air conversation with Miss Jordana, and we will be discussing this. Again, doesn't bother me, and I'm not doing a Chad Zumock thing, the way it made April feel bothers the fucking shit out of me. I've been doing this for so long. I've been taking so many threats. I don't mind it. It's just it's the cost of doing business. But she's not used to it yet. And it really, and they were much meaner to her than they were to me. So, look, for me, I don't need to do anything to these motherfuckers. For her, we'll hold everybody accountable who needs to be held accountable, for sure. Potato Head says, Eliza Jordana, how the hell did you get wrapped up in her world? Because Jake Hudson is fucking desperate for friends. Jake Hudson is fucking desperate for a community to grab onto him and say his name and obsess over him so he can make him songs on SoundCloud and all that shit. And then what he does is Steel Toe's getting bigger. So he goes there and he shits all over Steel Toe. And then these lunatic psychos decide that, for Jake, they're going to do this, that, and the other thing. Brilliant, Jake. Great move. And by the way, Jake yesterday, I'm so sorry. I deleted Discord and all this. I said, you're going to make this stop. We've already given your name to police. You're already accountable. I'm going to push this to the edge of the earth legally for you. I'm going to make you pay for this legally with law enforcement as much as I possibly can unless you make this stop. I will lean on you to fix what you've done. And until you do fix it. Anyway, Alexis says, remember when she dated Benji from the Stern Show? Fucking ponderous pair they were. Oh, yeah. And then there was, Guy Sartell says Jake's not competent to stand trial. Also, she's kind of responsible for Andy Dick being the way he is. I mean, look, Andy Dick is responsible for Andy Dick, but him finding himself in that RV world and shit, kind of, that's on her as well. RD says, gotta have thicker skin if you put yourself out there on the internet like this. Stupid, but reality. Yep. I mean, and that's just where it is. But,
it takes time to get there.
It takes time to get with it. And when it's people who I love and I care about, yeah.
Yeah, so if they had threatened me, they would have got a promotion.
Right. I would have asked them if they wanted a job. But in this case, I'm trying to catch up with all the people here. Fuck yes, I was hoping you would push the harshest punishment. Didn't want you to just let people get away with it. Well, they're fucked because they also did it to Chrissy, who's in New York, and us, who are in Minnesota. I mean, this is...
And it's kind of illegal to falsely report a crime to the cops. They don't like that.
Ooh, and the threats that the police now have, like, visual evidence of.
Yeah, that doesn't help either.
That's going to be bad. That's going to be really bad. I mean, I would say that the person who did this is like such a like gamer dork, like bitter incel stereotype.
It just feels personal when you say it like that.
I'm sorry. I apologize. That I'm pretty sure this is, they're too stupid to even realize that what they're doing fucks them this badly.
Well, this is the problem with gamers. I've said this before. They deal with the world through like an avatar, through a sense of anonymity. So they get this grandiose ability that they think, oh, I can say whatever I want. It never really comes back at me. If it gets like conflicted or confronted, there might be some dialogue, but I never pay any consequence. So I can literally just say whatever I want. Because if you ban me, I make a new account and I go back at it. Unfortunately, in this case, consequences are coming.
You decided to fuck with one of the most obnoxious people on YouTube. And I don't know if Johnny has told you this or if Jake has told you this. Letting it go, not one of my strong suits.
So let me understand this. You believe your boss is one of the wealthiest men in the world, spends his nights going from rooftop to rooftop, beating the shit out of people, and your plan is to blackmail this person?
And I'll tell you, whenever the legal consequences are over, I'm never going to stop making fun of you. That much is for sure. I can't wait. Oh, when we have that mugshot.
We haven't even started.
When we have that mugshot, oh my God, is that going to be awesome? That's just going to be, well, it'll be on the bottom of the screen there. It'll just be a roast for the whole chat for us. We'll have ourselves a little book burning in the yard. You'll see the flames from miles. We'll dance around it like wild engines. Marshall Beaupre. Oh, Marshall. Hello, sir. There's a good guy. Go follow Marshall, you guys. Go subscribe to his channel. Says, I hope you get the guy. I can't say too much about it. I can't say too much, but I wouldn't worry about that part.
It's out of our hands.
Look, if these guys came to me on their hands and knees begging me to take it back, begging me to not do anything, I couldn't. There's nothing I can do. Also, I would be doing the opposite of that. I'd be telling the police, add on as many charges as you can. Tack on as many man hours as you can. I'd love it. Yes, to the people who did this, I do plan to take away your freedom for as long as possible. And it's going to be a lot of fun. And you know what we'll be doing while that's happening to you?
Laughing?
We'll be laughing at you at least weekly. Aaron, can I hit you with something out of pocket real quick? Sure. Go bananas. Somebody behind in chat. I was wondering, I read something. I'm like, I don't think I can read that. That's they need Trump says they are fucked. Oh, dude, they're super fucked. I'm just reading some of these, and there's some of them I just can't do. Bill Loney says, I have both platforms. Love my AR. I just love my AK a little. Oh, they're talking about guns. Don't you worry about us being defended.
I thought they were talking about Arizona versus Arkansas.
Ulrich says, pretty much that hoe you guys are expected to let it go. But that person went through every step it took to make that happen. But now you are supposed to be the one to just drop it. Yeah. Oh, that's not what I do. Like, look at what we do when we just want to make fun of a guy like Chad Zumock.
Yeah.
Now you give me personal motivation. Oh, you are so fucked.
And we gave you a chance to bow out and you doubled down. It's game on, motherfucker.
Yeah, that was the worst call you could have made. And now, again, none of them are in the chat. Like 2 of them showed up today. That's it. And now they're gone.
Dude, you're fucking crazy. Yeah, I am. Look me up.
They definitely know that they fucked up. This message is for the Mandarin. Happy Plague Doctor says, I'm smart. Not dumb, not like everybody says, but smart, and I can swat. Ooh, good work. It's easy to tell others to have thicker skin when it's not you or your loved ones. April is a human being. Stop Monday morning quarterbacking her, says Standalone K-Corn. Did you already talk about the Chad tweet? Yes. Lilo of a show, we talked about Chad a bunch. today. That clip will be going up this weekend. So either look for it on Saturday or Sunday. Today is going to be an Ariel Helwani clip.
Yeah, clear a chunk of your time for that one, too.
So I think tomorrow we'll schedule the Zumock one, and then we've got, Perry. And then we got our Perry clip on Sunday. That'll be a lot of fun.
I love that we got mentioned on Perry.
Yeah. There we go. Easy to just do that. Oh, boy, there's a lot of good stuff in here. Not just one show. JJ says they got swatted along with Chrissy. Yeah. For anybody wondering, people in the chat will fill you in. Okay, guys, I got a dip. I have surgery in 2 hours and need to get to the hospital. Oh, Jesus. Zen.
Have a good surgery?
I hope you have a good surgery. I hope they cut your guts open nicely and remove all the things they need to remove and add all the things they need to add. Oh, boy.
Uh-oh.
If the thing Lemmy sent me is true,
I'm
then
salivating. What?
Then I am really interested in whoever's talking about that, pushing it as far as possible and just burying the guy. Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
Ooh.
That would be the end of it.
Yeah.
That would, the amount of fucked these people are is remarkable.
How do you just keep digging at that point? You got to realize the dirt's coming back down on your head. Stop going.
This wasn't some gamer that just lives on his Xbox all the time. You fucked with a show that goes and lives life in the real world when it's over. You're fucked. We're actually going to hold you accountable. It's gonna be bad. But keep on digging.
But, feel free to feel like you're winning while you scream, 1v1 me, you pussy!
They really they shot their shot early and they did not consider the repercussions. That's for sure.
You really didn't look what you were aiming at before you pulled that trigger.
Guys, I can't people are saying spill the tea, don't be a dick tease. I can't put this. This one is
put this out.
This is so serious that I can't mention this.
Allegations must be proven before.
In time, this one could go out there. Oh, boy.
Oh, buddy.
Oh, boy, indeed. Oh, daddy. Oh, daddy. Oh,
Bubba, no.
Oh, yeah, P.H. Cheddar says, love when they keep adding evidence. Oh, today's looking like a pretty goddamn good day, I'll tell you that much. When it's all said and done, can you tell us details? Oh, not only am I going to spill all the beans
when it's all
out there, we're going to put it up as a clip. It's going to go it's going to be so much fun. So much fun. A woman is raising her kids as a free-range family and says she lets her kids do whatever they want.
Oh, so you're a fucking lazy parent?
You're a piece of shit bad parent. I mean, I didn't think we called that free-range. I thought we just called that doing a shitty job.
God, my daughter can overpower me at the drop of a hat, and I still don't let her do whatever she wants. She has to beat me up first.
Right, exactly. And April says, I love being out of the loop. Look, we're doing a show. When the show's over, you'll know what we know. There are 3 people currently who know this information. I'm raising my family free range. They're not chickens, motherfucker. A mom of 4 who lets their kids shave their hair, drink coffee.
Oh, no.
That's really bad for them.
There's developmental issues that will happen from that stuff being in their system.
I'm not like the other moms. I'm a cool mom. Eat whatever they want and says they don't have to share. So you're raising little sociopaths, basically. I'm going to have to. This is the problem with all these parents going, oh, yeah, I'm going to do this with my kids. It's like, yeah, but we got to pick up the tab for it later on. So thanks a lot. Oh, I'm going to let my kid identify with whatever gender they want. We're picking up the tab for that later. That's only, no, you're going to move out of the way and the trash can's going to land on me.
I just want to be my kid's best friend. That's not your job.
Mara Domeland, 29, has enrolled in the free-range family school of parenting, which involves giving her children the option to do whatever they want to do. Domeland, who lives in Texas with her kids Emmy, 9, Murphy, 7, Ripley, 5, and Indy, 2, says her style of parenting stems from being mean and having no patience when she had Emmy at 19. After her experience as a young mother, she wanted to be freer with how she raises her children. Can I make a guess?
Yeah.
May I make a guess?
Mm-hmm.
single mom. I'm going to guess single mom.
I mean, that's 4 kids. That's impressive. Single mom with 4 kids?
I'm sorry, but someone who had a kid at 19 and then says, I felt so bad about being so mean, but then decided, I'm going to let them all do whatever they want. I'm saying it's an impulsive woman, no impulse control, no ability to mediate her behavior. It's either one way or the other. I'm telling you, there's no man here. I could be wrong. We'll see in the article.
Well, a man showed up at least 4 times.
I do. Yeah, a man was there 4 times at one point. I do want to address our buddy John Spencer. He says, I love you guys, how you guys had to mute me because you can't handle me speaking the truth about how shitty your show is.
We didn't mute you.
Yeah, I didn't hide you. I didn't mute you. Somebody else may have.
We asked you for your thoughts, and then we waited, and nothing happened. But
Yeah.
none of us muted you, my friend.
No, actually, John, we wanted to make you a big part of the show because you're one of those people who we did something very funny and it hurt your feelings, like you liked the person we were making fun of.
Mm-hmm.
And we wanted to prove that in a couple of months or a couple of weeks, you're going to be a huge fan of this show. So we were going to kind of let you blow your stack. We're kind of the opposite of like a Chad or anyone else you like. When you start talking shit about us, we know you're just doing it from a place of being personally hurt. So we wanted to just let you get it all out there so you get all that pain and ugliness out of you. And then you could start being a big fan of our show.
And since it really doesn't matter to us, go ahead and do it.
Thank you to President Teddy Roosevelt for the buck. Thank you, buddy. Bill Loney says, of course the show sucks. That's why I love it. Exactly. Bill Loney gets it. Raymond Bryant says, I like shows that I like when I like to watch a show. Thanks for the endorsement. Let's see if there's a dad in this situation. The mom relaxed the stringent rules parents usually implement. No, okay. Noting she and her partner, Christopher Meredith, don't...
Beta!
Hi, yeah. My partner, she tells the kids how they're going to behave.
Beta male!
The mom relaxed the stringent rules parents usually implement, noting she and her partner, Christopher Meredith, 36, don't agree with restricting food. Instead, they let them choose their meals, even if that involves no leafy greens on their plate and extra dessert.
It's called childhood diabetes.
Yes. It's not only that, it's like again, it's not free-range parenting. It's just not being a parent.
Yeah, that's just
Kids
lazy.
need direction and they need to be shown how to eat properly. So
Kids
you're just
don't
abandoning your post.
Your kids don't understand nutrition. They understand that the sugary stuff tastes good, and they're going to keep eating it.
Right. I don't want them to have a negative relationship with food. I make sure all food is available for them, which don't categorize certain food as special or a treat. Good. Don't use sugar and fat as a treat or special. You can just normalize it and they can eat it all the time. You know what?
I don't understand why I have a weight problem. I mean, every day since I was 12, I've been eating a cheesecake.
And I've never been told that that's bad. I'll say this. The society, all of that stuff, none of that is going to end up getting this woman. What's going to get this woman is the dental bill. That's what's going to cause her to change. When these kids all hit 4 years old and they start getting cavities everywhere and their mouth is chock full of holes, she'll go.
Because they don't brush their teeth.
Because they don't want to.
Why would they?
Right. It's no fun.
And of course, why would you want to brush your teeth when you can double down on an extra frosted donut?
They brush them with pudding.
Oh.
So, I don't want them to have a negative relationship with food. The Domelins are one of many families who have opted for more lax living rather than rigid rules. On TikTok, some families are touting gentle parenting, which involves neither... That just means you don't call them the gay F word, which involves neither punishing or rewarding. Well, rewarding is important, too. It develops self-esteem. They feel good about things.
And they also kind of need to learn that, in order to be part of society, which I'm assuming you want them to interact with, they have to know that there are rules and there's a reason to follow the rules. Part of that is, rewards, treats, things like that.
When alleged adults start treating children like they're adults and their brains work the same way, that's when we get problems. Because they don't. They keep Zumockianly projecting their own brains into their kids, and kids don't work that way. Louis C.K. said this in one of his sets. He was talking about 3-year-olds. He goes, if you're arguing with a 3-year-old, you're a fucking moron. He said that is 100% your fault. The 3-year-old doesn't have the ability to reason. They don't know what they're doing is right or wrong. They're 3. I mean, if you're sitting there trying to treat a 3-year-old like an adult, you're fucked already.
this is just another person where I feel like there's too many parents that's like, I want to be my kid's best friend. And like I said, that's not your fucking job. There's too many people that don't understand. You're a parent. You're not there to be their favorite person or their best friend. You're there to make sure they grow up right and, I don't know, have some decent moral guidance.
Right. Look at this. She lets all her kids run around a department store in that dirty, nasty concrete floor in their bare feet. And then for some reason, the one in his bare feet who's living this life of gluttony and everything else has a mask on, because that's going to help.
That's a poster child for the coronavirus pandemic.
You know what? This kid is COVID right here. This is the COVID response in a nutshell. Barefoot in a dirty store.
Running with reckless abandon.
Running around the place, no mask on, or with a mask on. Oh, this woman is unbearable. As relaxed parents, the Domelins encourage their kids to play in the rain and don't dictate what they wear, simply saying they want their children to be comfortable and wear what makes them happy. She also lets their kids drink coffee if they want to try it. Although noted, they don't drink it as adults do. Oh, so you do have rules. So this is all a bullshit philosophy. You're just, like you said, you're just lazy.
You're just lazy. You just want to be like, oh, I'm the cool parent, so you can do whatever you want, and then I can do whatever I want while you do whatever you want.
Other controversial parenting rules she and her partner abide by include letting the kids go out barefoot, allowing them to wash in the rain. Wait, so you make your neighbors watch your kids wash themselves in the rain? You fucking pigs. And even permitting them to shave their heads.
All right, look, I'm fine with that. Hair grows back.
Right.
Shaving your head's a choice you can live with. Oh,
that's
Lord.
them. There they are.
Yeah, he's going to let you do whatever he wants.
Right, that guy is soft as
He's well
a
aware
pillow.
that there's not other people in the wings, that it's this or nothing.
Rough, brother. Emmy has her head shaved and is only wearing black and oversized clothes at the moment. We let our boys wear dresses if they want to. Again, that's fine for you. We're paying the tab at the end of the day.
I mean, the clothes thing, not as big a deal.
Right.
Again, that's not as serious a thing. But the eating thing, that has lasting consequences for them, like for the rest of their lives. So, I mean, I don't know. Maybe give a fuck.
Yeah, how about we try to give a little bit of a shit? Just a small amount of a shit, if we could.
We give about a half a shit. They can eat whatever they want, but we make sure what they're eating generally aims towards the the guise of being healthy.
Buddy Travis says, "Wait, so Dad's there? What type of walking fetus is this guy?" It's just as bad as
see?
Yeah, you saw.
Did you not see the lump of dough in the Green Bay Packers hoodie? We had it up on the screen.
By the way, Green Bay Packers last night,
yeah,
got the shit kicked out of them by the Titans.
That's a shame.
That was a fun game to watch. I watched the second half of that one, and I enjoyed it.
I want to see stores like that, though, kick the parents out. You know, like, I just let my kids do whatever they want. We're kicking you out. Why? Because your children are unruly, so we don't want you here.
That would be really nice, yeah, if you just have...
Because that used to be the thing. Like, I grew up in a family of 5 where we got threatened with a beating because it's like, you got to behave because otherwise we can't come. You behave.
Right, exactly. Like, just for the mildest of things, too. Like, if it wasn't even that big of a deal.
I swear my parents purposely left my sister somewhere once just so that way the rest of us would be like, oh, shit, they can forget us if they want to.
Right, they can do it. They did that to my sister, too.
Why is it always the women?
They didn't like her as much. That changed over time.
Well, you know.
We switched spots, you know. Kate Golem says, ironically, these kinds of people raise their pets better than their kids in regards to boundaries and discipline.
Yeah, because pets have a little bit more of a natural sense of what they should and shouldn't do.
Alexis says, I've been out of the loop. When did Ryan Tannehill become a good quarterback? That's the same thing I was thinking last night. Like, I'm watching him throw, and other than that pick he threw, I was like, God damn, Ryan Tannehill can sling the ball around the field. He's pretty good. I think when you have Derrick Henry running the ball, I think it kind of opens things up for him because the whole defense comes up to defend the run because Derrick Henry's like a bowling ball. And so they just kind of, they all come up. So I think Tannehill's got a lot of one-on-one matchups and everything like that. So I think that's how he became a better than average quarterback. Freedom's Lunch says a significant majority of boys will put on a dress at some point, mostly for the lulz, mostly not because they want to be a girl. That's exactly it. You do it because it's like naughty. It's not to be done. It's taboo.
You want to feel a little breeze in your undercarriage.
Right. You want the wind to hit your nuts. And then the kids who really like that a lot, they go, well, I'm going to hang on to this phase for a little bit longer. But ultimately, they abandon it for football, baseball, basketball, or if they're gay, marching band. Look, these things work themselves out is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, 9 times out of 10, they get right back in line. It's that rare one time where they're like, would you fuck me? Then you're like, all right, I know what he's after.
I'd fuck me hard. Trucker 18 Wheeler says, I grew up as the youngest of 9 and got a beating when I did something wrong. Well, look, I'm not asking them to beat the living dog shit out of their kids.
Those were the days.
Look, we can perhaps, mediate that a little bit and take the middle ground.
Yeah.
Maybe not beat the living dog shit out of the kid, but, instruct them a little bit. Very nice of Marshall. He clipped something out of our show. I have a feeling it's when we promoted him, though. Marshall Beaupre. Oh, Marshall. Hello, sir. There's a good guy. Go follow Marshall.
Yeah.
Well, I do the same goddamn thing. So what are you supposed to do? There is a guy on Twitter who has been fighting with our fans for 2 days straight now. I still am getting notifications about people writing to him and him writing back. And it's all in a tweet that I made.
Okay.
And then that guy responded to it. And I was just kind of joking around with him. Like, yeah, because he's like, I hate your show. You should call it the Cucktoe Morning Show or the Cucky Show. And I'm like, I wrote back to him, I go, I'm not hiring you as a marketing director. I don't think these are very catchy names. I'm just kind of dicking around with him like that. Your audience probably doesn't even wear steel toes. And then I guess a bunch of our audience members started writing to that guy and going, I do. He's like, oh yeah, I guess a bunch of fake accounts. And I just went to check my Twitter notifications now. And that guy is still fucking fighting with people. This was Wednesday this started. Tuesday or Wednesday even.
How does he have the time? Like, what? Do you have nothing else in life you'd like to accomplish between now and then?
Yeah. Oof. Push-Ups with $2 says, what's your intro song? Love from a Chrissy fan. Well, thanks for joining us. It is a copyright-safe version of Bret the Hitman Hart's theme music. Because I used to mark out for it as a kid. It's it's here. It's this one. Forgive the little intro they do for their video. Here we go. It's this. And then we just pot it down a little bit. And we go, good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Steel Toe Morning Show. April taking the day today. Johnny is here.
Mm-hmm.
We got a great show coming up for you. Jews, whites, blacks, Asians, Mexicans. All of them allowed.
And a lot of Chad.
And a lot of Chad Zumock on today's show. There. That's pretty much how it goes. Freedom's Lunch says, dude, I wear steel toes. I mean, not every day, but I don't know, half the time. It's odd. Derek says, I just picked up a new pair of steel toe boots from the Boot Shack. Yeah, see? Look at that. The Mood says, ow, wait. Mine aren't steel toe. Or mine aren't steel, mine are aluminum as I work with magnets. So, yeah, well, you're obviously a fucking poser at that point, right? Stevie J says, you have a different intro song for the very start of the stream. Oh, yeah, well, this is while people just kind of filter in. Yeah. This is 2 minutes before the show's official start time. We throw this out there. But that's not, I wouldn't call that the theme song. Aaron used to be more edgy with Triple H and Paul Heyman. It was gay. Aaron used to be more edgy with Triple H. I appreciate that, but I've never worked with those two men. Thank you very much to Raymond Bryant for the $2. Appreciate that. And Bill Loney with $2.
Thank you.
Says, I'm a door swinger, so I just wear Pumas. Oh, it's funny. You didn't say homosexual. But,
Well, he said Pumas.
That's true. Tomato, tomato. That's what I say. Oh, my God. We're already 10 minutes into overtime this morning. Woo. I think we were going to do the Perry thing for overtime today.
Yeah.
So I think we've pretty much done the overtime thing. I do have Brendan Schaub. I do have a little bit of Brendan. I don't think this is like a savable Brendan thing.
Okay.
But I do have a Brendan Schaub thing. Here we go. Oh, God, yes, this was going to be overtime, too. I don't know if this is fake or not. And I haven't been able to find this on any news story. Daniel Zoom work. I just want to see. Oh, it is a fake. Okay.
Oh, damn.
Okay, it is fake, so I'm not going to play that. It's from 2 years ago, too. It just started. You know how those fake viral things kind of circulate every once in a while?
Back.
they come back around. Clown World, which is a great Twitter account to follow. I use it for show prep. Clown World had this clip of this guy, Daniel, who looked like he was prepping to jack off. Like he had tissues and lotion and all this shit, but didn't know he was on a work Zoom call and so on and so. Like stuff like that isn't funny because like if it's a work, then yeah, I can do any crazy, situation.
Oh, wow. It's so weird.
Yeah. Bumbaclo says, when we played the music, oh, cool, the show has started. Yeah. This show is ableist to people without toes, says Small Leg Picker. He is right. When you said she and her partner, that case was solved. I agree. Thank you to Silver Wolf for $10. He says, give April a hug from me and tell her it'll be all right. I will certainly do that once again. But yeah, I think even as of yesterday, April was like, I feel bad that I'm not doing the show. Like I could do the show today. But I was like, I actually talked her out of it. I said, fuck it. Make Johnny work. Make him go up.
Make that crippled bastard walk in here.
Yeah, if he doesn't stretch those legs, he's going to lose them.
I mean, kind of.
Yeah. So, you're welcome. All right, we got Brendan Schaub apparently thinking Houston is mafia territory. This is just a fun, short little Brendan clip, guys. This isn't going to be like saved or anything like that, but Brendan was talking about going to Houston and meeting some people.
Okay.
And he has convinced himself that one of the people he met is so important that you have to check in with them when you come to that town.
Really?
I love fucking Brendan Schaub. He has the intelligence of an innocent and the vocabulary of a stroke victim. Ladies and gentlemen, Brendan Fetterman Schaub.
It's on my Instagram too, and Dave goes, this blah, blah, blah is coming to the show. I'm like, I don't know hip-hop. He's like, hip-hop? He's like, no, this guy runs Houston. Like if you're one of the guys.
That's someone who doesn't believe you.
Yeah.
This guy runs Houston. Oh, God, he's going to do something dumb.
Yeah. I don't. Oh, this guy runs Houston. Yeah, Brendan, if you're like a black gangster or a rapper, yeah, then he runs Houston and you have to check in with him. Not if you're a fucking stand-up comic performing at, Yuck Yucks for 2 nights. You don't need to check in with the black gangster guy, Brendan. It is not necessary. That's like saying, oh, man, Don King, he's king of New York. It's like, yeah, if you're a boxer back in the 90s, then you had to talk to Don King. Not if you're just there to do stand-up. Yeah. When Dane Cook went and performed Madison Square Garden, he didn't have to get Don King's okay. Relax.
I mean, he did. That's because he's a gentleman.
Right.
Or whatever, you check in with this guy. Like he's Mr. Everyone.
Yeah.
And I didn't know him. He's right there. He was so nice.
Oh, there you go. Now I have.
You got to check in.
Yeah.
You got to check in. So if you're going to come to Houston, you know how like when you play Denver, you always check in with me, right? Because I don't want you getting messed up. Right? I don't want the boys beating you up.
So
He is devoid of charm.
You realize nobody actually goes to Denver and checks in with you before they do comedy.
I mean, that part was a joke, but you're having a hard time picking up on it because again, the charmless, charismaless
it
delivery
just seems
of it.
like that. Yeah.
But no, he's not kidding. He honestly thinks when you go to Houston, you have to check in with this guy.
You got to make sure I got a perimeter around.
You know what that was? That was that black guy who, like, a lot of rappers know who he is, so they give him respect. And he's like, oh, this guy's a big, dumb fucking comedian. I can convince him that I'm in charge and he has to check in with me. And it'll be a running gag every time in Houston. Brendan will reach out to him. And that guy's people will go, oh, we can't find him. We don't know where he is. But, well, I'm not going on stage unless I check in. It's like, well, we'll let you know when he's here. And then that David Lucas guy goes, just keep telling him I'm not here.
Just leave him alone.
See if he doesn't do his show. I want to see how fucking dumb this guy is.
All right, guys, I couldn't check in with him. I'm leaving town. Don't hurt me.
What's wrong with Brendan's face, by the way? It's getting worse. It's like
it's puffier.
It's more bee stingish, his face.
Yeah, I'm like, well, and I let all your ops know, right? You don't know what that means. That's fine.
No, I don't.
I let the ops know. Hands off.
Hands off.
Otherwise, Dad's going to lay down the gamut.
Right, because if you don't check in with this guy in Houston, you're important enough where people in Houston are going to fuck up the stand-up comedian. Noted. God damn.
That's like Frank
So that's
Grillo.
like Houston.
Quick story about...
You know where I was this weekend?
My hometown.
Belco.
Yeah, and that's my North Star, right? And
Yeah.
you shoved in my face, right?
I did. I
You
shoved it in your face, yeah.
Because I'm from there.
I know. I
And
shoved it in your
up,
face.
I grew up walking by there, Tommy Works.
Where's
right?
that?
Denver.
Denver, Colorado.
Denver.
That's my. And
Oh, did you did a theater out there or something?
Yeah.
And now that I gave you right? I let you
gave
come
you
to my
your blessing?
hometown.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
right? Because
Gotcha.
I have the key to the city, right?
Oh,
and when
wow,
you go there,
okay.
you gotta check in, right?
Yeah.
You know
I
how
guess so.
gangsters
No,
have
yeah.
to check in?
None of them take him seriously. Like, no, I know he's fucking around a little bit, but like they're also like, yeah, got it. Okay, yep.
You got to check in.
Got it. Like even this guy's trying to change the subject. He's like, oh, you went to Belco. Oh, you played a theater, right? Did a theater show? That's good. Yeah. You got to check in with me, right, B? You got to check in? Got it? Yep, Brendan, we get the joke. It didn't work the first time. By the way, with their stolen podcast name.
Yeah. I love how they didn't bother to change that at all.
Nope.
Can you guys maybe not put like I don't like this. The monitors are way up high and off screen because they're looking up at like they spend the whole time just like this.
Right.
What are you looking at?
Yeah.
You come to LA, come to Atlanta, you gotta check it. You had to check in with Daddy, right?
Oh, okay.
And I allowed you.
Okay, look, so
I didn't
yeah,
take
I did
10%
it.
like
Thank
usual.
you. No, I know, but I'm just
They're so annoyed by this bit not working, and they're like, yeah, we get it. We got it. You said that 50,000 times, Brendan. Jesus. What happened was Brendan just learned about checking in from this Houston gig.
And now he feels so cool.
And now he won't shut the fuck up about it.
saying.
Now my mama couldn't come.
Yeah.
Look at that. Yeah, exactly. That's what I was thinking. Like Chris D'Elia in the middle of this clip is like, yeah, got it. Okay. Just wanted to talk about my gig. Okay.
Just trying to promote that I have a career still.
Yes. And we did not allow anyone under the age of 21 into the show. Avoid temptation.
God, D'Elia, man, like you literally can't even like interact with a female now because like they could make any claim and it's just dude.
And also, the more allegations he gets, the creepier he starts looking physically. Like his physical appearance has worn away to that of just a ghoulish creep.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that he's becoming the character he is.
Yes, exactly.
Quick story about
You know where I was this weekend?
My hometown.
Belco.
And that's my North Star, right? And
Yeah.
you shoved it in my face, right?
I did.
You
Shoved it in your face, yeah.
Because I'm from there.
I know. I
And
shoved it
grew
in your
up-
face.
I grew up walking by there.
Right. So now, okay, D'Elia gets the bit now.
Yep.
So at this point, D'Elia understands what the bit is.
You know, comedy works.
Where's
right?
that?
Denver.
Oh, in
Colorado.
Denver.
That's my. And
Oh, did you did a theater out there or something?
and-
Can I tell you something? I bet you these two have spoken. And they've said, when Brendan gets on one of his shitty bits, do me a favor. Jump in and try to change the subject and get the conversation of the show going somewhere else. So Brendan can't tank it with a 40-second bit that we got it, Brendan. We understand.
Also, buddy, it's your North Star. You actually haven't performed at that theater. It's just it's in a town you've lived in.
Yes.
And now that I gave you, right? I let you,
gave
come
me
to my
your blessing?
hometown.
Oh,
yeah,
okay,
right? Because
gotcha.
I have the key to the city.
Okay, gotcha. Meaning, yeah, good bit.
Oh, dude, you could tell his leg is jumping.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh,
and when
wow,
you go there,
okay.
you gotta check in, right?
Yeah.
You know
Oh, I
how
guess so.
gangsters
No,
have
yeah.
to check in?
Yeah.
You come to LA, come to Atlanta, you gotta check it. You had to check in with Daddy, right?
Oh, okay.
And I allowed you.
Okay, look, so
I didn't
yeah,
take
I did it.
10% like
Thank
usual.
you. No, I
Yeah.
know, but
Like when I say devoid of charm, this is what I mean. It's just like a guy who's relentlessly trying to do a thing and is the only one in the room who realizes he can't do it. How long are they going to make these poor fuckers? Well, we know what D'Elia owes, but what do these poor fuckers owe? This guy's been like the taxi driver in a movie I was watching yesterday that April had on. This guy's been in movies, role player, but he's been in movies. He's got a career. How long are they going to force themselves to tolerate this nonsense before they go, look, Theo left you. The only reason Brian Callen hasn't left you is because he had all his rape allegations and all that stuff. So he's got nothing to do but this show. We're going to kick you out too.
By the way, that also makes Brian Callen look really, really guilt-free by association because you're associating with someone else who also has a fair amount of allegations. It seems like you have a type.
It really is like the only reason Brendan has a career now is because he's just hanging out with really canceled people.
Yeah.
So he looks less cancelable by comparison.
Right?
Oh, okay.
And I allowed you.
Okay, look, so
I didn't
yeah,
take
I did
10%
it.
like
Thank
usual.
you. No, I
Yeah.
know, but I'm just saying.
Now my mama couldn't come.
Yeah, he's like, no, I'm just saying he's trying to move the fuck on. And Brendan will not. Oh, that's funny. That's from the Fighter and the Kid subreddit, as they call themselves, the homeless cats, of course. Thank you very much to Push-Ups with $2. Says, what is that other song? That's the one I meant. Oh, that's just that's one of those things that YouTube won't pop us for. I just got that off of some kind of copyright-free website. So sorry, Push-Ups. I don't know what it's called. If you like it, thank you. Our shower, hence Carrie prom scene, one person, right? Yeah, you guys get the double entendre that they're doing there? P.A. Cheddar says, why do people work with Schaub? Because they've been canceled from everything else.
And because, unfortunately, despite his lack of talent, he does actually have some fame and notoriety, so there is a chance you could get something out of that.
Stevie J says, D'Elia fought Yoda to a draw, but it really took a toll on his health. No, that was his fight with Mace Windu that took a toll on his health. P.A. Cheddar says, Schaub walked past it. D'Elia performed there. Right, exactly. Even More says, crazy thing about D'Elia is he plays a comedian who drugs and assaults underage girls in the Netflix show You.
Yeah.
Right?
And then after that, we found out that he might have actually done that in real life.
Yeah, a little on the nose.
A little too typecast.
Eric Griffin, that's the other guy's name. I actually like him. I don't mind Eric Griffin. He's good.
Yeah, actually, he was in Workaholics.
I hate that show, but he's okay.
Yeah.
Those guys, like, I remember watching a Patrice O'Neill clip on O&A back in the day, and he would talk about the Workaholics guys, and it was like how I always thought about them, but I could never say it because everyone seemed to like that show. I'm like, thank you. You know how, like, you feel something, but nobody else does, so you feel crazy, and then you hear one person say the same thing without talking to you about it, and you go,
What, the Workaholics was completely overrated and a bunch of bullshit?
Just a bunch of awkward white dudes doing
Carrot Top
awkward white guy
Wannabe
comedy.
was not entertaining.
What was, I want to find that. Patrice... It was at a roast.
The only thing I like about Workaholics, there's a clip where they were one of their episodes. There was a freaking raccoon or whatever, and you're like, "Oh, damn, that's a thick bitch," and that was funny, just in that one segment.
This is Patrice on O&A talking about his run-in with the Workaholics.
Anyway, and I fucking had a thing with the Workaholics kids. I had anxiety. I had no patience because the Workaholics kids are, and it's not against them. They're just these new breed of white guys who don't care. That's their thing. So it's like, hey, what's your name? My name's Superman. Oh, so what do you do? Well, I fucking save the Earth on a regular basis. I actually kickstarted the sun and turned time back to save people.
Fucking bullshit.
Yeah, man.
Is that the detached fucking phony?
Yeah.
Wait, I never heard of this. I never did either. The Workaholics.
Fuck.
What is it?
I can't believe they showed it because they edited it so that it's actually fun because it didn't end well.
I love that. Patrice is like, I yelled at these idiots for 5 minutes afterwards. I can't believe they put it on the air.
He's like, hey, what's going on?
But I don't even know what this is.
It's these kids. They're in a comedy troupe, and Comedy Central gave them a show.
Look at this. That's that. Here, now we can play. We can get popped by Comedy Central if we play this video of his interaction. with
No
him.
idea. They do have it.
It's like 11 years old, but I guess still it's their shit. All right.
Oh, this is from.
They're getting in trouble for being.
Wait, this was the Opie and Anthony clip too. Okay, so we have a 48-second thing of him with the Workaholic.
Anders, go ahead.
Yo, guys, I'm kind of here with Patrice O'Neill, more or less. What's up, dude?
Ugh, right, I'm kind of here with Patrice O'Neill, more or less.
Yeah. Again, that's the show.
That's fucking lame.
How you doing? Good, man. Good. You gonna walk out of here with a statue or no? Of what? These women. No, nah, I don't think so. Nah, they're not even allowed to talk. It's all cocaine on them. You know that, right?
Why's every white guy like the new characters? I don't give a like. I'm this day. He's like, so what's the deal, man? Shaking on the statue.
I love that. He's like, when you're not yourself and you're doing a character, there's nothing worse than someone calling out the fact that you're not being authentic.
And you're just being a character.
You're just being a shitty character and he's not playing along. God, why did we lose him? Why is he would be so necessary. He was necessary when he was around, but he'd be so necessary now. So necessary. Could you imagine him talking to like the Big Bang Theory cast?
Oh God, no.
It would be the greatest thing.
I'm trying to make it work. Let's do it again.
I'm here with Patrice O'Neill, being a white man.
Fake guy. I don't care, man. I don't get it. What's wrong with the society? That's my job to be angry.
It's been real. Back to you guys.
And I know that was sarcasm somehow.
Hey, thanks,
So even at the end, he's right though about them not showing that.
Yeah.
Like they probably shouldn't have. It didn't make the Workaholics kids look very good.
No, it doesn't. Especially when he calls you out. You have nothing to throw back at him. He's taking jabs at you and you're just...
Okay. Right. Because you would have to come back at him as a real person. Like, he's totally decimated the character now. Mm-hmm. So you can't respond as the character because then he's going to go, see, you will not stop. You are married to this. You cannot stop doing this. But if you respond as the person, now you've broken the character. So this is why being a phony and leaning in all on a character, A, leads to a short career, and B, it kind of like it makes you. It doesn't make you impervious to being called out like that. I think the only one who's still doing anything is the little,
dark-haired
the
one.
little guy. Yeah,
because he did a comedy show. He had a comedy special way back that wasn't funny.
He did a movie with Zac Efron, but I think that was during the Workaholics
He's
days.
done a lot of movie stuff because I know he was in the what is it, the singing one where it's about like a glee club group in college or some shit.
Glee?
I don't know what I didn't watch it. It's my roommate that watched it a couple times and I ended up.
It was a TV show or a movie?
It's a movie. There was 2 movies.
High School Musical?
Not High School Musical. I had what's her name that played Catwoman in the new Batman movies. Not the
Zoe Kravitz?
No, not the Zoe Kravitz one. The one before that.
God damn it, Anne Hathaway?
Yeah, Anne Hathaway.
Fuck! Oh, Pitch Perfect?
Pitch Perfect. There we go.
Was Anne Hathaway Pitch Perfect?
No, it wasn't Anne Hathaway.
No, it was.
They look similar.
The obtainable looking one. That's not that hot. She's kind of mousy.
Yeah,
Anna Kendrick.
There we go.
April hates Anna Kendrick.
Why?
She does not like her. She finds her remarkably obnoxious. You know why? And I'm proud of her for this because I think this is a very Aaron reason to hate someone. It's because she did all that really likable high shit. Like, it's a funny white girl doing rapping type things. And I hope she hates her for that goddamn song. The goddamn song from that movie. I really hope that's why she hates her because that is so fucking awful. I think that's why she hates Anna Kendrick because she's got this like, oh, likable, I'm quirky. You know what it is? It's the Zooey Deschanel thing and I fucking hate it.
I'm cute and lovable.
I'm just cute and quirky. Aren't I weird, guys? Like, I'm a weird girl. It's like, no girl is like that in real life without keying your car or cutting off one of your fingers. So stop.
Either way, it's usually baggage.
Right. Either way, you're going to the hospital or the police. One of the two. You get to decide. Are we talking about Andy Dick? No. Schaub is a perfect example of why you keep microphones away from concussed fighters. Look, he's crafted a career for himself. It's remarkable to watch other people tolerate him because that's what D'Elia was doing that whole time.
Yeah, he was literally not screaming at him.
He was tolerating Brendan. He was trying to move on.
Well, he's got a voice in the back of his head going, "You're on the edge, man. You got to whatever it takes. Just you got to get back."
Yeah. P.H. Cheddar says, "Did you see the video of Dion calling out the black reporter?" Yeah, we did that one a couple weeks ago. That was a funny one. I can't be a fan if meeting that person would lead to violence. Andy Dick can rot in a... Why Andy Dick? Why with Andy Dick? Yeah, April says with Anna Kendrick, she's just very obnoxious. Are you going to die?
I don't know. I got like a hair
in
my throat.
Did you choke on spit? I've done that
there's
before.
like a hair or something. I'm just trying to get it. End of the show.
Yeah, we've only got a couple minutes left.
Yeah, I know. That's why I'm trying.
You're going to be okay.
I'm going to be fine.
Anna Kendrick oozes pick-me-girl syndrome. I agree with that. Stevie J says Anne Hathaway looks like an anime girl and Anna Kendrick is that annoying singing one. I actually don't mind Anne Hathaway. I hear she's really remarkably annoying in real life, but I don't mind her work.
Anna Kendrick is just, good value Anne Hathaway.
Yes, she's the Walmart brand Anne Hathaway. Exactly. Anna Kendrick Lamar. No, different person completely.
Entirely different person.
Guys, that was it. That's it for today's show. Wow, that went quick.
Yeah.
Show goes quick when Chad Zumock is awesome.
Well, that's because we're a fan of Chad.
We're a fan of Chad. All right, guys. Thank you very much. It's been a crazy week for this program. We got through it. We're doing great. And the other shoe's about to drop, which is going to be when we have the mic and we're the only ones who have it. Oh, is that going to be fun? Take it easy. Rest easy. Have a great weekend. I hope the Vikings go to 9-1, and we will talk to you again on Monday. You're taking the day off.
I'm taking the day off.
But tomorrow you'll be at Beaver Island Comedy, or Beaver Island Brewing Company for Silly Beaver Comedy. You'll be performing at that.
Matt Doima, Day Peace, and Jonah Maddox.
There may or may not be tickets available.
There's probably less than 10.
Yeah. So check at Beaver Island.
You go to sillybeavercomedy.com/shows. You can look up the show this weekend and everything they have scheduled, so you can see if you want to go something in the future.
There you go. Ask him if he wants to try booking me again, because I fucked up the last booking.
Yeah,
that was
that. Yeah, we'll get on it.
I didn't realize that it was a kids' weekend.
I smoothed it over.
I got my kids' weekends mixed up.
I smoothed it over.
I don't know. I fucked it up.
It's all.
But if he's already selling out, he probably doesn't need me. The whole reason he wanted to book me I mean, he was very clear about it. To like bring a big crowd in. Like, it's not there because I'm such a prolific working comedian.
Oh yeah, but I imagine if we get it worked out this time, I will be on the hook in a lot of ways. Like, hey, where's your boy? He said, once again, what's he just fucking with me? What's going on?
I'll just make sure the date I pick works out okay. All right, guys, I will talk to you later. Thank you very much, and thank you to Johnny for being here today.
You're welcome.
We'll be back again Sunday at 7 p.m. for the members only show, or Monday morning at 6 a.m. Central Time with Johnny. See you later.